tonsillitis at the same time, and it was a nightmare. I can access those memories if I want, but I try very hard not to because they are incredibly painful. And because of that, I had bladder and kidney infections. I ran very very high temperatures, and this has affected me my whole life. I'm hard of hearing because of this, and I probably have arthritis because I managed to get rheumatic fever as one of the complications. Yes, please explain to me why you don't vaccinate your kids, because nobody should ever go through what I went through. And I talked about this on a Facebook page, and other people, around my age, because we didn't have those kinds of vaccinations then, started to chime in. One woman has permanent eye damage from measles. Another guy lost his best friend as a child to measles. When I was young, my mom was afraid to let me go out anywhere because the polio epidemic was raging. The minute the Salk vaccine came out, my mom rushed me down to the doctor. I don't think these people have a clue. A lot of people I know had polio. I knew people growing up who had siblings that died from polio. I knew people who had permanent damage from polio. I mean, this is just fucking ridiculous. And as for going around someone with your unvaccinated kids, you can be sued for that.
Mm-hmm.
If you go
you're
around,
not even allowed to take them into school now in some places because the courts are
As a matter of
fact,
in New York, the courts are cracking down now. They're getting, because the courts were more lenient before, but we're now seeing measles outbreaks and things like that. And by the way, if you're an adult and you think, oh, I got vaccinated when I was a kid, it doesn't last. If you're around children, get vaccinated again. This is why we're seeing outbreaks in high schools.
They forget the stories like you're saying, because I met a lady the other day that was like, I was in a meeting, and a business meeting situation, and she walked in the room with the crutches. She still had the braces. And she told me a story of like when she contracted it and how horrified her parents were, and that she remembers all her schoolmates that died. And then she was in her hospital next to a kid who was in one of those iron lungs, and they had let the kid out to breathe for the day, but the hospital staff was so overwhelmed with all the people that were sick that they didn't come back, and the kid couldn't get back in, and there was no one there to help him, and he suffocated to death next to her as she sat there and watched. And this is the world these fucking people want to go back to, or they don't want to, but they don't realize that that's the consequence.
It comes down a little more simpler than this. Like it can be equated so much more easily than what you guys are talking. You guys are bringing up great stuff, and it's absolutely correct. But I think it comes down to more simply than this. You know what I'm saying? I think that when it comes down to who we're going to take medical advice from, and who we're going to listen to about the medicine, and who's saying what concerning the consequences of using the medicine, I prefer to take my medical cues from some motherfucker who went to school for a fucking decade, rather than some mom who said my kid's a tard because she got vaccinated. Nothing to do with genetics or environmental stuff. Nope, the kid's goofy because I got him vaccinated. So let's pin all the blame on that, because that would be a lot easier than pinning the blame on me. And when you're big spokesperson for anti-vaccine as someone who used to take a dick for a living, no, I think I'll pick the doctor.
The unfortunate thing about that is one of the major sources of health information for a lot of people is Dr. Oz. Guess what?
God.
He's anti-vax too. Well, not as much as some other people, but his wife is, and his kids aren't vaccinated, and yeah, he's a fucking moron.
I have a great
fucking shill. No, he's not a moron. He's a shill.
Wait. He got called to Congress. Congress asked him to explain his fake ads. I mean, the guy's I remember when he first came out, I started watching him a couple times, and then one day he came out with some crap, and I was like, this is fucking ridiculous. I know it's fucking ridiculous. And then I looked it up, and it was even more fucking ridiculous than I thought, at which point I realized the guy's a snake oil salesman.
Yeah.
And he had to admit that in front of Congress. He basically had to because he was forced to.
Yeah. But this whole thing got
call him a
started.
snake oil salesman, though. I would say I think he's just more sort of like an easy turncoat. You know what I'm saying? He's the kind of guy who says, "Hang on a second, what do you need me to say? How much are you paying
Yeah, he's
me?
in it for the money.
Let me say that. All right. Where's
Well,
my check?"
the whole anti-vax thing got started by this one guy whose name I could never remember.
Andrew Wakefield.
Thank you. I knew it was Andrew something.
Yeah, I've read that fucking paper. Ugh.
Yes, and well, it's been thrown out. Everything he ever did was found out to be fraudulent because he turned out the only reason he did all this was to make money.
Yep.
Because he was selling an alternative.
Preservative, yes.
Yeah, and everything he said is a lie. There was a really cool Facebook post that I didn't save, darn it, about a guy whose wife had a friend who was totally into natural this, natural that. And she gave his wife something that said, look, this is all natural, no chemicals. Well, the guy was a scientist. I don't know if he was a, chemist or not. He took one look at it and started laughing. So he put on Facebook a list of the ingredients and their chemical names. Because vitamin C is a chemical.
Yep.
It's
Yes.
ascorbic acid.
We're made of chemicals.
I can go
Chemical
into my
free-
kitchen and get acetic acid. I use it for all.
Sorry.
This gets to be so. I mean, and if anybody who's ever been in a chemistry lab knows you clean all your glassware with acetic acid. It's stronger than the vinegar we use, but it's still, it's a mild acid. But I mean, this gets so freaking ridiculous when they start talking about, oh, this is all natural, and then you look at the ingredients and you go, but that's sodium, whatever. There's one I can't think of right now. And no, I'm sorry, but that's, that's unbelievably ridiculous. Guess what? Chemicals are natural.
Well, here's what you do. You get on TV, you fund an ad, and you have a video of a mother sitting in a hospital, and she's giving birth. She gives birth to a baby child, and all of a sudden, like, you get the thing like you're having twins. Oh, there's one more, and like out of her womb comes a PhD, and they put it next to the baby, and then they just cut to text that says, "Having children doesn't make you a doctor." Fucking
Yeah.
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 There is no scarier, meaner, bitchier, more awful creature in this universe than a woman who has just had a child.
Uh-huh.
Actually, there is one thing that's even worse.
Hmm?
Some fucking teenager working at one of these stupid grocery stores that sees somebody walking around with a child and thinks they know shit.
You know what?
Apparently, the ability to fuck
I
gives you a
concede that.
PhD.
I concede that to you. You're absolutely correct, sir. That might be worse.
Well, there's even a website that keeps track of how many deaths have occurred since Jenny McCarthy started her stuff, and
Yeah.
you can actually find it by typing in how many people has Jenny McCarthy killed.
Jenny McCarthy body count or something, I think it is, isn't it? Or something
Yeah,
like
something
that.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that they actually had her on The View. I mean, I couldn't believe that was such a stupid
Yeah,
thing
she just
to
got
do.
dismissed.
Oh
Along
yeah,
with,
it's glass.
that other dumb bitch who was on there,
Oh.
Sherry Shepard, the one who thought the world was flat.
Oh, she is so fucking dumb. And
I'm
Rosie's
looking for a
coming
class
back.
action lawsuit against her from the parents of people that have been infected with measles.
I think they should.
Yeah.
How fucking dumb can you be? And now apparently maybe her son wasn't autistic after all.
No, he wasn't.
But what they don't understand is there's a website, and if anybody can remember it, because I lost it, let me know. But we all know that correlation does not mean causation. Computer, what are you doing? Oh, there we go. But there's a website where you can go and you can make your own correlations. You can see that STDs have increased since peanut butter sales went up or something like that. To show how ridiculous some of this stuff is. Just because things happen roughly at the same time doesn't mean that they have anything to do with each other.
My favorite one is the correlation between, or the graph correlating the use Internet Explorer's market share with the murder rate
Oh yeah. But yeah, I said there's a website where you can actually find stuff. Do this on your own and find really crazy correlations.
It's like this one meme I shared today, how to anti-vaxxer statistics. If you have 4 pencils and I have 7 apples, how many pancakes will fit on the roof? Purple,
Yeah.
because aliens don't wear hats.
I think you may be high.
No, that's actually a meme from reputations to anti-vax memes.
I mean, I kind of don't know what else to say other than
Fuck you.
Well, it's not so much fuck you, you know what I mean? The whole I've heard people make this argument tabula rasa, where people aren't born stupid. I would argue that sometimes they are.
Yeah.
I think once you take one stupid and it mounts another stupid and impregnates it, the product is stupid.
A lot of that has.
Case in point, Honey Boo Boo Child. All the education in the world's not going to save this kid.
Child.
She's just that dumb. If you're telling me that you have a problem getting your child vaccinated from diseases that were genuine threats to civilization and to, in some cases, humanity as a whole, because Jenny McCarthy, I've seen some of her videos, told you not to get your kid vaccinated, then I don't know how to help you. Yeah, I'm officially done talking to you. If that's the situation, if that's where we're at, then I'm finished speaking to you, because I guess enjoy your kid's funeral.
Yeah,
The problem is it's not just their kid's funeral. They can infect their kids.
They need to know that they have to keep their children away from other children who are under the vaccination age, like babies, and from the elderly, and really pretty much everyone else, because they can be sued if someone else catches whatever the fuck their dumb non-vaccinated kids have. This is a threat to everyone, especially, like you said, you had a baby, right?
Yeah, my wife got pissed. She told the lady, sent her a message, says, you know what, if you don't want to vaccinate your kids, fine, let's send you to a fucking island and barbed wire it, and you can just live there with the rest of the idiots, and we'll airdrop you food every once in a while. It's just
you can watch The View.
What you want to do, you live away from the rest of us, because you, whether you like it or not, your kid and you and anyone else that's not vaccinated is a risk to the rest of us.
Yep.
You can't escape that.
The two populations, well, the two major populations anyway, because there are some others that are mostly in danger from this, are the elderly and babies, those who are too young to be vaccinated yet.
Mm-hmm.
This is where you're going to see the permanent damage, as happened to me, or the deaths. I can't believe people are that stupid. I can't believe they're stupid enough not to vaccinate their kids. I mean, Shani Ismi kind of went on that. She didn't believe in vaccination.
I'm not surprised, given how dumb she is, but wow.
Jesus is going to vaccinate my baby.
Well,
yeah, we'll see how that works. Yeah.
She did say that her kids are vaccinated because the state makes her, kind of thing. She apparently also has an almost broken leg, but she's not going to go to the doctor.
Oh, wow, you're so repressed.
Okay,
I know.
let's remember, this is a woman who literally thinks other stars and planets are angels and demons in the sky that are put there by God or some.
I met someone who believed in lizard people the other day and actually said he met one.
Who the fuck are we talking about?
You know, Shani is me. Shannon Dornbush or something.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that one.
Not
Sexiest
her.
woman on YouTube.
Yes, her.
But
Sexiest woman on YouTube.
I spoke with her for the first time.
Yeah, well, we were talking about anti-vaccine people, and she doesn't believe, and I kind of mentioned that she said she only does it because the state makes her. Thank goodness for her kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, she makes Lyrical Orion look like a college professor.
No kidding.
Wow. Yeah, I think I had to agree with. I don't know Lyrical that well.
I don't even think Lyrical Orion is that dumb. She just has some pretty weird beliefs, and gets drunk and acts goofy.
Yeah,
but Shannon, wow, seriously though.
Yeah, I'm a Californian. I'm used to people like Lyrical Orion. I don't think she's dumb at all. I think she's found something that makes her happy, and she likes to babble on about it.
Would that be a LSD laced dildo?
She's a threat.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I really do.
Vodka-soaked tampon.
It's like that meme. I believe in a natural diet. Let me take this chemical from a stranger.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and that always used to make me laugh because people go, but it's organic. It's organic.
So
What
is
the
heroin.
fuck? Yeah. What the? Well, actually, it isn't. It's
I know. Like you can make the analog to
But
LSD.
opium.
So is
Opium
shit.
is
Opium.
organic.
Cocaine.
No, opium is organic. No, LSD is organic. It comes from ergot. Ergot is a
No.
fungus.
LSD is pretty much analogous to heroin. It's like one chemical reaction away from the natural product. It's not
Right, but-
organic. LSD's never been found in a plant.
Well, no, isn't the active? But is the
No.
active ingredient
It's a
in
synthetic
ergot?
derivative.
No. It's
It's a synthetic
semi-synthetic like heroin is.
Yeah, but people, but ergot poisoning has the same symptoms as LSD, and you can go back into history and see all these crazy things.
Some of the same symptoms.
Yeah.
Well, there's actually a case where a baker not a baker, a miller in France decided to toss in some bad grain with the good grain, and an entire town went nuts.
Well,
This
that's
is
what they happened
documented.
with the Salem witch trials.
Yeah, well, that may have been ergot poisoning. Ergot poisoning tends to be because it's rye that you're talking about. It tends to be a place that has cold climates where rye grows. There are a couple of cases of Ursuline nuns who went nuts and started doing stuff like masturbating in public because the monastery. Yeah, no kidding. The stories. Have you ever read Aldous Huxley's The Devils of Loudun?
No.
Mm-mm.
Or seen the movie The Devils? Well,
I think I have to now.
Well,
Yeah.
the movie The Devils is somewhat exaggerated, but it's like Glenda Jackson and Oliver Reed. It's a really good movie, but it's a bit it's a bit distance from The Devils of Loudun, and The Devils of Loudun is a bit distance from the real case, but it's basically the same idea. At these monasteries, they couldn't afford to throw food away, and they were very poor, so they ate the bad grain. And some of the grain had ergot poisoning, and it caused psychosis, temporary psychosis. And you literally had, like these nuns running around in the streets, yelling. I forget the exact story, but yeah, yelling and masturbating in public. If you see The Devils, you'll just sit there, watch that with your mouth open, going, "What the fuck?"
I'll
But
have to
yeah.
check that out. I'm a Huxley
Probably
fan.
the same thing I experienced when I watched that Noah movie the other night. Holy fuck.
No.
They had fucking rocket launchers and like quasi-transformers.
Yeah.
No wonder the funding didn't like it. It doesn't reflect the Bible. Yeah,
It
you're
didn't
right.
reflect
Reflect the
anything.
Bible. So.
Well, somebody said it was like Kabbalistic or something, but I'm like, I don't know.
No, it's not.
Kabbalistic.
Right. It's not.
Nothing to do with it. Yeah.
What?
Oh my
Fucking
goodness.
rock monsters
I
built
don't
the
know,
ark.
Brian,
I don't know what the fuck was
The
going
rock
on.
monsters are supposed to be the Nephilim.
Yeah, but
Oh.
Okay, well, good evening, everybody.
Hi, Brian.
I just thought I'd pop in and say hi briefly, and I come in and the first thing I hear is rocket launchers, Noah, what?
Yeah.
Oh, you missed the masturbating nuns?
Yeah, before that, then we were talking about LSD, and before that we were talking about ranting about the anti-vaxxers. And
Right. So
that
we're
was fun.
we're wandering through chemicals here.
Shuffling. We're
Yeah,
shuffling.
Oh, okay.
shuffling. Yeah, I was talking about ergot poisoning in the Middle Ages, basically.
Oh, that stuff's fucking deadly.
Yeah, and it used to hit a lot of monasteries, both male and female monasteries, because they grew their own food and they kept everything because they were very poor. And there are two that I know of well-documented cases of Ursuline nuns who went psychotic because of ergot poisoning.
Yeah, wasn't ergot, wasn't that a result of badly stored grain?
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
Right.
the fungus that
Yeah.
infects.
That's it, yes, it was the fungus. Yeah.
Ergot infects rye. I think it may infect another grain, but it basically infects rye. And of course, rye is very common in northern climates because it has a short season, and it can withstand greater temperature variations or greater wetness or something. I don't remember exactly. I'd
Yeah,
have to
and of course, with a shorter season, you can get more crops in during the year. Can't you?
Right. Yeah, well, yeah, but in a lot of places, rye is the only crop that you can grow because you have a short season.
Yeah.
At least in the
Oh,
old days.
yes.
Yeah, in
Yeah.
the old days, yeah. Which is why rye bread is so popular in parts of Germany because rye was the preferred grain.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, ergot poisoning felled a lot of people way back then.
Mm.
Yeah.
Which sucked.
Yeah.
And,
Well, yeah, because they did all kinds of crazy stuff. Just, yeah.
in the
But
early
oh, go ahead. Well, just let me say one thing, and I'll let you go because Brian's here. So, Brian, what I was talking about is I went from ergot poisoning to The Devils of Loudun by Aldous Huxley, and then the movie The Devils, which is loosely based on that, starring Oliver Reed and Glenda Jackson. I don't know if you've seen that, but it's to me it's a not miss, even though you'll sit there mouth open during most of it.
Dragons in the kitchen. I'll be back.
Okay.
in the early
Did you say
2000s.
Richard Burton.
No, Oliver Reed.
Oh, Oliver Reed. Yeah.
Glenda Jackson and Oliver Reed.
Glenda
You
Jackson.
get Richard
Oliver
Burton out of
Reed.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My short-term memory just farted. And, yeah. So Oliver Reed and Glenda Jackson. I'm guessing that's circa 1970 something.
Yeah, it's in the 70s. Yeah.
Yeah. I possibly saw it when I was younger, but I don't actually remember it.
It was a very shocking movie at the time. And I'm trying to think. Hang on, because I'm just curious. Did I miss? 1971. It was directed by Ken Russell. Oh no, it's Vanessa Redgrave. I'm wrong. Oh, but Oliver Reed did so many things with Glenda Jackson, and so did Ken Russell. I love Ken Russell. No, it was Vanessa Redgrave and Oliver Reed, directed by Ken Russell. Yeah.
60 pixels. No, let's go 50. 50 should be enough.
Oh, how you getting on with that 13?
Pulling my hair out.
Yeah.
Still not
Making
quite
it-
Put
cooperating.
down the HTML and walk away from the computer slowly. You'll be fine.
Right.
Yeah. Are you getting on better than when I spoke to you earlier, or?
Yeah, but it's still not cooperating.
But the CSS is starting to make a little bit more sense now, I hope.
Apparently talking to me helped somehow.
And helping Brian helped a little bit too. Both of you did.
Good. Good.
It's an osmosis thing.
Yes, it is.
Oh, wow. Okay, guys, I've got to read this to you because it's just to give you an idea of what it's about. It says, all of this material, it talks about the above stuff, this is from Wikipedia, was presumed lost or destroyed until critic Mark Kermode found the complete Rape of Christ sequence and several other deleted scenes, including the fuller version of Sister Jean's masturbation scene, as well as additional sequences of naked nuns lounging around the convent and a body dance performed by traveling players mimicking the bizarre events while Grandier is being led to his death. The Grandier is the Oliver Reed character.
Ah.
Wow.
So that gives you an idea. Oh, yes, and then, of course, there was the orgy scene with the nuns.
Ooh.
Yes, because the
I
nuns.
think I might just have to take LSD and watch that.
Look at that.
It would be a great movie to, and it does say, although some material may have been lost forever, the NFT was able to show the Devils in the fullest possible state in 2004.
Wait, what is the name of this movie again?
It's called The Devils, period.
Yeah, one thing that I remember about the 70s was, the filmmakers of that era were very keen to get us cutting edge, shall we say, with the sex and the demonology as they could.
Yeah.
And if they could mix the two together, then yeah, that was the thing to do.
Right. Just make sure you're watching a uncut version. I'm going to see if I don't know if it's for sale anywhere because wow, I'm really sad to hear that they lost parts of it. I have to admit it was pretty shocking.
See if it's on Pirate Bay. Oh yeah, it is. Oh wait a minute. No, there's a lot of other The Devils.
Yeah, it's Ken Russell. I would be willing to bet somebody has it somewhere on the internet.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah.
Ken Russell's The Devils. Oh, okay. I found it. No Cedars. God damn it. 3 gigabytes.
Oh wait, here it is.
I'm gonna put that in the sidebar.
Okay, yeah, it is for sale on Amazon.
Amazon? Oh wow.
And it's okay, and there's also there's a special edition 2-disc director's cut, which is more expensive.
Of course.
Yeah, but I'm sure you can probably find somebody has downloaded it. I don't know why I didn't realize. Well, as I said, I'm just so familiar with that one's kind of expensive, but I might try to buy it from Amazon UK. I do stuff like that.
Mm.
Well,
if it's Oliver Reed, then there's a greater likelihood of it being available in the UK.
Special
Brian.
format, not NTSC. But I have a multi, whatever player.
Anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, 13.
Switch the topic a little bit and get back towards anti-vaxxing for a moment because we got a comment a while ago from Barry. Duty of care, if you're not vaccinating your kids, the school needs to know the potential risk to others. In their case, is that not the case? For public schools, yes. However, a lot of these kids are homeschooled because the schools do require the kids to be vaccinated, in the States at least.
Yeah, not just, technically public schools, but private schools as well also enforce those because they're required to. But yeah, a lot of them are homeschooled, which, if you're going to vaccinate your kids, they should be because that's your only option.
Yeah.
You're going to not vaccinate.
Then as a follow-up, Owen, do you remember what you were going to say about an hour ago?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Jade tangent.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Is it about LSD or?
No. Well, fuck me if it's not gone now. Well, no, I mean, like, no, it wasn't. It was. Oh, fuck off, please. Don't make me. You know what? You're asking for it, buddy.
Don't make me come over there. You're welcome to come over. I'd love to have you.
Hey, I'd love to have you hang out with me.
Yeah, don't make me come down there.
Yeah, no. There was an event because I'm big on this idea that sometimes Americans go a little bit nuts with their freedom. And,
freedom, America.
Yeah, America.
Yeah, fuck those guys.
But there's situations where it's like where Shani was saying, the state makes me. Oh yeah, like they're taking away your freedom. You know what? You shouldn't have the freedom to be able to say, I'm not going to vaccinate my kids.
Now, this is where you and I are going to disagree, Owen, because whilst I fully understand and appreciate the science involved in vaccinations,
yeah,
I do think that it should be retained as a choice. It should not be enforced.
But from what you're saying, it sounds like a personal problem.
Now, the reason I have that opinion is because in the 60s, when it was the in thing, and being a forces brat, with father who was being posted overseas a lot, my vaccination card as a youngster was full to capacity. I had everything going, and then some. And as an adult, I've had a fairly compromised immune system.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, I see and concede that point absolutely. The other thing I would say about that is that there was an event like in Ireland, as far as I understand, vaccination. That's just how it is. Although it's weird because I've never seen any Americans with vaccination scars. I feel like. I'm sorry.
We just do it better.
Apparently, because I've got these 3 scars on my left arm that, as far as I'm aware, so does everyone else in my country.
Really?
Yeah, I've got these.
Yeah. Well, there's the BCG, which leaves that little circular thing.
You sure they're not track marks?
No, they send them.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
No,
You'll find most people have a little circular scar on their up near their shoulder, just below their shoulder. I think that's the BCG.
That's a smallpox vaccination.
Is that I had smallpox on the sugar cube. I remember it distinctly.
Smallpox, that square thing that they would prick you with all the needles in it.
Yes, and it leaves a little circular. Scar. I still have mine, I think. Yeah.
Now, there was
they
an
don't do
event
that anymore because there's no
Dave,
smallpox.
I'm just going to keep talking.
Oh, sorry.
That's how I'm dealing with you right now, babe. There was an event in Ireland in the early 2000s where there was a brand new nuclear facility built on the coast of Liverpool, right where the wind blows. The wind blows through that area, like towards Dublin.
Yes, I remember it.
Yeah, I'm sure Brian must remember something about this, but there was a big event where the Irish government freaked out because if this thing decided it wanted to go, in meltdown, nuclear crap would just blow over Ireland. So the Irish government, because they're geniuses over there, don't you know, decided it would be a good idea to hand out fucking iodine pills to everyone in the country, saying, in case of nuclear fallout in Liverpool, take this, as if it would fucking do anything, as if it would help.
I remember that being a talking point in the media for a while.
And it was just sort of so completely ridiculous that this is how the Irish government was dealing with it. But at the same time, there was recognition that okay, we have to do something. You know what I mean? We can't just let sleeping dogs lie on this.
Even if it is just bend over and clench.
Right, pretty much. For heaven's sake. But Americans, I think, in my humble and respectful opinion, having been a citizen of this country my entire life and being a resident of it for the last 10 years, I think take this idea of freedom just a little bit too seriously. You shouldn't have the freedom to do whatever the hell you want and the consequences. That's right. You heard me say it.
Well, yeah. When it comes to things like random murder, rape, pillage, and all of this stuff, you should have
sex
those
with whoever I want.
Well, yeah, as long as they're consenting, I agree.
Yes, that was a joke.
Yeah, I got it, Kevin.
Well, I was more referencing things directly like gun control. You don't need that many AKs. You just don't.
Well, when it comes to gun control, in my considered opinion, coming from a country that has ridiculously oppressive gun control, I think that it shouldn't be the inherent right that it is over here. I think that it should fall into the same sort of category as driving. Yeah, competency license.
Sure, but the average citizen doesn't need to buy a tank. There's no reason for it.
Yeah,
but likewise, if you're gonna have a revolver in your glove compartment, then you should at least be trained to use the fucking thing competently.
Have you seen how some people drive?
Yeah, which that even requiring psychological or restricting, for example, restricting gun ownership to people without psychological disorders or certain psychological disorders like schizophrenia, for instance, or requiring just basic standards causes a lot of gun control people to balk.
I support gun rights, and I'm for background checks and waiting periods and training requirements and all the stuff that's really not going to infringe on your rights, but it'll still make sure that people are safe. And the psychological thing too, I think is a legitimate argument. But then the other problem is sociologically, we have a problem because of our healthcare system. Too many people fall through the cracks, don't get diagnosed. We don't have a system that can identify the mentally ill properly and get them.
Well, this is probably
so many homeless people that are batshit nuts that are not getting any care at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is probably going to fuel another argument, but that in itself is a very good case for centralized healthcare provision.
Oh boy.
Hi, Kevin.
Hi.
Well,
Hi,
I
Kevin.
mean, so this idea that, like, that, like, okay, we got to make sure that the wrong people don't get these things, right? We've got to make sure that only the right people, the good people, get these things. And it's always been my contention that, is there such a thing as a good person in these situations? Can anybody handle the responsibility of holding someone else's life in your hands?
Well, there I think it's a failure of language. Yeah, it's not so much a case of can the good people. How do we single out the good people?
Yeah, who gets to
bad
make
people?
that choice?
That's in my view.
People.
In my view, that's the wrong language. It's the competent and responsible ownership that should be the yardstick.
Yeah, because if we reduce it to good people, and if the government gets to make that determination, is it my views on certain things, like
that makes me a good
government
person?
surveillance, for instance, that choose whether I determine a gun or not, or
Exactly.
my mental health
Well,
state?
if you really want to decrease violence anyway, what you do is you want to make sure that everybody gets educated. More educated people are less likely to commit acts of violence.
Yeah.
And you don't have the severe socioeconomic inequality that we have in this country, which drives a lot of the poverty and violence. So, I mean, if you really want to solve violence, yes, implement some common sense gun control, but if you don't fix the inequality in society, you're never going to really get rid of the violence.
I couldn't agree with you more.
The big problem, though, in my view, and again, this is just from me, what I've experienced, is that it is my concerned opinion that Americans don't treat guns with the level of respect and responsibility that they really need.
Yeah, the first thing.
When you can go out to a gun show and you can pick out a weapon. Right now, let's not pretend like it's anything other than a weapon. That's exactly what it is. It has one function. It's not a tool. Let's not pretend it's a fucking tool. It's a weapon. When you pick a weapon based on aesthetics or cosmetics, rather, that such as this gun has a pink handle grip, so I'm going to buy that one. You've officially lost your right to buy a gun, as far as I'm concerned. You've missed the point.
Hello Kitty, fucking 1911s.
Yeah,
if you're making a choice as to which weapon to purchase based on something like, ooh, I love that pink stick. No.
I agree with you. If that's the prime criteria, then yeah, I agree with you. But if it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna get this weapon. Now, do I get it in black, gunmetal, or green? Then
Pink. Who cares?
That's or pink. Yeah, exactly. If it's the final deciding factor, sure, why not? But if it's the prime factor, yeah, I agree with you.
You want a pink gun, you spray paint it yourself. It's not that hard. Lazy douchebag.
Don't put children's cartoons on the side of your handle.
Well,
I'm sorry. My point is that, like, I mean, it's not. You're not thinking about the gun in a responsible way at that point, as far as you're just not.
Lenny, you're totally right. I hadn't even thought about it like that. That's actually a really good point. If you're so worried about the way the gun looks, I mean, it's a tool for destruction. Yeah.
Some people think of it almost as a status symbol.
Yeah.
Than anything else. Like,
I have a way to think of it
because whatever. Like, I own a gun, for example. I don't run my mouth about it. It's not a big deal for me. I'm pro-gun rights in general, but I will agree with Lenny. Some of the people out there who are in the same camp are way, way off the deep end when it comes to the whole issue.
It's not a toy. Let's not sit here and act like it's a toy.
No, it's not. It's a tool for killing things. That's it.
It is designed to do exactly one thing, which is destroy whatever you fucking pointed at.
Yeah.
That's all it can do.
Let's put it this way. It's something I'd want to have with me if I find myself having to go to the south side of Chicago.
I have to say this. I was involved in gun rights in my state, and I actually was part of the effort to get the Castle version of Pennsylvania, the Castle Doctrine, which isn't like Florida's. It's completely different. It's more common sense. Yeah. But what drove me away from the gun rights community was I was trying to educate people and push for education and make people understand, how to be safe with guns and things like that. But the people I was around are just conservative freaking nutbags. So, I mean, it's like, I don't even want to be associated with it anymore because you can't have a common sense argument in this country anymore when it comes to guns. Because the fucking nutbags with the AK-47s in Home Depot have taken over the entire discussion.
Yeah, Home Depot.
The NRA used to be very well known for gun education. They had weapons programs even in school to teach kids how to handle guns. We used to have, even here in California, rifle teams, which are just basically shooting at targets. And, you know, even high schools had rifle teams.
Yeah, so I did that at high school.
Yeah, but the NRA screwed that all up by becoming utterly fanatical. They went from education and just sorting basic gun rights and trying to, yeah, as I said, educate people on how to use guns, to be flaming nutbags, and they've hurt the cause, I think, more than anything, you know.
Yeah.
For a lot of people in the West, by the way, the gun is a tool.
I'd prefer to live in a country where we don't have children and teenagers learning how to shoot guns or needing that. That seems ridiculous to me, but I see that it's kind of a necessity sometimes.
Well, needing it and learning it for fun is two different things, though. Completely different things.
And
you can still be a competitive shooter for fun.
Yeah,
and have
there's a lot of
absolutely
cool
no
stuff with that
relation.
with physics, and there's really a lot of math and physics you can get involved with the bench press shooting.
Yeah, I definitely enjoy going to the gun range. I also enjoy shooting off potato cannons and hooking them to propane tanks.
I mean,
it's fun as long as you're doing it safely.
Yeah. I have to call you down on this idea, Jade. I mean, because it's not often that I go toe-to-toe with you, but I'm going to try it now. I find the idea that a weapon, that a gun could be a tool, is just completely. It can't be the case.
Well, what if
it is in no sense a tool?
What if you're right out in the outback somewhere and your main source of food is the animals that you hunt?
Sure. It's still a weapon.
It's a tool.
Yeah, I mean, no, technically he's right. It is a weapon because, like for instance, I take my 44 with me when I go camping because I go to places where there's 400-pound black bears that could show up at your campground at night.
Right.
And sometimes the only thing that'll scare them off is a firearm.
I can make things.
It's still
I can build things with tools. You can only destroy things with a gun. It's all it's for.
Yeah, I get
It depends on your definition of the word tool. But if you've ever raised, well, you know, I've spent a lot of my life living in the country and raising poultry and things like that, and belonging to poultry groups. And when the skunks, when the weasels, they come after your poultry, that is your alternative. You either let them eat all of your animals, or you shoot the little fuckers.
Sure, then shoot them. But I don't think it changes the again, like it troubles me ever so slightly that we're thinking of this thing.
What I'm trying to say is
something other than a very deadly weapon.
It is
well,
a very
anything
deadly
is a weapon in the right hands.
Yeah, technically.
Yes. Baseball bat.
Yeah, but the difference is, come on, guys. I mean, I'm sure I'm not being this unclear. The difference is that the only thing a gun can do is destroy things. Everything else.
Well, not really, because if I'm just shooting at the bear to scare it away, I'm not really trying to destroy anything.
Right, and I can see your point there, but its design function, right? What it is made for. A hammer is not made to kill people with. It's made to pound things.
The end result is if that bear doesn't stop from that shot, I have the gun and the ability to kill as an option. So in the end, you're right, because if it comes down to it, and that thing isn't going to leave me alone, and it's going to come after me, I'm going to put a bullet in its head.
Right. But see, the way I look at things is the way I was raised, because my ancestors were farmers. And a gun is a standard tool. It's considered a tool on a farm. It's there to protect your livestock, and it's there to humanely kill, and yes, kill animals for your to eat, and to go hunting during those lean times when you don't have any animals around that you can eat.
I can see what you're saying there, but I mean, like, Jade, to be quite honest with you, I mean, I grew up on not necessarily a farm, but I grew up around livestock. My dad kept horses and chickens, and he kept a very nice garden as well with some vegetables, carrots, rhubarb. God, I love fresh rhubarb. Apple trees, stuff like that. And when the rabbits would roll into town to go annihilate my father's garden, he'd be out there with the dog, training the dog to fetch a dead rabbit after he shot it. Like, you know what I mean? It was a pastime.
Yeah.
But when he put a gun in my hand, he looked me in the eye and he explained to me, he said that this is not a tool, it's not a toy, it is a gun. It can and will kill whatever you point this at. Please.
No, if you want to be pedantic or pragmatic, you can put it this way: is a fishing rod a tool or a weapon? Because its intended purpose is to catch and kill things.
If you can't tell the difference between a fishing rod and a gun.
You can but the thing is, you can stretch
He's making a good point, though.
Yeah.
We're bickering over language at this point.
Right, and
we know where that ends.
It's just the way we've used the words, because when I first learned to shoot, I was about 10. And my stepfather put a gun in my hand and explained that this was a tool. It had specific uses. It wasn't a toy. It wasn't to play with. The only reason we went out going target practice is so that we knew how to handle it. Because whenever you have a dangerous tool, whether it's a welder, and I've been around welding equipment since I was a kid, whether it's an arc welder or a gas welder, or a machete, or anything like that, any kind of tool, you have to understand how it's used, what it's used for, and what its dangers are.
And when to use it.
And when to use it. So, and I had extensive instruction on how to use weapons, and most of the members of my family did too. The only point I'm trying to say is I understand your point, and it's just a difference in language. The way I grew up and the way my ancestors, or the more recent ones here in this country, looked at guns as if they were tools, but they didn't have AK-47s. They had rifles and shotguns. They didn't even have pistols because there's no use for a pistol on a farm.
I get very concerned as kind of like an outsider looking in on the American culture, especially since I live in the South. I mean, a lot of people don't view Florida as South America, South America, the southern regions of America. Right. I do.
It is.
It is like this is deep South.
It's the South, at least in northern part of Florida.
When I hear motherfuckers come out with nonsense saying, like, you know, if anyone breaks into my house, I'ma shoot him, or if Obama takes over the country, I'ma go in the woods with Jerry with a 6 of PBR and my rifle.
Don't mess with Jerry's cabin out in Danbury Woods.
I'm in central Pennsylvania. It's like any place in the South here.
You're not being responsible enough with your weapons. Therefore, I am compelled to try and take them away from you because I no longer trust you.
Maybe I shouldn't tell you this, but if you drive around any road around here, you'll look around in the more rural areas. Every sign along the road is shot up.
Oh yeah, that's
People
standard.
fucking just drive down the road when they're bored and shoot at road signs.
Well, that's mostly kids.
Yeah, but still,
don't make excuses for them. Don't make excuses for them.
There's an entire 30-mile stretch of road up here where every sign has bullet holes in it.
Yeah, I'm not making. This isn't making excuses for them. This is just a fact of life. It's something that kids do in rural areas. They go out and shoot at.
Not in my town, baby. Not where I grew up.
Right. Well, and what I'm talking about is the Midwest. The South is a very strange land to me. I'm familiar with the Midwest and the West. I also have recent relatives who were actually cowboys and lived on and worked cattle ranches. And again, if a cow breaks its leg, you humanely put it down with your rifle. And so this is what I was taught. I'm just saying this is the way I was taught. It is a tool that has specific uses. You're not supposed to use it outside those uses. And it has some very, very strict rules to go with it.
I was actually going to make a point out of
shooting
that.
signs than meth.
The weapons history in the States, or in the Midwest especially, is very different than, say, here in Northern Europe, where weapons in general has always been seen as something that's used to harm people at least here for the longest period of time, because it's only been involved in wars. Mm-hmm. While in the Midwest, with big ranches, with wildlife, with cattle and those kind of things, it's something you had to have, which makes the history of it completely different.
Well, there's another aspect to this too. It was survival. Even with my stepfather, during the 1930s in the Depression, he and his dad used to go out with their .22 rifles and shoot rabbits. That was the only way they ate. And you may think this has gone away, but I knew someone in the 1970s who used to take the .22 out and go down in the culverts in Riverside to shoot rabbits because that's what they ate. I have cousins living in Washington State. If they couldn't hunt and fish, they would not eat. There are still people living in a subsistence lifestyle today. And in my grandparents' era, it was even more severe out in South Dakota. If you couldn't hunt pheasant and deer and other animals, you didn't eat. It was that simple. And this is what I'm trying to point out. This is very close to a lot of people, especially in the Midwest and the West, and the, they said the Pacific Northwest as well, because this is just a couple generations away where hunting was necessary, and it's still necessary for some people.
This is, I mean, the first thing I just want to point out, like, yeah, you're right. Sure, if you have to hunt to survive, then yeah, a gun is a very, very useful weapon, and like single barrel shotguns that require a reload after each shot.
Which is what I have.
Sure, yeah, I know, and my father has something similar. He uses it to hunt pheasant, mostly for game and for sport, and to hunt foxes with them, and to keep the, as my father calls them, the festering fuckers out of his garden, i.e. rabbits.
Mm-hmm. I just choose
damn varmints.
Pretty much.
I just use I have a BB pistol that I use for that. It doesn't hurt, doesn't kill them, but it's a great persuader.
Oh yeah, sure, but I mean, I'm quite honest. I'm quite happy to let my father use the shotgun because after you pick out the buckshot, I don't know, braised coney tastes delicious.
I love rabbit. I love rabbit, but I live in a school zone, and I can't shoot to kill the rabbit, the bunnies in my garden. So I just use my BB gun. And I also have a slingshot, but that I use to kill gophers.
I'm my desire to hunt anymore is just going away. I don't really feel like the need to go out and kill things anymore, like I did when I was younger, when I was hunting with my dad.
And most of us don't anymore, but that legacy still lives on, and some people need to be taught that we don't need that anymore. Not only that, most cops will tell you if you have a pistol in your home and you do not know how to use it, the odds are it's going to be taken away from you by the bad guy, because that's what happens most of the time.
Well, I live in an area where 3 out of 4 homes have like deer heads hanging on the walls. So yeah. I mean, it's
what a fucking safe is for.
But again, I think that I don't think we're arguing so much about language. I think my big argument is with, as I said before, attitude.
Yeah.
And I feel that the attitude in this country, given everything that's happened just across the last 15 years, 14 years really, since 2000 alone, is just shocking.
Yeah, this generation of gun owners is not as responsible as the generation she's talking about.
No, generation in general, isn't it?
In 1996, in March 13th, I think it was March 13th, it was March something. There's a memorial for it every year, and I always fucking forget. But in a place called Dunblane in Scotland, there was an incident where a gunman, a 43-year-old guy named, I think it was Thomas Hamilton, walked into a primary school. Now, a primary school houses children anywhere from ages 5 to 12. Walked in there armed to the teeth, and he just opened up. I mean, what can you say? He discharged about 743 cartridges of ammunition.
Yeah, I remember that.
Point blank range at school children. Most of the victims were age 5, with a few teachers splattered in there. I think people in their 40s, whatever else. But there was 17 victims. 17 deaths, sorry. Other people were shot, but there were 17 deaths. I think it was 15 of them were 5-year-olds, or people around that age. I don't know if most Americans can imagine what a 5-year-old looks like when its head's been blown to little bits. But you can just try and imagine that yourself and let that image ruminate. But that was enough to sort of shake the country to its foundation, and the rest of Western Europe to its foundation, that it sparked a massive reconsideration of gun responsibility, gun ownership, and when Brian mentioned those completely oppressive gun laws that were in place, that the Dunblane incident was the primary mover behind that. It was what got the ball rolling, for heaven's sake. 16, 15 or so 5-year-olds just shot point blank, dead. And I don't know how many times it's happened in this country since I've been here, 3 that I can remember off the top of my head, but we still have the same ignorant fucktards saying, no, you don't understand, it's my right as an American, it is my freedom to have this weapon and to own it and to have as many of them as I want, and I can walk down the street carrying them, and I don't give a shit if you don't like it, but because I'm an American and I get to do that. As far as I'm concerned, you're not nearly responsible enough to reduce another person's life to point and click if you want to, and I don't trust you.
Why do you hate America, Lenny? Why do you hate America?
I love America. I love America. It's just for the fucking Americans.
Good night,
That's
man.
the trouble.
Good night, well, and yeah, because the way that people talk about guns now, I find shocking. And I was raised in it's a family, a culture, both West and Midwest, that looked at guns as just standard equipment. But we're not talking, 45 caliber pistols. We're talking rifles and shotguns for hunting and for use on the farm. And as again, I went through extensive. Brian and I actually had a long talk about this because his upbringing was similar to mine about exactly how to handle a gun. And this is the way my cousins were taught. This is the way my parents were used to be taught by their usually their fathers and grandfathers and uncles and that. And I find it absolutely shocking when I hear people talk about guns casually, because it's not something casual. One of the first things I got drilled into my mind is where to point the damn thing, because I was taught to, to look at every single weapon as if it is loaded and ready to go off.
But the problem isn't guns. It's this. It is the laws. They need reform. But the real problem, if you really want to be honest about it, is the fucking people. They're stupid.
Yeah.
The culture is stupid. There's an anti-intellectualism in this country. I just had a discussion on my page where you can be an athlete and be proud of it. You can be a musical genius and be proud of it. You can have any talent and be proud of it. But if you dare are proud of your intelligence, you're an arrogant fuck and you're an asshole.
Yeah, and, Canada has a lot of guns. They have a lot of guns. There's a lot of rural space. There's a lot of country. There's a lot of country. There are a lot of places where people need to have weapons nearby. Yeah, polar bears. And moose can go crazy. Yet they don't have the problem we do. Because
they don't
have that. They don't have the nutty gun culture that America has.
Yeah, exactly.
It's combined. It's a lot of that culture is combined with the rabid religious theocratic bullshit that goes on in this country. And
you're against Jesus.
Right.
Yourself.
I want guns to protect myself from those people.
And there's something people forget. When people are arguing, I have a right to own guns, there's never been laws restricting guns and everything like that. Well, actually, there have. As a Westerner, I can tell you this. And you can actually see it in the movies, and I had relatives who were completely immersed in Western culture and Western history, and I've read a lot of the books. I wish I'd gotten some of them when my uncle died. In the Old West, you've probably seen this in movies, people would come to town, and they'd hand their sidearms over to, they lock them in the hotel, or they'd hand them over to the sheriff. You weren't allowed to have pistols in town. Not only that, people often came to town with their buckboards with a shotgun or a rifle, and they kept them under the seat. You did not wander around these Wild West towns with guns. There were laws against that. In some, like with pistols, there were laws against it. With things like your shotgun, usually shotguns too. People don't seem to get that. People in the Old West really couldn't shoot that well, because they were like farmers and ranchers. You needed a shotgun to hit something, so they keep the shotgun under the seat in the buckboard because the culture said you don't wander around carrying guns. And if you did decide to wander up and down the street with your rifle or shotgun, the sheriff was likely to go, "Do you have a problem? Why are you carrying that around? Don't you think you better go put it back on your horse or in your buckboard?" Because no, these old Wild West towns did not allow you to run around carrying guns.
Can I just make a point very quickly here? That I think kind of shows you where I'm at. Baseline statistics that I've been looking up whilst you guys have been talking. Do you know how many school shootings, just keeping it on that, there has been in Western Europe, by which I mean Ireland, England, Scotland, Wales, and France, since 2000? Just ballpark me a number.
I'm tempted to say 1, just to give a number, instead of saying 0.
No, the correct answer is 0. Not a 1, not one since the Dunblane incident in the late 90s. Do you know how many there have been in America in the same amount of time?
Or a few hundred?
Close. 48. Now, we're not talking about gun incidents, which happen daily, routinely in this country.
I see what you mean.
We're talking about your babies, your kids. All right? Look me in the eye and tell me this country doesn't have a gun problem. As an adult, look me in the fucking eye and tell me that this country doesn't have a problem with gun responsibility.
I'll actually disagree with you here and say it's not the gun that's the issue there, it's the people. Though the availability of guns doesn't
please don't
help.
misunderstand me. Halsey, please don't misunderstand me. What I mean when I say that is that when I say a gun problem, I mean the people have a problem with the level of responsibility that they're treating their guns. You're quite right. It is a
I'll agree with you on that.
You might want to do a little bit more research, Lenny, because I can almost guarantee you that the majority of those people, if not all of them, were probably on some serious antidepressant medication.
Or mentally ill.
Yeah. Yes.
Regardless, what does that mean? That doesn't.
That goes back to the mental health issue in healthcare.
Yes, I should also point out that if you look up where a lot of the school shootings take place, they take place in parts of the U.S. which have stricter gun control laws. I live in Iowa, which is an open carry state, which has one of the lowest violent crime rates in the U.S. So, like, the argument that, at least as far as the U.S. goes, that gun control laws reduce violent crime, no, it's not necessarily true.
Though, I'll say that the availability of guns doesn't actually help the problem, though. I think that's the main issue he tried to raise.
It's saying America has a gun problem. It's kind of like saying America has a drug problem.
It's kind of like a recipe that you put together and it just comes out to something really shitty. It's a combination of ignorance and lack of education, anti-intellectualism, a poor healthcare system, and easy access to guns. You throw all that stuff and those risk factors along with it, and you're going to come up with a pretty shitty situation for gun violence.
Out of curiosity, is it legal? I know it differs from state to state, but as a general answer, is it legal to store a weapon ready to fire? I'm not talking ammunition in the chamber, but
that depends on where it's being stored. If it's in your house, yes, it's perfectly legal.
Yeah.
In general, in your car, no.
If in Pennsylvania, if you have a carry permit, yes.
Because here in Norway, any firearm that you own, to store it in your home has to be stored in 3 separate pieces in 3 separate safes that all have different methods of access.
Oh wow, that's ridiculous.
You have to understand that the United States is a little different because every state has its own laws that vary, and there are different even for storage requirements and carrying, and whether you can open carry or conceal carry, or whether you can carry in the parks or wherever. Right. It's all dependent on the state laws. In Pennsylvania, we have actually more liberal gun laws than most states, even Texas.
Yeah,
same with Iowa.
If I have my rifle, or my
Texans don't like them damn liberals.
Yeah. if I have my rifle or my shotgun and I've got it in my car, if it's not in the trunk of my car, it has to be open and visible. It has to be unloaded, and the ammo has to be someplace else. So, for example, I can have the gun unloaded on the back seat, where it clearly visible to any police officer walking up, and I would have the ammo in the glove compartment.
Again, here in Norway, if you're transporting a firearm, the firing pin or any equivalent of it must be stored in a separate locked box from the rest of the gun, as well as the ammunition being separate.
Yeah, I can pretty much guarantee that there's no law like that in America, at least as far as storing it in your house.
And to me, that makes sense.
Right.
But that's because
we can't
I'm
shoot
from where I'm
Obama,
from.
man. We need to shoot Obama and be ready.
And now you've just got the NSA interested in this.
Yeah.
Hang on, I've got to say something though. It's really fucked up. I mean, throughout U.S. history, it's illegal to threaten a U.S. official. Now all of a sudden, everyone's doing it and getting away with it. What the fuck? Anyway, sorry.
I'm sorry, guys. I tell you what I'm doing right now. I'm just going through the school shootings in America situation, and I mean, just looking at this here. June 10th, 2014, Troutdale, Oregon, 2 dead, 1 injured. A school. June 5th, 2014, Seattle, Washington, 1 dead, 3 injured. The Isla Vista incident in California, 7 dead, 13 injured on May 23rd. We're going back by weeks at this point.
No, I get you. That's horrible.
May
but
14th,
I get you.
May 8th, May 5th, May 4th. That's 4 in 2 weeks, guys.
Actually, Lenny, you want some information that'll kind of tip your hat? I mean, this is actually interesting. Since the early 2000s...
This is shocking!
No, listen to this. According to the early 2000s, according to FBI data, the actual crime, the shootings, overall shootings with weapons has actually gone down over the years. It's lower than it's not ever been, but it's gone down over the last 10 plus years.
The national violent crime rate in the United States has been declining since the 90s.
Correct, yes.
Mm.
So I mean,
as another example, Chicago, which is where I grew up, has one of the highest, gun violence rates in the U.S. And it's also one of the most restrictive states when it comes to gun laws. Like, it's not, you can't conceal carry or open carry or anything there. And I wish you could, because there are some parts of Chicago that I would rather have my gun with me when I walk around it.
Sounds like you need to move, Kevin. Seriously.
Well, I don't live there anymore. I live in Iowa, which is a lot different.
I find this idea that, that the people kind of trot out where they're like, oh, well, people with, there's more crime in places that have stricter gun laws because no one's armed to protect themselves. Do you understand? Until I moved to this country, I did not live in a culture where people were armed to the teeth and we all fucking get along fine, or at least not in the same way. Well, oh, there's more crime in places that has better gun or more strict gun control. I grew up in a country where there's complete gun control, complete and utter gun control.
That's a political
There have been no school shootings in 20 years, and in 10 you guys have had 48. You had 4 in a week.
Timothy has covered pretty much all the reasons why these are happening, though. He laid out a couple different reasons, and they're very valid reasons. Seriously.
The Virginia Tech shooting. That guy should not have had a gun. The problem was the Virginia State Police didn't, in the Virginia State, they didn't report his being 302'd, and that he should have not been allowed to own a firearm because he had been involuntarily committed. Because in a lot of places in our country, that's the problem. The laws are there to prevent these crazy people from getting guns, but a lot of times they do anyway because the paperwork doesn't get filed. There's no system. What we need is a uniform system of record keeping for this type of stuff on a federal level with the check system, so that all the proper medical documents that need to be filed are filed. And then we also need medical reform in our country as far as the healthcare system to better make sure that we filter out mentally ill people and get them treated, and offer people healthcare so that we don't have a bunch of people wandering around with untreated mental illnesses.
Timothy, baby, I'm hearing you and I'm getting you, and I 100% agree. That's you're 100% correct, and you'll not hear me disagree with one single thing you said there. All of it's correct. All of it's intelligent. I'm offering just a simpler solution. No one fucking gets the things.
That won't happen, right? That's a political impossibility.
We can't do that.
I would like to live in a world where
again, not to sound like a dick, but Western Europe pulled it off. Everyone's fine.
We have a constitution. To be able to change that, we would have to change the Constitution. And that is a very long, arduous, and difficult process, and is not likely to happen anytime soon.
Not to mention, it's a deeply integral part of the culture right now, so it would probably take several generations to pull it through.
You're talking about pragmatism, where basically it's like if you tell people what you're saying, you're going to shut down the argument. But if you just try to maybe suggest that what I said, where you do the healthcare and you improve education and you do social reforms, then I think you'll get the same effect, or the best effect that you could possibly get. Whereas if you're not going to get anywhere at all.
The death of your children isn't good argument enough.
Yeah, but I'm thinking about the reality of trying to convince other people from that perspective in this country, and you'll never do it.
I would like to live in a world where, you know, guns didn't exist. I would like to live in a world where nuclear weapons didn't exist. But I'm a pragmatist. I realize that is not the world I live in. If it was the world I live in, I wouldn't own a gun.
Guns are big money, man.
Not to mention they're fun. Let's be honest, shooting guns is fun.
Not to
It's
me.
fun to go to the range.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh yeah, yeah, it is.
I really enjoy just shooting on targets, but that's because I find it fun.
I enjoy firing off potato cannon too, and that's not really a weapon. It's not a very practical one. It's still fun though.
My favorite gun is my Henry 22, the cowboy loop on it. I love that little gun. It's fun to shoot that thing.
But the thing is, yeah, I like target practice too. I've got a pellet gun. I've got my BB gun. I've got a 22 rifle. I've got a 12 gauge shotgun. I have a little wrist you know, it's like a little crossbow thingy. I have with my slingshot. I like anything that is target. I love to go out in the backyard and shoot baskets. I love darts. If there's something that you can throw at a target, I love it. You know, that to me is just cool. Any kind of target thing. It is. But yeah, guns are fun. I mean, let's face it. But you have to.
That's such a wrong attitude.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, you have to learn.
They're not supposed to be fun. A Game Boy is fucking fun.
Yeah.
Target shooting is fun. Paintball is fun.
Guns are deeply embedded in this culture, but I agree. I mean, it's going to take a couple generations for that to go away, and it should go away. I agree with Owen completely. I hate it.
Right.
It's terrible when the reality when we've come to a reality when we live in a civilized country, that it's a genuine concern to send your child to school for fear of being shot.
Yeah.
Eventually, guns are going to get phased out by technology. We're going to end up with something that's going to replace traditional firearms. That maybe will have like a phaser type technology. You know.
Let's be honest here. If you actually want to cause harm these days, you don't do it by guns. You go out, buy some store-bought chemicals, and put them in the air system in some building, and you just kill everyone inside it. If you really want to be a dick,
put thought into this.
What? As a child of the 60s and 70s, I'd like to ask, what happened to Molotov cocktails?
Yeah, right?
I mean, seriously.
They went out of style after Labor Day.
Yeah, they. Yeah. Oh, you just like you can't wear white. You can't use Molotov cocktails after Labor Day, because this is the terrorism that I grew up around. Everybody had Molotov cocktails, and they were throwing them at everything, and they're pretty effective. But I mean, yes, you can make. But yeah, they're out of fashion. It's kind of funny to think that a terrorist weapon is out of fashion.
My point was that my point was that if you're an individual that consciously want to cause harm and suffering, there's plenty of better ways to go about it. The cases where you have school shootings and those kind of things, those are people that would snap with anything they can grab and hold in their hands.
Yeah.
Do you consider the people in America to be that vastly psychologically different from people in other countries that have very, very strict, other countries, not just states, but countries, that have much more stricter gun control?
No, I'm just saying that they have it available. That's why it happens.
So, and that's my concern. It's the level of availability and lack of control on what people can get, and the lack of moral responsibility. For heavens, it's genuinely. I don't have a gun. I'm going to say it here on the internet. I don't have a gun. The big reasons I don't have a gun in my home is that, firstly, I don't want to kill people. And secondly, there's nothing in my home that's worth murdering someone for.
I don't think anybody who owns a gun really wants to kill people, or not anyone, but most.
You gotta hang out here in Central Florida, my man. I see motherfuckers sitting on their porches just waiting. They talk about it with a
those are the assholes. But like somebody like me, like if I'm in a self-defense situation, the first thing, even when I'm shooting somebody, I'm not going to shoot to kill. I'm just shooting for center body mass. I'm not hoping I kill that person. I'm just doing the best thing that's tactically available to me at the moment. And then if I'm going to shoot somebody, I'm only going to do that if I have no other option. No other option.
I think this is the first time I've even mentioned that I have a gun, and I don't want to kill people. But I mean,
you don't want to live with that shit. I know. I've met people who have had to kill other people. You don't want that on your conscience, even in self-defense. You don't want to have that on your that baggage. Nobody wants that.
Yeah.
And I think also, just to talk about the availability of it, I live in a society where it's very, 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 very extremely unlikely that anyone you walk past will be armed by anything, being a stabbing weapon or a firing weapon. And like if it comes to let's say it comes to physical confrontations, something escalates. It can be anything. It can be you looked at me wrong or you crashed in my car, whatever. Usually, just the hint of one party being willing to utter physical force on you is enough to de-escalate the situation. But like it's so easy to, like, if you have something on your belt and just draw it. That's my big problem with weapons. It's not that they're made to kill. It's not that they're this and that. It's the readily availability. Like I said, here, if you're transporting a weapon here, it has to be, like, the firing pin has to be physically outside the weapon, and the ammunition has to be stored separately, just by transporting it. So it's not even an option, assuming you're following the rules. It's not even an option to draw it, unless you say, can you give me like 50 seconds so I can assemble my weapon and load ammo and shoot you, right? It's the same for even like purpose criminals. In pretty much every single case, just the mere threat of physical violence is enough. If someone walks up to me and, like, let's say two guys threaten to beat me if I don't give them my phone and my wallet, well, here, have my phone and my wallet. What the fuck? I'm not gonna escalate it by drawing on a firearm, especially not if they already have something pointed at me, right?
I think
you just see these, and I know this isn't the norm. But you see these cases of even as something as silly as fender benders that end up costing lives because they argue and it just escalates and they start shooting. Like it's just silly.
There's a very different culture with America with regard than Norway, I'm sure. And one of the things is, and Timothy pointed it out earlier, is there's a huge divide between rich and poor in this country, and it's getting worse every single day. And this fuels it in a big way. Because people are very much at their last thread, and they need to do anything to survive, and tensions escalate, and you get shit that happens like this.
Falling down, that's a great example of what, that movie. That's exactly where a lot of people are at.
Yeah.
Has anybody here seen the movie L.A. Story?
No.
Okay, that was a while back. It's Steve Martin. And I just want to ask it because it's making fun of Southern California culture, and there's this one scene where there's an altercation on the freeway and everybody pulls out their guns. I mean, some of it's pretty funny. Like, he goes up to the ATM, he gets money out, and he's in line for the ATM. And his term, he gets up the ATM and he turns back, and there's this other line there, and a guy walks up to him and says, "Hi, my name's Robert," or whatever. "I'll be your robber for the evening." And he goes, "Oh, hello, Robert." Hands him some money. Robert goes away. He goes away, and the next robber in line comes up, and the next person comes from the ATM, and, "Hi, I'm your robber this evening." It's a funny movie, but it makes fun of stuff like that. But that scene, it's like everybody's pulling out their gun and shooting every which direction. That doesn't really happen, but it does point out that a lot of people's attitudes toward this.
Here's what fucking scares me is you got these crazy religious wackos that want to take and make Jesus their government, and they're stockpiling weapons, buying ammo you go to the stores most places. It's kind of slowed down now, but there's ammo. People are buying ammo box after box after box after box, and they weren't using it for target practice. They're either one preparing for the upcoming race war, or two, they're doing like the fucking Bundy Ranch people, where they're going there trying to provoke a civil war with the federal government.
Preppers.
And that's exactly what those people were doing. They had the intent of provoking the federal government into civil conflict. We have these people in our country, and it's not a small number of people. It's fucking scary. I'm fucking frightened of this.
One of these days, these idiots are going to blow themselves up. You can't keep ammo forever.
Now, out of curiosity, do the people that swear by this whole "we need an active militia" thing think that the soldiers in the United States Army will just on a whim turn around starting shooting their own families because the president said so?
Some of them do.
Yeah, some of them do.
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah.
In fact, in a lot of the civil conflict scenarios that the Pentagon does, they always factor in a certain portion of the military breaking off and segmenting off, and because they know that'll happen if there's ever a civil war in this country.
But if you look at history in this country, even if you look at the civil rights era, in the South, because I was around at the time, I remember this vividly. In the South, one of the reasons some of the people, including, what's his name, the governor that I can't think of right now who got shot. But anyway, they did what they did because they didn't think the American government was going to do anything about it. The keeping up segregation and what have you, and using dogs to keep children out of school. And then when the president called up the National Guard, they thought, oh, no problem, these are our local boys. They aren't going to do anything. Yeah, right. When they called up the National Guard did what it was supposed to do, and the dogs went from keeping the kids into school to standing by and keeping the nutcases away while the kids could go to school. Yeah. So the National Guard does follow the president, and they're very worried about this. Some of them actually think that the National Guard will be used, and I've talked to people who believe this. They believe that the National Guard will be used against civilians.
Well, with the trends the way they are, and with the separation between poor and rich, and everything getting worse in this country, it'll come to that. It really will. Civil disturbances will become a daily event, and it'll become national. So it'll happen. It will, given enough time.
We're headed there. Even the rich people know it's coming. The guy from Amazon, that investor, he was writing to the other rich people saying, hey, listen, guys, we need to fix this because the pitchforks are fucking coming.
Yeah.
Guys, no, it's not going to happen. This has happened before. Been there, done that. We even had the crazies out in the woods with the guns and the stockpiling of weapons before, back in the 1970s. This is a cyclic thing. The whole gap between the rich and the poor is a cyclic thing. I've heard this story before. Back in the 70s, everybody thought the revolution was going to come every minute because people were, worn down by the government. The taxes were too high. All the rich people had all the money. You have to understand the story you're telling is a story that's been told.
But not since the 70s. The levels we're at now are more like 1920s. The wealth inequality, especially the income. Is right around where in 1923 or something. We're like pre-depression socioeconomic inequality.
Well, that's because we had a depression, except nobody bothered to call it that.
I like the way you worded that. That was perfect.
But how do you think it's going to turn around, though? Seriously, I mean, we're at a national debt level that's insane. That's
irrelevant.
How is it irrelevant?
The national debt level
I really don't think it's irrelevant.
Not irrelevant.
It's not just the United States; it's the worldwide global inequality.
That question: how do you think this is going to end?
People focus on the national debt way too much. It's owing ourselves money for the most part. It's not what's important. It really isn't, because we could crank up the national debt practically forever, and it's not going to make a difference because we'll just change the rules.
I'm interrupting for a second, guys. Hey, Owen, you still there?
Yeah, sir.
Do me a favor, open up Q&A and read the comment that's in there from Rico.
Let me just open up Q&A here. I'm going to click on the fucking things and read the comment from Rico.
Okay.
Shall I read it out loud?
Please.
Go ahead.
Okay. I carried a gun on my hip in Los Angeles for 10 years for a living. If you're not actively training every day, it's silly to think that you're going to come through like a movie hero, and that's even when you have everything going for you. Life ain't a movie.
He is absolutely right.
Yep.
Yeah.
There are no perfect scenarios. Never.
Nope.
That's one thing that's bothered me. Like when you have had those kind of like movie theater shootings and stuff, and people are like, "Well, if just more people in that theater had guns to kill the people that were killing people," so how do you see a positive outcome having more guns in a crowded, dark, stressful environment with untrained people? How do you see that to be a positive outcome?
Have you seen the experiments they've done with that? There's actually videos on YouTube. I'm not sure what to look for to find them. But what they did was they got all these people in a university classroom. They thought they were there for something else altogether. And some of these people were very experienced with guns, and they had guns with them. And then they had somebody come charging in with weapons to, like, kidnap the teacher. And, of course, all the guns were not loaded, so all these people who thought they knew stuff about guns, one guy is standing there fumbling with the gun, he'd have been freaking dead. So they've actually done these experiments with using people who think, you know, they've interviewed them before, and they go, oh, I know how to use guns, I've used all my guns all my life. In an emergency, I do this, and the other thing. So they put them in that situation, and they completely fail.
I know that study you're talking about, and the problem I have with that is it wasn't scientific at all, because the guy who was coming in knew exactly where the person was going to be and what seat they were going to be with the gun. They didn't have a very scientific approach to the way they did that. I'd love to see a scenario like that where they actually did it scientifically, but the one that you're talking about, they didn't.
Right. Well, they did several of them, but you're right, it wasn't scientific. However, the interesting point is to watch the reaction of the people. And the fact that they're completely... See, when an emergency happens, you don't know what you're going to do. This is one of the reasons I hate these scenarios that people say, what would you do if? Because none of us know what we would do if. And... Yeah, you're right, it wasn't done scientifically, but if you look at the videos and you look at the people who have guns and they think they know how to use guns, the guy's trying to pull a gun out of his pants and he can't.
Here's the problem. People don't train properly with that carry, which is what they should do, because the most important thing for being able to use your gun in self-defense, especially if you carry, is muscle memory. Every time you pull that gun out, you do it with the way that you would do it if you were defending yourself, and you do that constantly. Every time you go to the range, you practice. And you do those motions, and you get them in. You program that muscle memory into your reactions, so that when you actually have to use your gun in a self-defense situation, you're prepared. And a lot of people just throw a gun in a holster and expect that they're just going to, in a panicked mode, be able to pull it out. The only thing that helps you in those situations is that muscle memory, the reaction, the ability to just instinctively do it, that you've trained yourself.
If you have to think about it, you'll fail.
Quick draw.
Can I say there is a bright side to this? We're seeing an increasing number of men shooting their penises off. This is actually true.
Yeah,
and
so I don't find the funny side of that.
Well, this is natural selection in action. This is natural selection in action.
That's a really dark and funny and awesome point. Thank you.
Doug, stand up on that. You know, do incentivized eugenics.
Yeah, but I have a friend of mine whose ex-husband almost killed himself because he was practicing quick draw, and the guy practiced quick draw constantly, so he was good at it, and then he almost killed himself.
You're gonna draw your gun. Don't put your finger on the trigger when you're pulling it out of the holster.
And that's all for muscle memory too. Like you just every time you pick up your gun, you put your finger along the the side, and you don't put it in, you don't grab the trigger.
How the hell do you shoot your penis off?
Because they're trying
to... derp, that's why.
Because people fucking carry revolvers around with no holster, and they throw them in their fucking pocket.
Yes, yeah, or they shoot. A lot of them because they stick them down the front of their pants. Yeah. And then they go to pull them, and like you said, when they're pulling them, they're numbnuts now. They're pulling them with their finger on the freaking trigger.
Yeah.
You don't put your finger on the trigger. You put it on the trigger guard there, and you pull the gun out, and then you can put it in the, I mean, assuming you want to freaking pull it out. But so you're getting these guys who are, oh, what you fucking said about me, I'm gonna, Yeah.
Unless it's a war situation of some kind that would require it, I would never carry a handgun without a holster ever.
No. Yeah, and if you're going to carry, use retention too, because that's another safety thing. Like that's where a lot of people get their guns taken, is they wear holsters where they don't have retention, and and you need to have that so nobody can just grab your gun and pull it away from you.
Right.
Yeah, and then there's also different levels of retention too. Like police officers usually have level 3 or level 2 or level 3 retention, where you have like a button and a switch or something like that. You have to do both to get it out. Yeah, so.
I like the one I had on my my Glock in the Air Force. You had to. I'm not sure what class that would be in your system, but it was basically just something you pressed down on it and then flipped it forward because it was over the rest or over the handle of the Glock. So pushed it down and pushed it forwards, and then you can draw your Glock.
That's a level 2 retention holster.
Okay.
Yeah. When there's like it's level 2 would be like two steps to pull the gun out. Level 1 would be like where they have like the trigger lock, where the button where you push the button in and pull it out. That's usually like a conceal retention. And then what you're talking about is more like for like a duty weapon for a police officer.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's the exact same thing as the police has available. So, but it's like again, it was in the Air Force. So I've never actually carried it in a holster as a civilian. I've never carried a handgun on the body as a civilian, period. I've only had it laying on a table for shooting.
Oh, and another point, and this is one of the inaccuracies in a lot of Westerns, because you'll see people with the 6-shooter and you'll hear them shooting off 6 shots. No, that didn't happen. They always kept the trigger on an empty chamber.
Yep.
So you didn't have 6 shots, you had 5. That's because the people who depended on having pistols knew that you could shoot your balls off.
Yeah. When you have a semi, you don't want to keep my ball either. You want to load that magazine and don't rack it. Just I know people that go around and they carry that's even more dangerous because it's easier for those to malfunction sometimes, depending on the make and model.
Right, and my 12-gauge shotgun is a single shot, and I've never carried it around loaded. It's one single chamber, single shot. But if you know how to use a weapon, you know how to chamber one pretty quickly.
See, but this is stuff that I'm talking about with the education and
right.
That a lot of people you can just go buy a gun and like I was at a gun show once and the lady was like, it's weird. I have to do more to buy a car than I do to have to buy a gun. And like you have to at least take a driving course to learn how to drive a vehicle. If you're gonna have a gun, I don't see what the big problem is with getting some training. What's it gonna hurt?
Again, just to draw.
License.
Yeah.
To draw a parallel to Norway again, to own a handgun here, like a pistol or a revolver, you have to be an active member of a gun shooting club for 6 months before you can even apply to owning a weapon. And then after that, you can get a yes or no, and then you have to apply for the specific weapon you want.
That would never fly here. Never fly here.
All I have to say is to the point. What's it gonna hurt to take a course? You damn dirty liberals can't make me learn. Fuck you.
Well, I'm a gun owner, okay, and I would have absolutely no problem having to get a license and have to show up every so often to show that I knew how to load
Well,
my
they
gun.
use the slippery slope fallacy to try to make if we do this, then Nazis.
Yeah, I know. But
Nazis.
You have to take a test to be able to drive a car. And when you get to a certain age, you have to take driving tests again. Now, in a lot of states, I don't know if it's in every state, but you actually have to go and take a driving test again. And you have to take a vision test, and you have to take the written test. I don't see what the big deal would be to go, and I know, dirty liberals, to go down every 5 years or so to the sheriff's or police rifle range or weapons range, and to show them that you know how to shoot your gun.
Well, it's not a foreign concept. To get a hunting license, you have to do hunting education to be able to go in the woods and shoot an animal here.
Mm-hmm.
So but not to actually buy the gun. So it's not. It's like it's just this psychological stupidity with people where they just have it in their head that because they're being required to go take a class to learn how to use something responsibly, so that the society is at least comforted by the fact that they've been educated on how to use something safely that could kill people. Freedom.
Freedom, America.
Yeah, goddamn freedom! You coming after my freedom?
Number one!
I think we've established that all the gun owners in this hangout are not dumbass hicks.
Yeah,
Yay
really.
for not being dumbass hicks.
I do have cousins that are married.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, to each other, I assume?
Yeah, I was going to say, cousins that are married, that's not very unusual, bro.
To each other.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah. Well, I have relatives who live in northeastern Washington State. They all have guns. They all drink too much. And yeah, I'm glad I don't live there.
Drinking too much.
And they go drink and use guns. People do that all the time. It's fucking.
There's a bunch of brothers and their kids and so on and so forth. And yeah, they get drunk and mad at each other and they pull their guns on each other. We're just really surprised that nobody's shot anybody yet.
They sell Busch Light in camo cans here.
How the hell do you find the can?
It's like, why don't you just encourage people to drink while they're out hunting?
Can you please
What's even
explain?
scarier is a meth head on with a gun. That's fucking scary.
Can you please explain to me what, and I know that I'm going no true Scotsman, can you please explain to me what real man would drink Busch Light? I mean, Bud Light or any kind of light beer?
Light or any of the piss water that you gotta sell?
I mean, I'm sitting here with a lovely Stone IPA.
I've got some
vodka, so I don't give a shit. Anyway.
But
I've got a bottle of double black Johnny Walker here.
You're a big, tough hunter, gun owner, whatever, and you're drinking light beer? What the
My figure is important.
Hey, good for you. I'll give a devil's advocate argument for that, because I live in a college town and shitty-ass beer is pretty popular here. If you want to, have something to drink all night, or you want to do, beer bongs or something like that, having a light beer is not a bad thing. You wouldn't want to beer bong a fucking IPA. It's a bad idea.
Oh yeah, but that's when you're young in college. You grow up and you
Why would you want to do a beer bong anyway?
I'm not saying it's my thing. I said devil's advocate argument.
Okay. When I was in my 20s, I was famous for being able to chug an entire pitcher of beer.
Yeah.
I used to have chugging contests with pitchers of beer at the bar, and I always won. Because you're an idiot when you're in your 20s.
Jade, I know I'm tired, but you were sitting there having a chugging contest, and your opponent was a pitcher of beer.
No, I was chugging a pitcher of beer.
Oh, I get it.
You totally misheard that.
Yeah.
There's this photograph of
chugging the pitcher.
Jade won against the pitcher of beer.
Just photograph her painting of a beer in front of her. Oh, I told you.
Someone draw
I might have missed a point here, but what's the point in playing a drinking game where the entire purpose is to get drunk and not drink alcohol?
That's the point of
getting drunk.
Well, and let me tell you something.
He raised a good point.
I only did this because I suddenly realized how incredibly stupid this was and how I'd started something that could be potentially dangerous, and I felt really bad about that, but I didn't think about it when I started it. It started as sort of a joke. People said, Jade, you drink a lot of beer. I bet you couldn't chug a pitcher. And I said, well, let me try. And, of course, I could. Now, the really funny part about this is I rarely got drunk. The reason I rarely got drunk is by the time you've taken on your fourth challenger, you've been to the bathroom 3 times. It's the old story of you're not owning the beer, you're renting it. It went right through me. And
Power Hour, baby. Power Hour.
Oh, God, I've played that game.
And you don't really get drunk because it's not in you long enough.
I've been in a few situations where we've adapted various drinking games to work with weed instead of beer. Those didn't last long because most people ended up laying down on their back, staring at the ceiling and giggling.
Yeah.
And no one threw up.
Yeah, those are better games.
It didn't work as well, though.
But when you're young, you do a lot of stupid stuff. And as I said, I stopped it after a few months because, first of all, I got tired. People were coming in from other bars to challenge me because they heard about this.
Like a bouse.
Yeah, yes.
You're like thinking the girl from Indiana Jones at
Yes,
yeah.
I was.
Marion.
There were
You're
people I'd
Marion.
never seen before in my life come into the bar to challenge me, and I'm like, what is this? You know, it was like I was the like in the old West, I was I can't think of the word. You know what I mean? The gunslinger who everybody wanted to beat.
Annie Oakley.
Wow. Oh yeah, Annie Oakley.
Yeah, and so, but I also saw people doing it at other tables. And I suddenly realized one day, first of all, I was getting really bored with this. I was like, oh, God, when is this gonna end? When are these people gonna stop coming in here? So I got really bored with it, but I also looked around and went, oh, fuck, what have I started? All these other people were doing it, and I thought, oh my God, what if somebody does this, gets really drunk and drives home and kills someone? And
it happens every day.
I know, and it just suddenly struck me that my stupidity, but kept going and going and going, could cause somebody else injury.
You can go to a bar in town here where the police go and watch off-duty police officers get drunk off their ass and drive home.
Seen it.
Oh, I used to hang out at a cop bar. I know all about that.
Did
but
they,
yes,
did they eat their donuts there?
No. We had a lot of people used to come in and think, wow, there's sawdust on the floor. No, it was popcorn and peanut hulls, because there was free popcorn in this old wash tub, the old Ringer Cub wash tub, and you could buy peanuts for like, I don't remember how much, like 15 cents. This was long ago. And they would hand you the peanuts in this container that the guy had his hand on it, just to hold all the peanuts in, and you had to carefully take it from him to hold all the peanuts in. So everybody ate the free popcorn and the peanuts, and the popcorn fell all over the floor, and the peanut hulls were all thrown on the floor. So it looked like sawdust, but it wasn't.
Yeah, Texas Steak Roadhouse or whatever those places are.
Yeah, but yes, so you know what I did? I finally realized these people weren't going to stop, and there was this woman who kept challenging me. She was determined to win, and she was bigger than I was. She's a big diesel dyke. And she really was, and I could see it in her eyes. She was determined to win, so I threw it. I let her win.
Good for you.
And I was no longer the champ. And she was cheering and whatever, and I was like, thank God that's over.
I was driving around through Marion, Galway, on the west coast, and when you're going towards Galway, you have to go through the Midlands. So I was in a place called Sligo.
I know where that is.
Hey, there you go. I was in this small town in Sligo, and this is just a story that sort of demonstrates the small-minded stupidity of Irish people. There was a woman there who was famous in the local towns and local areas where she would go to the bars, and she would play a game with anyone in the bar where you had to guess her name. Right? And she had a book.
Fucking Rumpelstiltskin?
More or less. She had a book.
Rumpkin.
She had a book where she wrote down all the names that people had already tried, and she crossed them off. And it was £5 because this was pre-Euro days. It was £5 to try and guess her name, and she had a big fat fucking stack of money. Fucking stack of money. And you try and guess her name, and you had to pay her £5, and if you guessed correctly, she would give you the whole stack. Her name was Stephen.
Wow, like with the V or a K.
Wait. Stephen?
The only tranny Sligo had ever seen.
Oh no!
Oh my God!
And these people are so fucking sheltered that they don't know what the fuck is happening. Like, well, there's a homely-looking woman. Is your name Jessica? Nope.
No.
I'm watching this happen, and one of the locals is saying, "Hey, do you want to go try and guess her name? If you guess her name correctly, she gives you that big fat wad of money." And I'm like, "This girl's not even trying. She's not even adjusting the pitch of her voice or anything. I'm pretty sure the padding in her bra's falling out. Like, what?
Gotta think outside the box. Wait, you telling me you guessed?
No, I sat there and drank my drink and laughed as people lost their coin.
So how'd you find out?
So no one ever won?
As far as I'm aware, no one ever won.
So how'd you find out what her name was?
Yeah. The bartender told me. He was the only person who was allowed to know. Because she had to pay a tab, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
the bartender knew, and I was totally bemused by all this. And I talked to this guy, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck is going on with all this? And he said, and I'm like, dude, if that's a chick, I'm the fucking Pope. And he goes, yeah, sure, her name's Stephen. The bartender laughing tells me this in a whisper, like, you know, he says, you won't tell anybody, will you? He says, no, I'm trying to get up to Galway tomorrow afternoon. He says, all right, listen, I'll tell you this, what the locals don't fucking know is that he's the butcher's son. He serves them their meat every week when they come in to get their meat for dinner.
Oh God, that's hilarious.
Oh, so he was just dressing up in drag.
It's like an Irish Lafayette.
Oh God, and now that's making me think of Stephen Bachman, and I hate
no!
Bachman needs to chill the fuck out. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
That boy needs to just calm down, have a wank. You know what I'm saying?
You mean Michelle Bachman's husband?
No, this is
someone we know.
Oh, okay.
He made a video this morning where he's complaining about the cops not doing anything about people throwing beer cans in his fucking street. And I'm like, no, they're not going to do anything about that. You know why? Because I don't give a fuck.
Yes, and last week he made a video about how stupid clubbers were and how dumb clubbing was, and we had some fun with that. Made a few Drunk Bears cards off of it.
Yeah. Well, I haven't seen that video, but isn't that the one? I don't know if you're the one who put it in the chat or the Skype or what.
Owens himself.
Oh, he did. He because in the middle of his rant, the cops call.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wait, is that the clubbing one or the beer can one?
The beer can one.
Okay, I didn't see that. I'll have to go watch it.
Yeah, I want to see it too, just for that part. But he's complaining the cops won't do anything, and in the middle of it, the cops call.
And then what do the cops do? They say, well, that's just your...
That's what you get for living in Perth.
Yeah.
You're just making allegations, so, yeah.
Well, and the thing is like,
that's an issue you take to your city council or your borough meeting or whatever. You go, hey, there's an issue with this going on. Can we do something about it? Then you get the community involved, and then they talk to the police, and then if it's a concern, then it gets taken care of. You don't call the police when they're trying to take care of their business and deal with homicides and whatever else they're dealing with. You say,
it goes even further than that, because there's a point in the phone call where you can tell what the question. You can't hear the person on the other end of the line, obviously, but you can tell the question that's being asked, because he responds with, "No, I didn't get the plate number." And I'm like, well, what the fuck precisely would you like us to do? Sit outside your house and wait for the cunt to do it?
Call the NSA. They can figure it out.
Yeah, I want you to get all these children off my lawn. These children are off my lawn. Get them off my lawn.
Off my lawn, you damn kids.
Actually, there's a very interesting. Actually, you raised an interesting point there. There's a very interesting 911 call where a man calls the police saying, "Yeah, you need to come arrest me because I just shot a 14-year-old kid who was walking on my lawn. I told him not to. He was on my property. I was defending myself, and I'm allowed to do that."
I remember something about that. I mean, that's absolutely absurd. And every year or so, and again, terrifying, there are kids who get shot because they're going on someone's property during Halloween.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that article that like 15% of Florida law enforcement are members of the Klan?
I wouldn't be surprised for 1 minute.
Yeah, they just fired a couple of guys, and they're under FBI investigation. And it's
now I guess there's an investigation into a bunch of law enforcement agencies in Florida because of this. Because, I mean, my friend lives down there, and we were driving down the road one time, and they just pulled us over, and for no reason, and asked for his license, his registration. Didn't tell us why he pulled us over. Didn't give him a ticket. And then checked us out and then let us go. And I looked at him and I go, he pulled us over because you were black, didn't he? He goes, yeah, it happens all the time.
Dude, I got pulled over on my way into Polk County, which is Grady Judd's territory.
Oh, so you're by Tampa there then, huh?
Oh no, I'm still a couple. I live in Central Florida, just
up by Ocala.
Anyway,
even further than that. But so I'm driving through Polk County. I get pulled over by the Polk County Sheriff's Department, wonderful guys they are. And the guy taps on the window and he's like, "Can I see your license and registration, please?" I'm like, "Sure, yeah, great, yeah. Sorry, do I have a taillight out or something? Like, what's going on? Why did I get pulled over?"
No, you're Irish.
And he said, "No, just let's see that license and registration there, man." I'm like, "All right, that's fine, yeah." I hand it over to the guy because I'm not, I'm a decent guy. I'm not going to start trouble for no reason.
Yeah.
And he looks at it and he goes to the car and he comes back And he says, I'm going to need you to step out of the vehicle, sir. And I says, okay, you really need to tell me why you pulled me over. And he says, well, why don't you get out of the car and we'll talk about it. I'm like, okay. So I get out of the car. I'm like, okay, what's going on? He says, listen, I need to perform a roadside search of your vehicle.
No, you don't.
And I'm like, you know what? That's really interesting because you need to tell me why you pulled me over first before we can go anywhere else.
Yes. Reasonable articulable suspicion. RAS.
And he's just still debating this with me. He says, listen, if you want to be difficult about it, I can call more deputies down here, and we can detain you, we can do all this stuff, or you can just let me search your vehicle here on the side of the road. How do you want to do it? And I said, you know what? I need to understand why I'm being pulled over because this is not acceptable, man. You know what I mean? And he said, listen, why are you being so defensive? And what have you got in your car? And at that moment I snapped and said, I've got seats and a steering wheel in my fucking car. What have you got in yours?
Good for you. Never consent to a search. Ask
my face was readily introduced to the hood of my car.
Oh, wow.
And I was handcuffed and detained on the side of the road while he searched my vehicle, took all the stuff out of my car, handcuffed me just to put all my stuff back in. Then he handcuffed me again and brought me down to the fucking station, where I sat for 4 hours next to a guy who smelled really interesting. And when I was finally released, and I asked what the fuck was all this about, the clerk at the desk said, "Oh, your vehicle and description matches, the description of a vehicle and a person we were looking for."
Yeah.
Wow.
And I'm like, I mean, you can't expect fair treatment, like, you know what I mean? You just can't. It's fucking Grady Judd is the sheriff of Polk County, and I've said many times, this is the guy who hunted down, and I do mean hunted down, a man who shot up a canine unit, shot a police dog, hunted him down, and when he found him, himself and 5 or 6 of his deputy buddies shot him 42 times.
Yes.
Shot him to pieces, and Grady Judd on television being interviewed when asked, why did you shoot him 42 times? He responded, we ran out of bullets.
Yeah.
Damn. Wait. What?
Yeah. The man's a psychopath, and he's the sheriff of Polk County.
That's not uncommon in most police departments. I used to know somebody who did firearms training for police departments, and they went into this police station over by Pittsburgh, and he went in to teach these guys do a training course for their law enforcement, and there's like bullet holes in the ceilings and like all over the place.
Desk pop.
Yeah, it's like what do you guys got here? Some fucking cowboys? That's common though. That's unfortunate. Law enforcement are the problem is they don't really have to keep up their training with their firearms either. So you'll have a guy that ends up having to use his gun who hasn't even shot it in like 10 years.
Now there is some advantage where I've got to knowing people in law enforcement. The bar I drink at in Kissimmee, one of my good friends drinks there. Is a guy named Nate Fisher. Everyone calls him Fish, and Fish's little brother is in the KPD. And there have been many times where there's a bag of shit at the bar, has too much to drink, starts trouble, and then goes to leave. And I look at Fish, and I'm like, do it. And he calls his brother. He's like, 2006 Honda Civic, pull that shit, dude. Get him.
Wow.
Get the bitch. And you can see, half a mile down the road, those flashing lights for like, yeah, buddy, have a wonderful night. You're drunk.
Wow.
Yeah. Bags.
I found out today one of the people I work with has the breathalyzer thing you have to blow into to even start your car.
Oh, yeah?
And she's not the only one, but this one in particular, she was actually arrested by the cop that works weekends as security, when he's off duty at the place I work. And so they don't get along.
I don't imagine they would.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
There have been awesome occasions where I was leaving that very same bar. I get pulled over. I'm drunk and I shouldn't be driving. I'm not ashamed to say it. And I get pulled over. And there was one occasion where a cop, he pulls me to the side of like 7-Eleven. I get out. I'm like, hey, buddy, what's going on? It's like, hey, officer, what's going on? He says, hey, listen, your tag light's out. And I'm like, oh, okay, sorry, yeah, no, I'll get that fixed right away, yada, yada, yada. And he just looks at me and he says, can I just, I saw you leaving a bar. Can I just check your eyes real quick with the flashlight? I'm like, checking. He says, all right. He said, dude, you're drunk. And I said, yeah, that appears to be the case. He says, do you live far away? And I'm like, no, half a mile up the road. He says, okay, I'm following you.
You are so lucky, dude.
And I'm like, dude, you are amazing. He's like, yeah, I know. Let's go. Like, I mean, the dude followed me home so that nothing bad happened. Like, he could have DUI'd me, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he could have fucked you up.
But he was a decent human being about it. Like, fuck's sake, you can't argue with a guy like that.
That's because half the cops drive drunk all the time anyway, so...
Yep.
Cops are not the enemy. My older brother's a cop, and while he's a prick, as far as I understand, he's still a good cop.
Yeah.
It depends on the police officer. I mean, there's a culture, though, within law enforcement that's a problem. That thin blue line bullshit, I'm sorry. There is a standard. There should be a higher standard for law enforcement in this country than the average citizen, but a lot of times there isn't, and they get away with a lot of shit, and it's not right.
They do. I think it was something I saw Lenny bring up on his show one time. There's kind of it goes for soldiers and police, especially I'm here in the Midwest, and people treat them like they're next to God. They can't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous. I don't get it. I honestly don't.
Yeah,
well, in America, the problem with it is it's associated with our war on drugs. We've militarized our police departments.
Mm-hmm.
And we've turned them again. The police, the law enforcement, we put them in a position where, with our laws, because they're so unjust and unreasonable, the police have to put them be unreasonable to follow the law, and it's unfortunate. But I think a lot of the problems that are coming from police brutality and things in this country because we're making our police officers do things that they shouldn't have to, and to be honest, a lot of them don't want to do it. They don't want to have to arrest a kid for a joint. They don't want to have to put people in jail for marijuana.
No, they don't. As a matter of fact, they're probably getting stoned themselves.
Yeah.
And I remember, I told you, that I used to hang out at a cop bar. And we were the dirty hippies, but we got along really fine with the cops. And there was no problem. It was neutral territory. We had a good time. It was a great bar. Lots of fun. They had lots of toys to play with. There was in the back they had like an old-fashioned arcade, pool tables, all kinds of fun stuff. Early, game machines and stuff. And they were really cool. But within the police department, this is in Santa Ana, California. Within the police department, there were a group of cops who were well known for being brutal. These were the folks that liked to beat up people. And the cops didn't even like them. Just so happened that a woman I worked with married one of these guys, and boy, did she change after she married him. She became a complete nutter. But these guys one day decided to hang out at the bar. It's called the Boathouse. And we're sitting there, and I'm sitting there with my friends, and the cops are there, and sometimes my friends would like play darts with the cops. It said we all got along really well. And these guys walk in, and I knew who they were, and the cops knew who they were. My friends did not know who they were, and I clued them in very quickly. And a bunch of cops got up and left. And these idiots started coming to our bar, which made none of us very happy. And the same thing would happen. The other cops hated their guts because they made cops look bad. And so when they'd come in, the cops would leave. And we started leaving too. These guys could clear out a bar like there's no tomorrow. And there weren't even that many of them, maybe 8 at the most. But they'd come into the bar. I'm sure the owner of the bar really loved this because the minute these guys came in, the place emptied. But yeah, I said the cops even hated them. But you couldn't do anything about it because the culture at the time was, cops can do whatever they want.
Lovely.
Yep. I moved, so I don't know whatever happened to that situation. But yeah.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What you doing? Oh well.
It's like Prudent. Prudent always does that.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm just messing with you. So how's that HTML going, 13? Give up yet?
Are you still on code?
No, I refuse to give up.
Oh my god.
It's not good for your health, man. Take it from me, I'm a programmer.
Fuck up.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Shani was a computer programmer.
What?
I know. I'm sorry. She did this hangout the other day that is drop dead hilarious. It's like, I swear to God, if you said, I used to train bears in Russia for a living, she'd go, I trained bears too. I swear that's what she. Yeah, said she was a computer programmer, along with her living with a basically broken leg and a bunch of other weird stuff.
I would like to ask her a few questions.
I would too, and I haven't really done any programming except for VBA for many, many years. I did a lot in VBA because my job, Excel macros and programs to run.
I hate VBA so much.
Oh, I hate VBA too, but I had to work with it because that was all I had to work with at work. I tried to get a compiler, but we won't go into that. But yeah, I'd like to ask her a few questions too. But along with her, and she was, she was talking about how when she was an atheist, she used to just tear down Christians and.
Oh yeah, she was totally an atheist too, right?
And, she won't debate G-Man because if she debated G-Man, she'd just destroy him. And I think J.D. Kane was in there again and said, well, last time I asked you what arguments you used to use, and she said she used to use evolution. He said what arguments she used to use, and she couldn't answer. And she said, what her answer was? Well, since I became a Christian, this is paraphrasing, folks, okay, because there was like several sentences, but basically it's, since she became her Christian, all that stuff got wiped out of her mind.
Of course.
Right.
Of course.
On another note, G-Man destroys himself.
I know, but anyway, so like J.D. Kane's trying to push her a little bit, saying, well, what arguments did you use against Christians when you were an atheist? And she couldn't answer, and Veckel came to her rescue and said, oh, probably Genesis 1 and 2, right? She goes, oh, yeah, I used that. And I used Revelations because I would say, oh, well, Christ hasn't come yet, so are you expecting him to come? And I thought, what the fuck does that have to do with Revelations?
So what you're saying is she's mentally ill?
Yeah, she is.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah. Probably.
That's a sign of mental illness.
Evolution's not an argument for atheism.
No, it's a sign of mental illness when you think that the stars are fallen angels, literally. That's a sign of mental illness.
My friend and I were having a conversation about that the other day. Like, it was, I think Sam Harris brought up in one of his books. He's like, the clinical definitions of mental illness, if applied objectively to what most people that are religious say on a daily basis, if we were honest, we would classify them as mentally ill. Sorry, but it's uncomfortable, but when you're talking to the voices in your fucking head, that's a symptom.
Everybody doesn't talk to the voices in their fucking heads.
But a lot of them do.
These people do. I'd say she's, and I've tried to tell people, we know she's nuts, and I call her Filbert, because she is nuts, and but to try to kind of stay away from her as much as possible because she's nuts.
For the record, I talk to the voices in my head all the time, but I don't usually have a problem with them because they always seem to agree with me.
You don't objectify them.
Hey, kind of like the God concept of most of these idiots. It's funny how your God always agrees with you, right?
Lenny, weren't you telling me you had a crush on Shani? That you'd do her?
I would do her to death.
Paper bag first, right? And a ball gag.
Yeah, a 16-year-old in the corner with a ball gag. Yeah.
And a heavy. Yeah, make sure you get the extra thick elephant condoms.
Wait, let's clarify. You're talking about Shani, not Shanna.
Right, Shani.
Yeah, I would do Shanna. She's pretty hot.
Does anyone have a link to her page so I can see what you guys are talking about?
Oh,
I can find it for you. I can find it for you if somebody else doesn't.
Did she shut down her amazing ex-atheist channel? No.
Yeah, but she still has her Shani Is Me channel or her whatever.
Oh, fruit. Oh wait, she's got Fruit of Atheism, or is that someone else?
I don't know, but I can find it because I've.
Okay.
I subscribe to her only because of Hangouts. I like to keep track of what's going on in what Hangouts. I don't necessarily watch them all, but when I'm doing a lot of housework and stuff like that, I watch Hangouts.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, did you find it? Okay, good.
Behold. Ow.
Yeah, the last Hangout she did is just priceless. It really is.
Really? 2010 Space Odyssey?
Is that what? Oops. What the fuck? Oh, I've got a spider walking across my screen. Please go elsewhere. Thank you. Thank you. Go, 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 go. Lots of nice things to eat, but not on my screen.
What is this, a YouTube poop video? Okay, I'm done.
Okay. Yeah, she did a Hangout, as I said, so, and it was, I think it started off pretty slow, but it got really completely crazy. Yeah, she said some other stuff too that was just face palming, but I forget what it all was. But of course, as I mentioned earlier, she was talking about how she doesn't believe in vaccines. She doesn't believe in medicine at all, apparently.
She looks mentally ill. Like her eyes, the way she's the way her facial expression. Yeah, it's just she looks mentally ill. She doesn't look very stable.
It's like, what color is the sky in your worldview?
Yeah. She's not the person that I heard say that the moon is its own light source.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
What?
Oh wow.
That could easily be her. If it was a woman, then it was probably her. But that could easily be Ronnie as well. That sounds like something. Because he's a dumbass.
I've only met Ronnie once, and he didn't leave a good impression.
Yeah. Well, when she was pushed on the stuff that she said before during the Hangout, she came back with, "Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know."
Yeah, you don't know a lot of shit.
You don't. Do you believe that the stars are angels? Well, I don't know. They could be. Do you believe this, that? Well, I don't know. It could be. But she was backing away from the stuff she said before.
Do you think you're an idiot? I could be.
You believe my asshole is a portal to hell? It could be.
Yeah.
Well, the thought of fairly insipid apologists and whatnot. Jay, did you hear what the players voted we'd call the currency in the?
Yes, I'm all for it. Yes.
Yeah, they're going to be trading in Veckles.
In Veckles, yes, I love it. I was actually discussing with, I don't know if you were there, Kevin, how many Veckles are in a G-man?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I still think Veckel sounds more like something a Hasidic Jew says when he gets hit in the nerves.
Well, yeah, it sounds like shekel.
Hey, my Veckles! Oh my God!
But you hit me in the Veckles. You.
Okay.
Why would you hit me in the Veckles this way? This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
Apparently.
You throw your Veckles around like that, I can talk to your mother.
Apparently, Shannon has 2 channels.
That's why you said she had 2 Veckles.
Yeah, she had 2
Veckles. 2 functioning brain cells.
So she has 2 channels, and this is the link. I put in the link to her other channel and the Hangout. This is the Hangout that I'm talking about. It's a link to her Hangout. It's called Debating G-Man, A Answer.
She has got 2 Veckles, her and her husband's.
Yeah, I have noticed one of the most amusing things is how poor the English is of so many of our fundies. The classic, of course, is Richard Raspberry, who...
Oh, God, the thing that he wrote about being as confused as a homosexual.
He is...
How do you guys deal with these people? Like, talk to them?
I smoke a lot of cigarettes.
I don't talk to them, except if... The only time I would have ever talked to them is when I was in a hangout and they came in, but I tend to avoid hangouts that they're in. I listen to them while I'm doing other stuff, because especially I've been making a lot of gopher cages, because where I live there's lots of gophers. So you actually plant in cages to keep the gophers from eating the plants. So I've been listening to the hangouts while I do stuff like that, or I do.
I'm in a room with G-Man for 5 minutes and I want to chew on my own eyeballs.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
When Richard Raspberry wrote that, I got this amazing image of an extremely sort of outward, very flamboyant, very open, in-your-face gay person sitting with a Rubik's Cube going, "I'm so confused." I don't even know what to do with it. Why are there colors all over it? What do I do? I'm so confused.
What the algorithm for?
It's one of those guys that's
As a
so
homosexual.
obviously gay and can't admit it. Is it?
Raspberry.
No, I don't think so. I think he's just disturbed. And by the way, Lenny, it was probably a pastel Rubik's Cube. I have a pastel Rubik's Cube.
Oh, God.
It's like that guy that wants to give atheists exorcisms. I'm watching that video and he's like, now we should get the atheists in a room.
Yes.
And I want dick in my mouth, but I just am afraid to say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you pulled that off very well.
Yeah, you may notice a side effect of homosexuality, which is being attracted to your own gender, is a severe case of confusion.
I'm somewhere on the Kinsey scale, I'll admit it. I don't give a shit.
Hey, I'm attracted to my own gender, as everybody here knows probably, or no.
You're going to hell.
I'm a lesbian. Yes, I'm going to hell, and it's going to be fabulous because all the gays are going to be here. You know, so and my gaydar goes off so much with some of these people.
Really?
Yeah.
Ronnie.
Wait, can you name some examples?
Ronnie.
Well, no,
definitely.
it's not so much people in our group.
Rick Perry.
What?
Well, I know that. Like people, like what people?
Oh, well, some of the really, really bad, not Brian Fisher, but Scott Lively.
Oh, Brian Fisher wants a dick so bad you can just see it in his face.
Well,
he's like, these gay people, they're having sex that I can't, God damn it.
Yeah, but some of the leading lights, and of course then you have things like George Akers, you know who he was?
Look at the guy's face, he's like, I just want to be held by another man while he calls me daddy.
Yeah,
that's so Brian Fisher. Oh my God.
Yes. A lot of these preachers out there and people who are saying stuff like that. There's a really hysterical. I don't know if you saw anybody saw Wildwood Claire's a video that she did on Sunday. Okay, well it's kind of like Bundy Follies or something, but there's she's asking people to vote for the stupidest thing fundamentalists said in the last week, and shows this. I don't know if you know who Dr. Chaps is, Gordon Klingenschmidt. He's the guy. Dr. Chaps, yeah, and that's what he's known as, Dr. Chaps.
That's the guy I was talking about, right? The one that wants to do the exorcisms.
I think so, yeah. He's kind of bald, and he used to be.
Him.
He used to be in the military, but he basically got forced out because he kept disobeying orders. One of the ways he got in trouble is because he kept praying in Jesus' name. He was a chaplain. That's where the chaps comes from. He was a chaplain. He kept praying in Jesus' name. Didn't make any difference if he was with a Muslim or a Jew or whatever. He would then say, in Jesus' name. Well, chaplains have a code of conduct, and you can't do that. But he said, well, I'm a Christian. I have every right to say in Jesus' name. And they said, no, you're a chaplain. You kept to these certain rules. You can't do that. You can't oppress somebody else's religion.
Well, it's America. It's a Christian nation.
Right, and he, the final straw was when he showed up in a protest in his uniform, and he was told not to do that. He got court-martialed, but I think his leaving was a little bit, if you leave, please just fucking leave. We'll, not throw you in Leavenworth or whatever. But anyway, so he left, and he still complains about this. Well, anyway, there's a shot at the end. Then there's Dave, what is it, Dobbenmeyer? Dave Dobbenmeyer is the guy who is a coach. He's like a coach. And sometimes he's a coach. He's a macho man coach. He got in trouble and got fired because he kept praying for games, before games. But he was a public school teacher. And people kept reporting him, and he kept praying, getting the team together and praying, because he can't do that. So he got fired. So there's this shot in there. It's freaking hysterical. If you get a chance, Wildwood Claire 1, watch this video, and near the end, So Dave Daubenmire, or whatever, I think that's his name, I may have it slightly wrong, is talking about how we need more men in Christianity. We need manly men. And Gordon Klingenschmidt is blushing and flushing like a schoolgirl. The look on his the look on his face is, oh, just take me now. Just, please
tell me about
those
men. Tell me how badly they are.
I know, that was it. That was just it. You're just going. I mean, I actually expected him to like clutch his pearls and go, oh yes.
Are they sweating? Are they glistening in the sun?
Are they manly? How are they manly like you? Oh my goodness, you're so attractive.
I have the oddest heart on right now.
But it is seriously. I mean, you watch this and you're just going, yep, you want dick so bad.
I grew up with a father who is a closeted homosexual, and everybody knows it. And he preaches from the pulpit anti-gay shit. And you just look at him and go, "What the? Come on!" It's like at some point they just get so twisted in their heads. It's kind of sad. It's because Ethan Phelps talks about his dad kind of possibly being gay, and Fred Phelps. And it's just these self-hating gay men. In fact, there's a documentary on Netflix, I forget what it's called, about politicians who are some of the most rabidly anti-gay that have introduced some of the most horrible legislation, have all been caught in rest areas or in restrooms. Or it's like, we know what's going on here. We know that you want the penis or you want to stuff your face in a vagina. Just do it.
Nothing wrong with that.
We won't judge you. Just go ahead.
No,
it's fine.
And like I said, George Akers was, I think, a psychologist who was prominent in anti-gay circles until he got caught going through customs with his rent boy on video.
Senator, was it Larry Craig, or was that one of them?
Yeah, I think that's Larry Craig. Yeah, who got he was the one who was playing footsie in the bathroom.
You know what my fantasy is for Sean Hannity and Rick Perry to be caught together in a rest area somewhere. That would just make my day.
Oh my goodness, yeah,
in more ways than one.
Yeah, there's something very queer about Rick Perry. I'm not saying he's gay, but I'm saying he's probably.
Can we up the ante and have it be that Ann Coulter's watching?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ann Coulter is really, and it is revealed through this circumstance that Ann Coulter is also a man and a transvestite, and is joining in. There you go.
I'm still listening.
There you go. Ann Coulter's definitely an odd one, and people.
Ann Coulter's a woman?
Yeah,
I think her Adam's apple is sentient.
No, she is a woman. She is. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But the thing is, she's always held up as this sort of icon, and yet she's had relations. You know, she's fornicated. Well, she must have, because she's been involved with all these different conservative men, including the ugly Indian guy. You know, the guy who's originally of Indian ancestry. I mean, East Indian ancestry.
What? I love that guy.
Who is that?
The ultra-conservative guy who wrote the Bell Curve. I can see his. Yeah. Well, anyway, she was. I can't think of his name right now.
Who are we talking about? The woman.
Ann Coulter.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
God.
this was another case. This guy is a conservative icon. He wrote the Bell Curve.
Richard J. Hearns.
Richard Herrnstein. Yeah.
No, that's not who it is. No, maybe I've got the wrong. I thought he wrote the Bell Curve, but no, he's Indian. He's from India originally, and he's ugly as fuck. But
Dinesh D'Souza. He looks like a child wearing a suit.
Dinesh D'Souza.
That guy who's making that movie, A World Without America.
Okay, but here's the thing.
Isn't it already out?
I guess I think so. It's just ridiculous propaganda.
Yeah.
He's another one of these guys who, while he was married to his wife, was having an affair with his mistress, who I think he's now married.
You know, America's now founded on freedom. We're founded on genocide, slavery, and tax evasion.
Hell yeah, dude.
That's this whole thing about we're founded on freedom. We the people. You know what we the people meant? White rich landowners. That's what we the people was.
Well, yeah,
and people.
Fucking admit that we're founded on freedom.
United States of America.
A bunch of rich guys who didn't want to have to pay the British government for the taxes that they owed to the British government for defending them in the French and Indian War, and that's what it was about. That's
Timothy, you sound like an American hater.
I know.
You sound kind of to American.
I have a picture of Stalin on the wall next to me. You know.
Well, it was more than that. It wasn't just the rich people, because it was the poor people who were being oppressed. They were the ones who were forced to have the soldiers in their homes and things like that. So it was all across the board. Things had and they were being overtaxed. Every American was being overtaxed. So it's a very complex situation.
But only 1/3 of the population actually supported the war effort, and 50% of the population opposed any war or conflict at all. It wasn't this whole thing of like, yay, the people are for this. It was kind of more like a 30% of the population that was upset about their taxation.
Can we get back to
another thing? It was more. Can I go back to the fact that it's more than taxation? Because one of the things that was happening is, as I said, when these soldiers were sequestered in people's homes, they were raping the daughters.
And the American Revolution soldiers weren't very nice either.
No, they weren't. But what I'm trying to say is,
on both sides of that. That just doesn't. I mean,
no, but this is before the war. This is before the war. There was a lot of anger towards certain things, including having these soldiers in your home, who you had to feed. You were paying these expressive taxes. You had to feed the soldiers, and in many cases they were raping your daughters, and you couldn't do anything about it. So it was. But yeah, you're right, because a lot of people lived out in rural areas and they didn't deal with this. It was people in cities like Boston, and the people in New York were mostly royalists.
Loyalists, yeah. New York area, New Jersey, they were mostly loyalists, yeah.
Right, but that's the way with a lot of things. Before World War I, most people in this country were on the German side.
I hear a lot of anti-freedom.
Time Magazine did an article on Hitler called, what, didn't he get, like, Man of the Year or something like that?
No.
Yeah.
This is World War I, not World War II, World War I. Before World War I, before the sinking of the Lusitania, which was probably a setup, most Americans favored the German side in the war. Part of that was because there are so many Germans here. There are more people of German ancestry in the United States than anything else.
Damn Nazis.
Yeah.
Nazis.
Well, we were what, one vote away from having German as our national language, isn't it?
Oh, that would have been awesome. Oh
I don't know. Well, you remember George III was a German. He actually spoke German. He wasn't even that good at English. But yeah, that was so. But it was the sinking of the Lusitania that brought America into the war on the side of England and France. Because we didn't really much give a fuck what was happening in England and France. It was a European war. We wanted to stay out of it. However, President Wilson was an Anglophile. President Wilson wanted us to support England. He was a fanatic Anglophile. Ironically, his wife, Mrs. Wilson, was our first woman president, and I don't know if a lot of people know that. At one point, Wilson had a stroke, and the only person who could understand what he said was his wife. So for a while, the country was actually run by her, because she said whatever she wanted to say. It's just an interesting little tidbit of history. Probably the most influential woman in American history was Dolly Madison, and that's a different story altogether. But yeah, so it took the sinking of the Lusitania, which was probably a setup. It was probably done just to get us on the side of the English. I'm not saying that President Wilson did that, had anything to do with the sinking. I'm saying certain people who, had an interest in getting us into the war did that.
Yeah, but I think the point to all this is that the rose-colored view of history gives us this rabid nationalism with no basis in rationality.
You're absolutely right. You are absolutely
I'm sorry,
right.
I interrupted you there.
Yeah. And Wilson just used it, and all those people who wanted it. Well,
I think
you want it, yeah.
I think Kevin had something to say, right?
Yeah, Kevin.
I did.
No.
Somebody was saying something.
Somebody was talking.
Yeah.
What are you motherfuckers?
No, sorry.
Okay,
well, it wasn't me. It was the other Kevin.
Years ago in the 1970s, there was a big dispute over Custer. Because during the 1970s, during the 60s and the 70s, there was, the 60s and 70s, which a lot of people think may have been the Fourth Great Awakening. A Great Awakening is a great spiritual thing that intends to influence everything. We've had 3, possibly 4 Great Awakenings here in the United States, and they have not only had a huge influence on this country, but also on the world. But each
about the evangelical kind of.
No. You'd have to look up Great Awakening. But just because the Great Awakenings had a religious element to it, it doesn't necessarily mean that everything that they did was religious. For instance, the James brothers, William and Henry James, were heavily influenced. They were part of the Great Awakening. They were heavily influenced by the writings of the Swedish guy, Swedenborg, Emanuel Swedenborg. Emanuel Swedenborg was a guy who had all these visions and wrote all this stuff. And there was actually a Swedenborgian religion. And he had a huge influence on a lot of people. However, almost nobody became a Swedenborgian. Because, of course, from his point of view, these were visions he was having and writing down. But from other people's point of view, this was philosophy that they went, whoa, this is really cool and interesting. And it had a huge effect on our country at the time and some very big movers and shakers at the time. But none of them became Swedenborgians, you understand. None of them suddenly ran out and became theists. Although in some places, this did happen. There was a place in New York that was called the Burned Over District.
Oh, yes. That's where Mormonism got started.
Yes, and because it caught fire with the Lord every time some new group came through preaching.
And what year was this at? What time, you're talking about 60s, 70s?
No. This is the Great Awakenings. This is back in the
18th century.
It was in the hands of an angry God.
19th century. No, that's even before that. That is the first Great Awakening.
Yeah, that's Jonathan Edwards. You're talking about, I forget his name.
That was the first Great Awakening. And then we had the 2 more Great Awakenings.
I know I'm tired, but
Charles Finney.
Charles Finney, that's the name I was thinking of. I used to read a lot of his stuff when I was a Christian.
Yeah, and but so we had these 2 Great Awakenings, and then a lot of people think that the 60s era was a 4th Great Awakening that brought a lot of spiritualism and a lot of Eastern thought. And I was there, and my personal opinion was it was a Great Awakening, but we'll have to let historians decide it.
What was the 3rd? Billy Sunday and Azusa Street?
No, that was like theosophy. A theosophy and spiritualism. And out of that came Amy Semple McPherson. I don't know if you know who she was.
Mm-hmm.
But these things had a big influence, again, on the United States, but not always necessarily in the way people think they do. It wasn't like they were times of a spiritual revival, but the type of spiritual revival was often things like, again, a lot of people didn't become theosophists, but what they took from theosophy were the ideas of equality.
Yeah. See, I was taught about those awakenings in the Christian context in Christian school, and they give it a much different viewpoint.
Well, of course they do, because it's biased.
Yeah.
But
it has to do with the resurgence of Christian belief.
No, it didn't. Again,
well, that's what they portray.
I know. Well, yes, it was. I mean, yes, there was a resurgence of Christian belief, but it mostly hit the peasants. It mostly hit the peasants. You understand? But it did affect everybody in certain ways. Spiritualism, which was in the 3rd Great Awakening, actually had a big influence on Christianity at the time, but most people won't admit that now because the spirit's evil.
Charismatic Christianity has a lot of those aspects now.
Yes. There was a big rise of charismatic Christianity. Actually,
Catherine Coleman, those types of people. Yeah, I know all about
Amy
that.
Semple McPherson started off as a spiritualist and a medium.
Yeah.
But anyway, during the 70s, there was a lot of questioning things, and one of the things they did was like they looked at George Armstrong Custer and the Battle of the Little Bighorn again, right? And the conclusion, there's actually a book you can read called, and they made a movie, I don't know if it was a movie or miniseries, called The Court-Martial of General George Armstrong Custer, because the thought was, at the time, I can't say, if, what has changed since then, this was a long time ago, but the thought was by a lot of researchers at the time that had Custer survived the Little Bighorn, he would have been court-martialed because he disobeyed orders and got all his men killed. He only became a hero because he died. and this is the way history has been taught to us. For example, I was taught growing up, and many of you may have heard, that the United States was not attacked during World War II. The continental United States, not Hawaii, of course, was never attacked during World War II, right?
Alaska was, wasn't it?
Well, no, the continental, the lower 48. Okay, I think there was a fuss on the islands there, but I don't know.
Yeah, Aleutian Islands. I think there was.
The Aleutian Islands, yeah, there were. But the lower 48 states were never attacked, right?
I'm not aware of any, but what do you have? Was there an attack? Okay.
Yeah, I've seen the bullet holes in the buildings in Long Beach. A lone plane came into Long Beach and shot up some buildings. But not only that, they did some other stuff. See, this was hidden from us. The Japanese sent, and I forget the details, I'm sorry, but they sent balloons out, and the balloons had like explosive devices on it or something, and it was in the Pacific Northwest, Washington or Oregon, and so these balloons went floating around, and they came to Earth, and children and other people found them, and they blew up. It was an attack by the Japanese. There's actually,
you guys, when I look at Brendan Cumberpatch, I touch myself.
Shut your dirty mouth.
Yeah. But there was actually a really bad movie called 1942 that I think that had John Belushi, and it's a bad movie, but it has a lot of the stories about what really happened. But no, there were attacks on American soil. There was a submarine spotted, but the idea was this image of us of being impregnable.
Oh.
And it's not true.
USA.
Not that kind of impregnable.
Yeah,
USA.
All right. Sorry.
I think there's something Lenny wants to impregnate.
Yeah.
I mean, what?
Who's this Brandy? Is that another?
What are you thinking of, Lenny? Talk.
Brandy is a close and personal friend of mine, and I would never do anything.
Let's keep this conversation sidebar and off
shit.
the air. Thank you.
Lying sack of shit, Lenny. Don't lie to me.
I don't understand why you would say such hateful things. I'm an honest man, and
fuck you, Owen.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
You and no, fuck you and potatoes and stuff.
And yeah, apologies. I get onto history and I don't want to stop, so apologies. You know, you can always tell me to shut up.
Yeah, but I'm working on my coding and you're distracting people.
But the sidebar conversation is more fun.
Well, I've been watching the sidebar conversation. But, I do have friends that there are some people who, when I'm in a Skype call, will send me a Skype message telling me gently to shut up.
Becky, I don't know you that well to tell you to shut up, so...
well, you can always do it. I know that I do this. I'm passionate about history. I've read a lot.
Yeah, history, if you're with somebody who knows history can be like a rabbit hole that you go down to and don't come up until like 10 hours later.
No, it's a good rabbit hole. I love history, but with regards to the planes and stuff, I would love to know where you got that information from.
Yeah, I would too, because I'd never heard that before.
So, yeah.
From the people living there at the time.
Well, I mean,
is there like a historical record of it somewhere?
Yeah, exactly.
I think so, because there was a report of it in the Long Beach Press-Telegram at the time, and I saw a copy of that. I don't know what's happened since, because it was one of those things, and it wasn't like none of these things were major attacks, you understand. There were several things that were hidden from us. You know, it was like some lone plane wandered into Long Beach, and it was probably just a test to see if they could do it. Shot up some buildings, and it didn't hurt anybody. It didn't even really. It just like it hit there's a lot of flat top buildings in Long Beach because it's Southern California, and it turned around and went back and probably crashed into the ocean because it didn't have enough fuel. The Japanese actually, this is very interesting. They had developed a submarine that would carry airplanes.
Doesn't surprise me.
But it was developed too late to be of any use.
So is my TARDIS here?
Yeah.
That's my notification on my phone.
Yes, the doctor has arrived.
Ah, good. Who are you? I'm the doctor. Now have a look at my boils.
Boils.
Let me get my sonic screwdriver.
Touch my balls.
I do have one somewhere.
Yeah, balls.
Yeah.
Have a look at my bunions.
So.
Is there anything else anyone would like to talk about?
Do you watch Drunk History? That's fun.
Yes, Drunk History is awesome.
I haven't watched that in a while.
The Birmingham episode was fucking hilarious. The one with Rosa Parks. Did you see that one? You gotta watch it. Laugh your ass off.
Yeah.
I have a feeling this can't end well.
See now, if you're gonna make a claim like that, I always get so pedantic with people because they say things like, "Oh man, it was so funny, I laughed my balls off." Really? Show me. Are your balls?
Sure, I'll show you. It might get the hangout flag, but yeah.
We'll show them off there.
I expect this to get
Actually amused me. Is that better? Do you like that terminology?
I prefer to refer to them as potatoes. Thank you very much.
Oh man,
Kevin, why are you gotta be such a racist? Man?
What are you talking racist? I like to call my balls potatoes. You're Irish.
Why is it always about race with you? It's always about race.
Okay,
Kevin,
great night.
I find that disturbing, considering earlier you were talking about a potato gun.
No, that's
entirely separate. Entirely separate thing.
I want to talk about Lenny's nipples. That's what I want to talk about.
You're the only one on the planet.
Someone has to.
I don't want to talk about my fucking nipples, bro.
Do you want to choke Lenny's nipples?
Yes. Oh no, I want to choke Lenny.
Hey, Lenny, you can be choked.
What are you rocking, like a B cup or a C cup or what? What do you got?
Ladies and gentlemen, the cunt of the week this week is well, it's me.
What? What?
That's right, folks.
Or we could talk about Farrah Fawcett. It's an option.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh, what did she do recently?
Oh no, okay.
I don't know.
No,
what did she do, Kevin?
She's dead.
I hope she's dead. We fucking buried her.
Hold on. Let me.
She died? I had no idea. I don't care.
Yeah, she died of cancer.
Yeah, it was a while ago, but no. Let me
Gotta
pull
love
up
inside
the
jokes, right, Kev?
Kevin is a little sensitive because he is a dead ringer, and I do mean a dead ringer for Farrah Fawcett.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to do the screen share.
Yes, you have to do the screen share.
Yeah, fuck you.
See, Kevin's a good sport. Kevin is a good sport. He seriously is. He knows how to take jokes. Gotta give him props.
Takes it right in the butt.
Oh, totally.
What? In the butt? What? I mean, what?
Yeah, that's
so apparently this came up in an off-air hangout that I was in with Ozzy and Lenny and Kevin. Yeah. Now, the one on the left is me, if you were confused.
You know what you look like? You look like the random 80s sibling in every fucking movie.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. By the way, Kev, do you still have the German Shepherd and the potato one? Those would be great, too.
Okay, I can... Yeah, alright.
Don't hate the fact that you just look so much like that woman.
There's nothing wrong with it, man.
Nothing wrong with it, bro.
You look like a famous person. That's
yeah.
Cool.
I don't look like anybody. I look like a rare form of Lenny.
We'll get to you. I gotta do the German Shepherd next.
Yeah.
The meaning of when you touch yourself if you look like Farrah Fawcett.
Shut up. So apparently, okay, there's also
Goldie Hawn.
Let's see here. There's also this. I don't see the resemblance.
Hey, Lenny knows the resemblance, don't you, Lenny?
I do. He was so taken, like, just right out of left field with that as well. It's like, you think I look like what? What are you talking about?
Cult of Honesty? What's that?
It's
that Call of Dusty thing that happened? Or?
No, completely different.
No. You guys don't think that Maute looks like a German Shepherd? I mean, come on here. Come on.
I don't.
Big sad, sorrowful eyes, you know.
The eyes. Okay.
Take me home and love me eyes, you know?
Yeah.
It's like one of the few hangouts I ever join on here. I just don't. I'm not in until I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what I'm doing.
That's the way it's got to be.
It's not a bad way to be because we don't talk about anything useful usually.
So now you have to do the
Public
potato one,
Honesty is it's a hangout run by the New Covenant group every Wednesday evening, and it's one of the few hangouts where people are actually respectful towards other people's views.
Yeah.
Well, except when Bionic Dance came in, but that's an
exception to the
She can
rule.
go fuck herself. All right, I gotta do the last one here.
Yeah.
Did she ever make a good argument about anything?
She did once. One time she did.
Really?
I remember. No, wait, no, it wasn't.
Once.
It wasn't her.
Wasn't her.
We got to figure out an item that looks like Lenny.
She found want to murder people. She called me a bloodthirsty murderer because I admitted I own guns.
Really?
Really?
Oh, she can get fucked.
Yeah.
Actually, no one would want to do that.
I told her she's the least convincing tranny I'd ever seen.
I know. I heard about
No,
that.
I think the quote they used was toilet face. So
She does. She's got a face that I just want to sit on and poop.
Okay, here we go. Last one now.
Oh.
the resemblance is uncanny.
Yes, it is.
Now who's the gentleman on the left?
See, what Kevin doesn't know is that he's actually found one of my baby pictures.
Oh, that's you.
So you were a spud once too, eh?
I was just a little spud. I was just a little spud.
Oh, that's priceless. Beautiful.
Wow.
I hate that fucking picture of myself that I have up there with the chops. I don't even know why I have it up because you can see where I've obviously cut my chin shaving.
Really?
Oh, right here.
Notice?
Yeah.
Right there. Let's zoom in on it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, look at
Zoom in on his nose hairs and his eyeballs.
You almost have that dramatic chipmunk look to you. There.
That's the greatest picture of me yet.
Anyway.
Hey, your mustache
I think
in your
I have
nose.
another- I have one more.
I had no idea. I had no idea my mustache hairs did climb so far north.
Actually, it's the other way around. Your actual mustache is your nose hairs, I think. But,
Yeah. It's like I sneezed out a mustache.
There you go. Kevin's putting together his last one, I guess.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, wait, no, yes. Let's see here.
Just your normal response to me, Kev.
Yes.
Shut the fuck up, Kevin.
Okay, I have my last comparison.
Go on. I'm done with bated breath. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, that's beautiful. That works.
You're
See,
welcome.
Vaticanus is the one on the right, correct?
What?
Wow.
So Vaticanus is one of the picture on the right, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't figure that out.
It's like looking at
No,
two
I am
different
not
You
digging
know,
that.
I
am not
kind of get
gonna
the
dig
feeling
up
you
that
guys
body
don't like
paint
Bionic
picture.
Dance very much.
It is like looking at two different toilets, but one's just for shitting in.
Oh, we're all going to hell. That's okay, though.
Oh, that was decided long ago.
Look at that dogged-looking thing. Fucking
All right,
hell.
let's find a better one. There's
Oh.
this any better?
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
that's-
She dyed her hair blue? Ew.
Same one.
No,
It's the
she
same one.
dyed herself blue. You haven't seen the naked
No,
Bionic Dance.
no,
Oh,
no,
that
no,
one.
no, 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 no. We
No
don't talk
naked
about that.
Bionic
We don't
Dance.
talk about that. We don't
Okay,
talk about
I
that.
have that link. Headless sent it to me.
Dyed
Of
her
course.
hair. She
Right.
didn't
There's
dye her
a
hair blue.
naked
She dyed it.
picture of her.
She had her hair set up as a green screen for a week.
Is she mentally ill, you think?
No,
No.
enough of this
She's
idea
normal.
that people are just mentally ill, throwing around
Yeah,
ideas. That people are mentally ill, right? None of us are fucking doctors. Come on.
No, I mean like
Alright,
the way she behaves.
I'm gonna put this
Is that
link
just
in
an act?
the
Is that an act or that she puts on?
I'm gonna drop this link into the sidebar. I am not gonna screen share it. You can look at it yourself.
No.
Nope.
I will. I'll do it.
Let's see what's going on here. What am I clicking on?
Don't
I
do
want
it.
some
Don't click on
brain
it.
damage.
Holy fucking hell.
I told you not to do it.
Is that her?
That's not
Oh,
her.
wait, that
That's
might be
not
the
her,
wrong
is it?
one. No, that's the wrong one. Hold on, I sent you the wrong
Is
one.
that your personal porn, Kev?
Let me find the right one. Okay, this is the correct one.
Suggesting that they're
This is the one that
Bob-
Headless Chicken sent me over Skype a while ago.
Don't click on it.
I'm doing
Yeah,
it now.
I'm
Oh,
gonna.
yeah,
I
God,
like
that's
to live dangerously. Oh Lord.
Oh my god, those things are as fucking miserable as I thought they'd look.
Stormtrooper?
Jesus Christ, those
Wow.
fucking mangy looking titties.
What the fuck?
You're welcome.
They're like 2 crumpled up suicide notes crammed in a glitter bra.
That was beautiful.
After all that shit, I think there's only one.
Show me some porn. I need to balance this shit out.
reaction. There's only one reasonable thing to do.
Oh, and I have one thing to say to you, my friend. Pure poetry. Pure poetry. Thank you.
I'm telling you what's happened. It's like $1 worth of loose change stuffed into 2 gym socks.
Kev, can you give me some porn to balance this out, please? Some good stuff.
Just go to R Gone Wild. I'm too late.
I want to get
Okay, fine.
How do you walk out your door like that and look at yourself and go, I think this is a good idea?
Yeah, I look awesome right now.
Keep in mind, this is the same person who argued on the New Covenant Group Hangout that the concept of God is an atheist.
Kevin, where did you find that picture?
Headless Chicken sent it to me.
Yeah.
Oh,
also,
RJ,
you can find it
right now,
easily.
man?
Hold on, you can find it easily by going on Google Images and searching Bionic Dance body paint. It's not exactly hard to find.
I linked to a Google search, porn to balance this out, some good stuff.
That requires me to actually put forth effort. I wanted just a picture, damn it. Thank you so much.
It's pretty much all pictures of either pretty girls and kittens.
Hey.
Or if you want some real porn,
Pussy all around, right?
I had no idea the mountain rollerbladed.
Yes, the mountain rollerblades.
Yeah. Well, I stumbled my way to that punchline.
Also, Lenny, I'm really sorry. I think I I put up the wrong potato picture. I think this one is far more appropriate.
Yeah, that was his brother.
You know what, Kevin? Kevin too.
It's a heart.
This is for you, partner.
No, that's him.
Little something for my secret stash.
I gave you my stash. I mean, it was much better than this. Oh, dear God. Yeah.
Do I want to click?
No, you don't.
Fuck you. No, I'm not clicking that. Fuck off. Fuck off.
Lenny, I gave you my stash. It was beautiful, and then you send me to this shit? Oh, my God. You're so mean. Lenny, you're an ass.
That one's all the way up to his elbow. Like, you have to give him props.
I didn't even look long enough. I'm sorry, bro.
Oh my God.
Wow.
This guy's up to the shoulder.
Yeah, do a search on anal prolapse and it'll be much better, right?
And on that note, my daughter wakes up. Change your topic, guys.
Okay.
Oh God.
So, how about
How's
that
everyone
local
feeling?
sports team, guys? Or we could just talk about vodka.
Rodka.
Are you drunk yet, Kev?
Getting there. I'm gonna need more after that last picture. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Hey, you deserve every frickin' bit you get for circulating.
I blame Headless. He's the one who sends that to pretty much every newcomer to the Skype group. As soon as Bionic Dance is brought up. Yep. Hey, look at this, guys!
I personally blame Keen, because he was the one that originally started that thing on the rounds. If I remember correctly.
Yes, blame Brett Keane. That's the easiest thing to do.
Wow. I feel scarred now. I feel like I need.
Have a nice day.
You know, it's a bizarrest experience because, like, I mean, I think that there's something beautiful about every woman.
Oh, don't even go there.
No, wait. It's coming.
I have never, only in my time, I've only been on YouTube for a year, and in that time, I have seen some of the world's most unfuckable women. Women who are just completely, it makes my penis invert. It makes my penis run for cover. It grabs the foreskin and pulls it over like a blanket.
I got a visual of that. That's really wonderful. Thank you.
I mean, honestly, I mean, I'm not trying to be a cocklicker or judgmentally awful, like, you know what I mean? I'm telling you what's happening.
Don't be a cocklicker.
I don't know. I'm a sapiosexual, so looks aren't important to me. But there are some people that are so ugly, male or female, that you just kind of look at them and you want to donate to charity after that.
I look at that picture of Bionic Dax, I immediately just want to call my mom and say, "Hey, it's been a while since I talked to you."
Oh my God!
I just need a comfort right now. I just need a comfort. Tell me about when I was young. How have you been?
Okay, I have to do this one more time, and I think
you don't.
this is no, it's not Bionic Dance. It's I think this one is going to be pretty obvious to most people, but
yeah.
How appropriate.
Okay.
But wait a minute, 13 doesn't have a peanut in his mouth or anything. It's not the same thing.
No.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't want to look for that picture. That one might be hard to find.
I do like that hat, though. That's a nice hat.
Oh, thank you. I was talking about my hat. Oh.
Ironically, that was like the 10th result searching Google Images for 13 Heathens. I could have been more of a dick, though. Wait, hold on.
Photoshop incoming.
No.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, no. If I really wanted to be an asshole, I could have done this.
Oh God.
Okay, now I guess the boot.
Okay,
you want to kick me out? Go ahead. I have soccer accounts.
I'm at a loss. Who was that person? Or do I want to know?
It was L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah.
Oh.
If you don't get the joke, you don't
No,
get the joke.
I do once you tell me the name. I got it.
Anyway, I'm done.
For now, that is, right?
For now.
Wahaha.
Somehow I'm still getting high.
Good for you. I'm still getting drunk.
Wish I knew what half of these fucking commands meant.
What commands?
In HTML?
Call span 3? I don't know.
Is that that's an attribute for table column in an HTML table?
A couple that are call span 2. Okay. Which one's call span 2? That might tell me something. Ah! There we go. I shouldn't have said anything.
I think that's just the number of, I want to say, characters that a table column is set as default size.
What language do you program in, Kevin?
Oh God, I couldn't. It depends on what I'm working on. As far as what I use most often, Perl, PHP, Python, and a couple other things. I know like 5 more than that, though.
Are you a web admin or a system admin or something?
Well, right now I'm unemployed, but I've done a whole bunch of different. If you want, I could drop a link to my resume if you want to see.
Oh no, I was just curious because anybody who says they do Perl, PHP, and all this stuff usually is either a sysadmin or a web admin.
I'm trying to learn web development stuff right now. I have a few projects going in Cake PHP, which is a very basic web framework. But I, for a short time, or well, for about a year and a half, I worked for my university's bioinformatics department, or one of the labs there, as sort of like a glorified sysadmin. Meaning, I ran the web server, I installed programs on. I had access to one of the ISU supercomputers, which was fun.
I bet.
And I worked on some research projects and learned quite a bit. But I do, like, my background is kind of a mess. I've done a whole bunch of different shit.
It's good though. Spread it out, man. Become more valuable that way.
Actually, if that's my resume, if you guys want to take a look at what I've done.
Want to hire Kevin for some service services.
I'm looking for a job right now, so I wouldn't mind. And yes, that has my real phone number and address. Don't release it, obviously.
Let's see now. Okay. So
turn this into a
538
Tory.
Winston Drive, Salem, Massachusetts. Somebody out there is going to go look that up.
No, I don't live in Salem, Massachusetts.
I don't even know if there is a Salem, Massachusetts.
Yeah, there is.
Okay, good. There is. All right.
It's a famous place.
I live in Ames, Iowa, which is, I mentioned that before. I just haven't given out my address.
Oh, that's right, Salem Witch Trials. Man, I am high. Holy fuck.
Yeah, I was gonna say Salem, Massachusetts. You don't know?
I brought up the Salem Witch Trials earlier too when we were talking about that. I'm fucked up. Yeah, that's bad.
I would be too, except I'm out of weed right now, so which is why I'm drinking vodka instead.
I'm out of weed too. I just found some tincture and I have an attachment for my vape pen.
Works still.
Yeah,
works even better actually.
Actually, this shit's pretty good. Actually. Oh, feel good.
I think Wayne's mad at me.
Wayne Hudson, why? What did you do to him?
I didn't. What the fuck would you just go there?
Oh, okay. Wait,
because we know you.
Because that's such an irrational conclusion based on your
What did you possibly do to piss Wayne off?
How is that any better than what you said before?
All right,
Just give it up, Kevin.
Why
Let
would
it
Wayne
go.
be mad at you?
Okay, better. Thank you for trying. I disagreed with him about the Miano thing. That kid who swung on Miano in the street, and he was like, "Yeah, fuck yeah, swing on him." And I'm like, "Yeah, no, you don't. No. Doesn't matter what a cunt says to you. If a man wants to come at you with words, you give words back. If a man wants to come at you with his fist, then you're allowed to come back with yours. You don't hit people for words ever."
No. I mean, I don't understand. There's some people I know that are like that. They're they just fucking go off out of nowhere. Just that's the first thing they go to is just hitting people.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. Well, I understand it, but it's just stupid.
Yeah,
it's so dangerously dumb. Like, you know what I mean?
And the scary thing is, a lot of these guys they spend time learning how to fight and hurt people, and they know how to fuck someone up, but they're stupid in every other aspect of their life. They're like a walking weapon with no brain.
Right. You know what I mean? There's no justification.
Yeah, I'd agree with you on that. I didn't watch the video, but I saw the link that was posted, so I know what you're talking about. But so Wayne thinks that it was cool for the guy to punch him?
Yeah, he thought it was all right at the very least.
I hit you.
Oh, fuck off, Kevin. You turned your phone off, you
Angry.
prick.
Me?
No, I've just been trying to call fucking Buchik.
Oh, that's you? No, wait, how did you... Oh, yeah, because I thought... Okay, I was wondering who that was.
It only took you a couple seconds. That's good, Kev.
What other man had called you at 3:30 in the morning?
I don't know, it's happened before.
Oh, really?
Kevin, why would you post
No, it's
your
not
PDF
up.
on the internet like that, especially in this community?
Because I trust the people in this hangout.
Well, here's a problem now, though. You don't realize the power you've just given to Lenny.
Yeah, I was just
I
gonna
don't care, I like Lenny.
Pranking you all day tomorrow now.
Dick pics for the rest of the week.
Go ahead. I don't care.
He likes them. Farrah Fawcett,
Ones that are
remember?
circumcised will be Mouties.
I have his number, too.
We're going to play a little game I like to call Spot the Mouty.
Okay, now that I know that's you, because generally I don't answer numbers I don't recognize. I'm going to call you back.
I've got too many creditors looking for me to answer numbers I don't recognize.
Yeah. I don't have that problem. Wow.
Neither do I, really.
That's
I
not a good
have
problem,
zero
though.
debt. I have no debt just because I don't pay it.
It doesn't
Hang on.
count.
Hang on.
I haven't had
Some
any of
bag of shit is calling me at 3:30 in the fucking morning. Hang on.
That's the American way.
Kevin, I knew it was you.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
We're in a hangout right now.
Oh, will you two knock it off? You can have your weird cyber thing later.
I want you to go outside. I want you to run around the block 14 times. I want you to wear the same underwear you've been wearing all day. I don't want you to shower for 2 days, and then I want you to come over to my place.
It's the last part that's going to be a problem.
Uh-oh. Lenny's in trouble.
He's muting people. He's muting me. All right, we're done. 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 We're done.
Oh,
I'm done playing with Kevin's
you guys
phone.
are bad.
On that thought.
It's just getting sexy. What the fuck?
Yeah. I was unzipping my pants just as they started. What the fuck, man?
I'm sorry.
Okay, so that's 2 numbers of people in the community. I have Mowdy and I have Lenny.
I probably shouldn't say this, but my number's like on the internet for my business, so and I use my real name on everything because that's just the way I do things. So anybody can call me, which leaves me open to crazy Christians randomly calling me and waking me up in the morning and threatening me.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's happened.
Lenny, can I call you, please?
No.
Please?
No, you may not.
We're degenerating again.
Sure, you can call him. You just have to figure out his number first.
What do you want to call him?
Yeah, I know.
Ow.
Call him Mr. Potato Head.
I want to call him Brandy. Let's go with that, Brandy.
Am I going to be like on a truck stop on 80 and find his phone number written on the bathroom stall?
Yeah.
You've been
that's
there too,
totally
huh?
what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to a random rest stop in Iowa in some shady-ass bathroom stall, and I'm going to write Lenatar's phone number on the wall.
Kevin,
and I'm say, for a good time, call this motherfucking potato head.
Kevin, speaking of entertainment.
Oh, hi, Prudent.
Fuck off.
Oh,
Off to a flying start, Prudy Duty.
Fuck all of you for that, alright?
Wait a minute. I mute 2 people in the room that I decided to
in
invite through.
the face.
Yeah, Prudent, you came in 5 minutes too late. You missed me posting my resume in the chat. You could have gotten my phone number and prank called me. Anyway, so about that local sports team, huh?
Sports ball, sports ball, sports ball.
About that vodka.
Yeah, how's that vodka tasting there, Kev? Pretty good.
Shitty, it was cheap vodka.
Oh, hey, Jade. I saw the thing that Gary wants to do, that hangout on the Schweitzer papers. I think I've read part of one of them. I'm going to try to read a couple more of those. Those are very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're going to go through those, and, I think Fiona's going to come, and hope Sam can come. He's traveling. And so basically, I'm going to start by reading them out, and we're going to talk about, we'll basically explain what's in the papers. This isn't going to be about religion or atheism or creationism or evolution. It's going to be about understanding what's in the papers.
I know, and that's the important thing, because several I don't want to bring it to creationism, but it's amazing how they like to misinterpret the entire experiment. They don't even understand like the basic methods, how this works. I mean, I'm reading through some of them, and it's amazing, like the complex methods they have to do to extract the dried up cells from the bones. They have to use a set of several different chemicals just to make an extraction. Then they have to perform more. Then they have to do more complex chemistry experiments just to perform basic spectroscopy. I mean, it's like if they don't even understand any of this, why the hell are they going on about, oh, the blood still in them dinosaur bones proves the Earth is young?
Because they're ignorant religious fuckwads.
Right,
and
because I'm scared of dying, and I don't know what's going to happen, so I make things up so I don't have to be afraid, and I don't admit that.
Yeah, okay, we're just talking about
One time I want to know why, in a normal hangout where we're talking about awesome, fun things, and then Prudence shows up and we're right back on religion. Every time.
I was about fucking creationism.
We were talking about hot.
And I wanted to talk about science. I was talking about.
We were talking about hot male sex until you came in. Damn it.
That's true.
Hey, Prudent. Hey, Prudent. Hey, you should click that link. Oh, what a douchebag.
But as I said, Prudent, I want to make this very clear to everybody in the Hangout when we get to it, that we're not going to discuss religion, we're not going to discuss theism or atheism, we're not going to discuss creationism or evolution. We're just going to discuss what's in the papers, because that's the thing, people don't understand what's in the paper. And that title of the first one, what is it? I forget, but it talks about dinosaur trabecular bone, right? And trabecular bone is a type of soft tissue. This is the point, they don't even understand what soft tissue is. And in the abstract, it talks about evidence. They found evidence of hemoglobin breakdown products or heme-containing compounds. They didn't find blood. They found evidence that hemoglobin had been there.
How about we just hand them a high school biology textbook and a bottle of Adderall?
Well, the reason
that would be funny.
I think I'm going to second the Adderall.
Right.
Yeah.
I think
the reason I want to go through these papers, well, first of all, Gary brought it up because Gary Phony Beatlemaniacs, because he doesn't really understand science, and he talks to creationists a lot because he is a Christian and he thinks creationism makes Christianity look stupid. So he wants to argue against it and he wants to know it more. But they're constantly bringing up Schweitzer's papers, and yet they don't understand what's in them. So I was going to go through it with Gary, and I asked Gary, I said, well, can we open this up to a hangout and just go through plus I wanted to try to get people who know more science than I do.
Anything up that they understand?
Well, this isn't for them, and that was the point. I was talking to Hangout after Fiona's Hangout on Sunday. I was pointing out this isn't for them. This isn't for creationists. This is for people who talk to creationists who want to understand what's in the papers, what's in the real papers. And so what I did was I listed...
So they can bang their heads off the wall when they try to describe it to them?
For people who want to walk with creationists, talk with creationists.
Yeah. It's fun to talk with creationists at a time.
Yeah. Well, I think it's actually more productive to make fun of them at this point than to debate them.
Well, this is for people who want to understand what's in the papers, and if you don't want to understand what's in the papers, don't watch or participate in the Hangout. That's all there is to it. But there are people. Gary wanted to know this stuff, and I just said, well, let's open it up in case anybody else wants to.
Yeah, I'm interested, just not right now.
Same.
Right. So, but that's only the point I wanted to make. This is just strictly about the science.
Did you see that? So speaking of hot game insects, did you see the fucking article with the guy who says that Obama wants to create an army of super gay soldiers to take over America?
No, I'm sorry, I don't read InfoWars.
Oh, and if you want to talk about almost hot gay insects, watch the movie Women in Love with what a really hot scene between Alan Bates and Oliver Reed in Naked Wrestling, and this was 1972.
I'm gonna pass.
I'd much rather watch the movie The Devils that you were talking about earlier with women masturbating while high on ergot. That just sounds fun.
They're high on Zima.
Just watch True Blood and watch Eric Nortman and Jason Stackhouse go at it.
High on what, Lenny?
Zima.
Oh God, Zima!
They still make that
shit anymore.
I just wanted to add one more thing. Just want to say to Jade, I do like the idea of making more science related hangouts. As a matter of fact, I sort of am this is the thing I'm planning. I'm planning to a hangout at some time with just Sam and Fiona, where they discuss molecular biology and try to make it more easy to understand on a layman level.
Yeah, and that makes it good. I actually have some. This is actually going to start a series of hangouts that I'm going to do about science. For those people who are interested in the science, yeah.
All right. Oh, nice.
I think that's a good idea.
Oh, absolutely. It's always fun. Usually, unless of course it's physics related.
Well, and of course everybody isn't into science, so everybody isn't going to be interested in this subject. But for those who are, yeah.
It's kind of like this whole discussion. It's like a one-dimensional string that varies. Whatever. I was going to say something, then I forgot.
So I wonder how long it's going to be before Prudent gets burnt out on the whole religion topic.
Oh, one last thing. That movie I talked about. that movie I talked about, Women in Love. This was also by Ken Russell. Directed The Devils. One of the most erotic scenes I've ever seen in a movie is when Alan Bates is describing eating a fig. You may not understand that.
I think we define erotic in two very different ways, girl.
I would agree.
This is outstanding. You know, yeah, maybe we do, but it's pretty hot. Yeah. I know it may sound like, what the fuck are you talking about? But I'll see if I can find a link to that.
I'll tell you what, Jade, the link I posted in the sidebar chat is for you then. I think you'll like that.
Listening to some old cunt talking about eating figs. I'm sorry. That's
Jesus Christ.
Well, it's not what you think it is.
Okay, I'm perfectly happy to concede that probably isn't what I think it is.
It isn't. Well,
So what body part is defined as the fig exactly?
Oh, it is what you think it is.
Are you familiar with it?
I haven't a clue.
No, I mean, somebody said it is what you think. Oh, no, this is what you think it is. Yeah, that's actually boring.
Boring?
Yeah.
Anyway.
I tried.
Sorry. I know.
Let me just have a look here.
Lenny will like it. Lenny will love it.
Yeah, but he has no taste. We've already established this.
Well, fuck off about no taste.
I'm going to refrain from making a joke about fucking potatoes.
Yeah, do you know what? I would rather see a... You know what? Yeah, I'm looking at this and I think it's all fine, but I'd rather see an old man talk about eating figs.
Not an old man.
I don't know you, Lenny. I just don't know you.
Here's a question. Why is there a paintbrush next to her? Is she doing some fucking DIY before she flicks the bean?
Does it really matter at that point? Is that what you're going to ask her? You're standing there watching her do this, and you're going to ask her that question. There's something wrong with
it. Hey, babe, do you like figs?
Lenny, are you a fag? Just
got a fig for you.
Oh. You gotta ask about that bleached asshole as well. How bleached is that thing?
Pretty bleached, dude. And also oiled, but mostly bleached.
Fuck yeah, now. That's not.
What do you think the paintbrush is there for? I mean,
yeah. Painted your arsehole with Clorox.
Prudent, did you click on that link that Kevin Frith posted? Did
yes,
Did it make you uncomfortable?
Not it should have.
Yeah, point on the dolly where you felt something different, some tingly sensation.
Oh, I can show you exactly the little funny bone area of the arm. Definitely felt a weird sensation there.
Wait, what? What? Post that. What is it?
I'm kidding.
I like weird sensations.
I will pay $1,000 to see what Prudence got on his porn selection. So he's got in his private stash.
Oh, really?
Oh, you can speed it up.
It's really nothing, to be honest.
Of course it's nothing. I'm not surprised.
Like I said, I don't know what it is. I'm just not really into that kind of stuff.
So Pruden's a prude.
Yeah.
You're not into women sex?
I'm gonna be honest, not really. I'm not gay, but it's like I'm just like not.
Okay, asexual.
I mean, I'm partly into like women, but not like as much as maybe most people are.
Partly into women is, partly. That's good.
That's
halfway
that's
in.
Fair.
Is halfway there.
Are you more sapiosexual, maybe?
Hold on. I'll be honest. I probably don't have as high of a sex drive as most males my age do, but I probably have a higher one than Prudent does from what he said.
Prudent, how old are you?
20. I just turned 20 2 weeks ago.
Dude, your hormones should be bouncing off the walls, bro. Come on.
If that's not his bag, then dude, that's not.
I have a friend who's asexual.
I have some hormone action, just not that much.
Lenny, turn on your camera and lift up your shirt. Give him a show.
Oh God, no! That's gonna make things worse.
God noted.
I'll do it.
Kevin lifts his shirt. The world just laughs.
Prudent, right here.
That was like
right
more
here,
like an don't
turn on the camera.
Hey! Don't break it! Don't break it!
Where's my?
I
Don't take it. Don't break it. Took another 9 months to make it.
Wait, Kevin, do you have? Oh.
Oh, he
Peter, is
went
that
there.
ketchup stains on your shirt?
Ew. Okay, Lenny, no offense, but I'm just gonna say this. In this case, if I ever get one of those pills, you know, where they pretty much say like, hey, after 4 hours, if you still have it, call a doctor. I should probably just go to Lenny, look at him do that, and that should take care of the problem.
Yeah, Viagra, 4-hour erection, right?
Yeah, but
No. Prudent. If you ever end up in that situation, just look at that bionic dance picture I sent you.
Yeah,
that'll work.
I can't tell whether she has a pussy or it's just drawn on.
No, she does. I mean, wait, I don't know. I don't know how to prove that. I don't think I want to prove that.
Isn't she transgender, or is she
No,
just a...
no. As far as I know,
just
she's
gay.
not. She's just gay.
She's
just
she's not transgender. She's just homely.
And crazy.
Oh, okay, Prudent. Keep in mind, she's.
All right. She's in her
almost.
40s?
Really? She's in her
Yeah,
40s?
Oh my
She's that old?
god. I thought she was like in her...
Almost 40.
Oh, almost. Yeah.
Yeah, so if it close. Yeah.
Wow.
So she's only a few years younger than Matthew Bell.
Oh God.
Does she live off of like her YouTube
Gary!
career? Is that? Does she have a job?
she
or
does.
anything?
She has a Zazzle store.
Yeah. Well.
She has two parents, as far as I know.
It could
Yeah,
be
she
worse.
lives off her parents.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you could be in a Phantom Lion situation or a Nadia situation.
Oh god, how has that waste of oxygen been these days anyway?
Wait, which one?
Oh, not. Ooh, Nadia.
Ouch.
Come on. Let's not look. Even if
Okay,
you're
I would
they are human beings.
I'm sorry.
Don't
If you
refer to
begin
people
to start
as-
being the arbiter of my morality, I'm going to freak out on you.
Lenny, I liked your show,
I
by
am
the way.
going
It's
to
great.
do it anyway because you know what? We don't refer to people as waste of oxygen. That's just plain rude.
No, I'll refer to people as a waste of oxygen. I just wouldn't put Nadia in that basket.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
Phantom Lion, maybe.
I can refer to people as exactly as I assess them to be, and I think Nadia is a waste of oxygen.
Isn't Phantom Line? Is he the guy who's kind of taking advantage of Redline?
Well, guys, stop fucking with my camera. You're gonna break my fucking laptop.
I think that's 13.
I'll turn it off for you. Fuck's
I
sake.
don't think he's taking advantage of Redline. But
Really?
Redline is trying to help him.
All right.
Redline knows what he's getting into.
Oh, is that Red Lion? Is that the one? Is that the dude that thinks he's a lion or something?
That's Phantom Lion. That's his
Oh,
friend.
Phantom.
Red
Okay.
Lion is a guy who likes cars. A
You
lot.
guys brought him on one channel I was in on. Oh my god, that guy's
Tell
fucking weird.
Redline to give me the $100. How's that?
Now, Redline's pretty normal for my standards.
No, I mean
Lion-
that Phantom dude.
Yeah,
whatever
Phantom
that-
Lion. Phantom Lion is a little quirky.
Yeah.
Just a little
Well,
quirky.
It could be worse though. So far, I think the
Yeah, he
biggest.
could be a proctologist.
Oh my god. Phantom Lion or Nadia aren't the biggest douches right now. I would probably argue that Live Life is.
Oh no, we're not saying.
No, I wouldn't
either
say he
of
was
them
a
are
douche. He was
douchey.
just really strange.
I wouldn't call Nadia douchey at all. Live Life is a douche.
Even
Well, did you-
compare Live Life to Nadia. How is he better than Nadia?
No,
Worse,
he's not
rather, excuse me.
better.
How is he better than worse?
As I just
Because Nadia's generally not a horrible person to other people. She's actually a pretty nice person.
She's
Yeah.
taking other people's coin.
How
that
much
they're
money
giving, that they're willingly donating.
Yeah, I mean...
But she's not using it for what they donated it for.
Oh.
Drinking with it.
And eating
No.
junk food and buying cigarettes. And
Is she asking for donations? from people?
Yeah, she's done that for a long time.
Wow.
And instead of looking for a job, she spends all of her time on the internet.
Wow.
Well, it hasn't been lately, apparently.
Well, yeah, because
the
Brett
last-
Keane flagged her channel and she can't run live hangouts.
No, she might have actually ended out on her ass. I don't know.
No,
she was.
No, the last hangout I saw her in, she was doing from a public internet cafe or something. So I think her connection, she finally couldn't support it anymore because that's what she said she was going to lose it because she couldn't afford it. So I think she lost it. Yeah.
And she's been having the community bail her out since she joined it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Live Life is tame compared to the cunting levels of that witch.
I would put them in different categories.
Yeah.
As far as how they deal with other people.
But you guys saw like what he did, how he kept asking Nate the same.
Yeah.
Okay, this is
in that hangout actually.
Okay, this is nothing new. He's done this before. Maybe not that obnoxious, but he's done this before where he's gone in and he's asked question after question and not bothered to listen to the answer because he is either really, really drunk or he has his own agenda or both.
Yeah, well, how do I put it this way? There was something that the funny thing I thought was how it was Ed. Well, I thought it was kind of funny how he didn't know who Ed Brayton was, and he said
I thought it was so funny.
And he was referring to him as dude in the white headphones.
Oh yeah,
he thought he was a Christian, and it's like, oh my God,
How did you come to
person.
Christianity? Dude, I'm a fucking atheist. I run free punk blogs.
I'm really trying hard. I'm trying hard to get G-Man to debate me as literal Bible man. I would love to try to get that to happen.
G-Man doesn't have a sense of humor.
Well, here's the thing though with Live Life. I think he's one of those really obnoxious New Jersey types.
New Jersey.
Wow, that was the worst New Jersey accent I've ever heard.
That was like a. I don't even know what that was.
New Jersey.
I don't have a good New Jersey accent.
13's from Boston. You got to try harder than that to.
Yeah.
That's like a gay Boston accent.
No, gay Boston accent.
I'm from Jersey. Park my car.
Gotta park your car in Harvard Yard.
What the fuck are you talking about? You can't park your car in Harvard Yard. There's a fucking barrier.
Occupy my ass.
I should have. Okay. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. No.
That's right. Apologize, bitch.
Don't they still have apartheid in Boston?
Okay, you know what? Fine. How far do you want me to go, Lenny? You're really starting to make me feel uncomfortable. You're threatening me to apologize. I mean, what more do you want me to do? Do you want me to?
What are you, some kind of apologist?
You're really making me feel so upset right now, and it's like I'm freaking out.
Does anyone else have a boner?
No.
My boner died.
Take off your clothes.
I'm hungry for calamari all of a sudden.
It's like, Lenny, why are you being so mean to me, man? It's like it really.
God damn it! I wanted to do that.
I have the weirdest boner right now.
Don't lie.
My boner
Fist
is
bump, bro.
No, it's not. It's so tiny. So tiny.
Kevin,
I got
don't
like
say
a half.
that.
I got like a half.
Okay, guys, enough with the weird chub shit.
Aww.
Just because there's a monster in your pants doesn't mean it must come out and do a dirty dance.
No, I rather think
the song.
It's not my fault Lenny's so sexy. I can't help it. The fucking B cups. I just want to like cup them.
Fucking B cups. What?
Kevin can beat that.
I have. Yeah,
It's the Irish accent.
Wait a minute.
Kevin can do it. I don't know how it is I've gotten as laid as often as I have in my life, guys. I'm going to be honest with you. I am a potato-headed, titty-wearing motherfucker.
It's the Irish accents.
Dude,
That
I
might
know a
have
lot of
something
women
to
that
do
would
with
dig the chubby guys like that. The geeky girls especially, they love guys like that.
Low self-esteem.
No.
And I love it.
I was going to say, low self-esteem gets a lot of people laid.
Wait a minute. What? I have low self-esteem and I'm not.
Same here.
Wait,
No,
I
no.
practically fucking despise myself.
You aren't trying hard enough.
Yeah.
I'm aware of that. Thank you.
It
Yeah,
has
you-
been...
You even said you had low. Going out there now.
No,
Guys, you know what the secret
it's
is
actually
when you
not that
stop
low.
looking, that's when you find someone.
Yeah.
No, I've tried that. That didn't work.
I think the
And
big
for
thing...
anyone wondering, yes, there are two versions in this room. One is Prudent, the other one is myself.
Now,
I
how do
think
you
the
know
big
that
thing-
about me?
Wait, are you guys
Oh my
joking, or are
God.
you actually
I'm gonna
serious?
fucking
You're
kill this kid.
virgins, or?
This is
How
the
do you
point
know-
at which I point out that nobody really cared.
I was a virgin
Shit, if you're
I was a
virgins or
virgin
not.
till 25 years old. I didn't have sex till 25.
No
How
one
do you know
gives
this,
a fuck.
Kevin?
It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. But I'm just saying.
Because you've admitted it before here. Shut up.
Kevin, how old are you?
23.
Okay, there's still hope for me.
I didn't have good sex until my 30s, so.
Wow. Those hookers didn't pay off, Tim?
No, actually, I did pay for sex a couple times.
Dude, nice.
Huh?
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
you know what? Respect a little bit.
I always like getting a blowjob with a condom on. That's so hot.
No, it was
Hey, you know what?
He was holding the bag of Coke in one hand and his dick in the other.
I'd rather take the Coke. Thank
How
you.
have you not gotten flagged yet?
Is that whole point, though? I mean, come on. Hookers are people, too. You don't want to give them... You don't want to
I
give
don't know
them
what it is. I don't know what it fucking is, but I've always, in my entire life, and I think it has attributed a lot to my success with women I've had in the past, I have always just loved women. I've loved being around them. I've loved talking to them. I've interacted with them. I've loved being balls deep in them. I've loved them when they were balls deep in me.
So do some serial killers. But, hey,
balls deep in you, too, huh?
You love fantasizing about choking them?
I love women. I just absolutely adore women in all forms. I love them. I love them.
Lenny, what's the deal with choking? You got to explain this to me. I'm not getting this.
Okay, well,
is it the asphyxiation? I mean, I get the asphyxiation.
He's channeling Cheryl from Archer.
The thing is that one of the things that I find attractive of a woman is what I call a chokeable neck. Now, this is a very long, kind of slender, very thin neck
Yeah, I get it.
that I can sort of very carefully sort of put one hand around, and that kind of thing. But a
And
bigger
this is why we don't get that
woman-
many women into hangouts anymore.
What? Yeah, you fucking sold me out, you prick. You sold me out to Eve fucking Real, and I haven't been invited to one of her hangouts since.
Seriously?
Wait, what do you mean?
Yeah, what do you mean? What is the story? I want to hear this.
We were in a hangout with fucking Eve, and I was saying on one of the Insomnia Shuffles, I was saying the other week, I was like, oh man, she's got a right chokeable necker. I'd choke her till she passed out. I'd choke her till I passed out. And,
oh man.
And 13...
Are you just in the choking or in the
Go on,
BDSM?
don't interrupt him.
Wait. No.
So we're in the fucking hangout.
Chokeable neck thing. This was back when I thought that I'd choke it to her, kind of ridiculousness. Before I thought about okay, that's kind of okay, not what I thought.
Go on, Lenny. Go on.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're on Insomnia Shuffle a couple of nights later, it could have been weeks later, I don't fucking remember. In any event, we're there, and Eve comes in, right? And, 13 Heathens just starts, he's like that guy at the bar, you know what I mean? Who's your friend? And you're talking to a girl, and you're like, oh, I'm a doctor. And here comes 13 Heathens like, you're not a doctor. Why are you telling her why are you telling this nice girl you're a doctor? He's not a doctor. Why are you talking shit, man?
Wait a minute, man, 13.
He fucking comes in, and he's like, hey, Lenny, tell Eve what you think about her neck. And I'm trying to backpedal, right? I'm trying to backpedal like a fucking hero, like, oh, 13, I have no idea what you're talking about. He says, yeah, no, you like your neck, right? He said it was what, chokeable or something? You said you had a chokeable neck. And I'm like, and I'm sitting here going, oh, you fucking cunt.
Damn. You sold him out, 13.
Did he say anything?
You are lucky, Bible thumping Wignot had a busy week that week. Otherwise, you would have been cunt for week, my man. I'm telling you.
Did Eve say anything?
And she laughed in this very sort of uncomfortable, like, we're in a hangout having fun, but I know she's putting a scarf on while we're talking.
Making sure her door's locked.
If you just ask Eve for an invite, she'll probably send you one. Whenever I've asked for an invite, I get one, but...
Have you ever said you'd like to choke her?
No, because I'm not a weird...
That might be the difference, Kevin.
Oh, wait. I just realized something. No, I haven't been getting invites lately either.
Oh yeah, that's because she actually puts the link right in the fucking comments thread.
No, she doesn't. No, she fucking does not.
Sometimes.
Because I check, and I have never seen it there.
Okay, maybe those were the ones that were being hosted by Galaxy. Then I might be wrong.
Yeah, Galaxy does that.
Oh, okay.
So
if you message Eve on Google Plus, like she'll send you an invite.
Yeah.
So, Lenny, explain the chokeable thing. You were right in the middle of it. I really want to hear this.
The truth is that it's one of the measurements I have for whether or not a woman is attractive. I like a woman who is about 5'4",
okay,
with boobs that stick out past the gut. I don't think that's asking too much. And has a nice, chokeable, one-hander neck. Imagine a nice neck that you can fit one hand comfortably around with both the thumb and the index finger reaching the edge of the neck, where the neck turns into her spine.
I dare you to put this on a Cupid.com profile.
Do it. Fucking do it, bitch.
I have a profile on there.
So I guess the key question is, do you enjoy choking women, actually choking them, or is this just some sort of weird, like, visual fetish for you or whatever?
I wouldn't say it's necessarily a weird visual fetish, but I would say that I enjoy partners who do not like to be choked, but sometimes I enjoy partners who do.
Okay, next question. Have you ever actually done this? And
yeah.
Oh yes.
Oh, okay.
A couple times, yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you just gotta. You see, Kevin. The thing is, my man, gather around the fire. I'll tell you a story. Let me educate you on sex.
Educate me?
Sometimes, shut up.
Shut your mouth.
Sometimes during sex, you just try something. You know what I mean? You just go for it. And if she's into it, she won't stop you, and she'll enjoy herself. If she's not into it, she'll say, "Hey, knock that off," and you'll go back to doing something else you know she likes. So sometimes when I'm getting down to work, I'll just creep my hand up to her neck and put a little pressure on, and if she's into it, awesome. And if she's not, okay, that's fine, no problem.
So how far do you apply pressure? I mean.
Kevin, do you have a fucking handbook? Fuck's sake, man, I don't know.
Okay, this is
probably the same thing as slap, right? When you hit it.
You need to give me the exact PSI value.
No,
to
Lenny.
3 significant figures.
Do you have like safe words or?
Okay, I understand the link between
what
asphyxia and sex.
To say while I'm fucking choking her.
I bet his safe word is potato.
Yeah, sorry. When I'm choking a woman, the safe word is.
Hey, it's your fetish. I was just trying to understand it. So.
It's not a fetish. It's not a fetish.
I've never run across anybody else in my life that has anything like this, so I was trying to understand it.
I have some friends who are into BDSM, and that choking thing is a big part of that.
I have quite a few friends who are into BDSM.
Common.
Yeah,
which is the reason why I was asking if it was linked to asphyxiation, because that is a sexual high.
It's not. No. I don't asphyxiate people. Like, I don't make her uncomfortable. It's just like a power thing, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like spanking, probably, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I want to know. It's all good. Cool.
I like it when my wife and I just slap each other across the face during sex every once in a while.
Okay,
yeah.
that's great.
Bam. That's I don't know. I dig that.
I'm moving up.
I was with a girl who loved it when I just not super duper hard, but enough just to ring her bell a little bit. She liked it when I slapped her right in the pussy. She loved it.
Ring her bell.
Okay, can we please just no?
Oh, we're making Prudent uncomfortable.
Prudent's aroused and he likes it.
No, Leonard, it's like you're making me feel really uncomfortable.
Well, you know, a really good trick is when you take your pinky and maybe the other finger if you can get it into the asshole, and then you take your thumb and then you take your other hand and you reach it up for the G spot, and then you take and you pinch the inside of her pussy on the bottom between the asshole and your thumb, and then you finger with your middle finger with the other one, then you just kind of rotate it all.
I feel a drawing coming on. Could you draw this out for me?
The universe in your hands,
right?
My big go-to move is when I go downtown on a girl, is that downtown, not Browntown, just downtown. Is when I'm going down on a girl is when I'm tonguing the labia, right?
Yeah.
I lift my face up in an upward motion so that my nose catches the clitoris on the way up.
Yep.
They love
that's
that.
Just poetic.
Or when
it's almost like a dog lapping kind of motion.
Come on, Trudent. I am also a virgin, and I am.
Okay,
really
here's the problem.
Okay, I am really having fun.
Yeah, Prudent, explain to me what the fucking problem is. Tell me what the problem is.
Yeah, I do actually have a problem. I'm getting a lot of weird images of Lenny in my head that I want to get out.
Alcohol,
You're
my
imagining
friend.
me licking your vagina?
Do they involve you looking at him behind you in a mirror?
It's like Lenny. It's like Lenny's trying to describe things in a very pornographic way. And here's the thing: I don't exactly.
My mind didn't go there at all. I put myself in that situation, okay, and then that was fun.
Now, a classic, an absolute classic that will surprise her, but I think in a pleasant way, is when you've evolved from missionary position to the point where her knees are on your shoulders and just kind of hitting it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's good just to kind of like lean back, grab the ankles, and like push them ahead of you to get like a different angle on the.
And then you kind of get up and go down at an angle. Are you talking about that?
Yeah, it's almost like you're doing push-ups, but like on her. You know what I'm saying? And hey, in that situation, little surprise for her, why not? Pop a toe in your mouth. Why not?
Will there be a test later on this?
Pissed off.
Shot number 12 or whatever.
Now you've lost the room.
Hey, dude, if you haven't sucked on a toe, you don't know. Your woman's missing.
You haven't lived. Yeah. You haven't lived. Hey, wait a minute. I've sucked on a toe.
Not your own, Kevin.
Not your own.
No, not my own. I have an ex-girlfriend. We didn't sleep together, but we did things.
There's a lot of toe sucking going on.
No.
Things is a very broad term.
Yes, it is.
What did you suck on, Kevin? Point to the doll.
It's okay. Kevin got a blowy.
Oh, wait,
what's the big deal?
Hold on. I need to quote Ed Brayton from the Live Life Hangout. Point on the dolly where the Holy Spirit touched you.
Yeah, that was great. I love that.
He touched me.
Anyway.
Oh, he touched me.
I imagine Jade could tell us stories for days now. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Days.
And by the way, for the gentlemen out there are a number of lesbian websites out there, including stuff on YouTube that explains just exactly how to do things. Because there are a lot of young lesbians who are kind of clueless about stuff. So, yeah, that's a good resource for anyone who wants to play for a woman.
Stuff.
Yeah, well,
I love things and stuff.
Yeah, so do I.
I tell you what, I don't like toys though. I'm not big on toys.
No, I don't either.
I'm not either. Yeah.
I'm actually.
Me neither.
If you're gonna use toys, then what the fuck am I there for? You know what I mean?
I want to invest in a sex swing.
A what?
The ones you hang from the ceiling and then you just sit in them. The woman sits in it, and then the guy, you can just go at it.
It's an anti-gravity device.
You see, the sex thing is one of those weird things where I'm looking at it on the website, right? And I'm like, how much is this fucking thing? 120 fucking quid. And I'm looking at it like, I could fucking make that. Why am I going to give some cunt 120 fucking quid? I'll just make the fucking thing.
Because you're lazy to make it yourself, and you'd rather have somebody.
There was this one that looked like one of those rowing boat exercise machines, except that the seat had a hole in it and a knob come. And I'm like, I could fucking make that.
Kevin, stop rolling your glass.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh.
Wait a minute. So you're sitting there home alone playing Spin the Bottle?
Yeah, he's doing Spin the Bottle with himself.
Yeah, he's playing Spin the Bottle with his computer screen with a picture of Farrah Fawcett.
I tell you what, guys.
No.
Here.
Go down.
You know what? You were exactly right.
Go down and visit your local Chinese massage parlor.
Wait, I live in central Iowa. We don't have those.
You don't have those at truck stops or anything around where you live?
Not that I'm aware of. I can look.
Yeah, and just go in and just kind of with the don't say it out loud, but just at the end, just kind of gesture toward that, and usually they'll give you a hand job.
Kevin, do you live in a dorm?
There you go.
Fuck no, not anymore.
Oh,
dorms are good.
No, Timothy, I'll be honest with you. I have received attention at the old Rub and Tug. I was drunk at my local bar. The lady described it as 60 for a massage, 100 for more. I'm like, okay.
What is more?
I found out because my friends dared me to go in there, and I'm like, listen, I'm not giving this bitch $100 for, let's be honest, a 6th grade blowy. You guys have to pay me.
You know what a 6th grade blowy is? You've had one of those?
Okay.
A blowy from a 6th grader? What the fuck?
I'm assuming he thinks he means when he was a 6th grader.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Wait, how'd you get into the bar? You got a guy for fake IDs?
Get into the bar. In any event, I went in there, did my business, and I was like, you know what? That wasn't worth $100.
Was worth $100.
Prudent.
But if you're not getting laid at all, you want
you are messing with the wrong man, big boy. You
know
want
what,
to play with?
Lenny?
Oh boy.
Oh yeah,
My pussy is better than yours.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny, Kevin, but seriously, Lenny, you live 3,000 miles away from me. I ain't scared, buddy.
You ain't scared of me?
Yeah, you know what? I'm coming at you hard from now on, man.
Lenny, I'm not scared of you either.
Oh my God, this kid right now.
Just go visit the
What
back
a
pages.
Like I said,
What a punk.
Okay, wait a minute. You're coming at him what?
I said I'm just gonna come at him like with.
No, you're
coming at him.
Not.
What? What was the word?
I said I'm coming at him like that from now on. Like I'm giving him awful dirty stuff.
You're not helping your cause, sir.
I heard you say you were coming at him hard.
Yeah.
Oh,
Have you ever tried jerking off to gay porn?
I'm not gay.
Have you ever
I'm just
tried?
saying, have you ever tried? Have you ever tried?
with a
What?
Have you ever tried masturbating with a flaccid penis?
I don't even know what that would be. What you're talking
Wait,
about.
you don't know what a flaccid penis is? How sheltered are you?
He doesn't know what this. This is the kid who's like, I'm coming at you hard from now on. What's a flaccid penis? Fuck.
Yeah, I have no idea what. I've never heard of that. I'm sorry.
Okay, do you know what the
flaccid
opposite
means?
of Prudent? Do you know what a hard penis is? Do
Oh,
you know what
yeah.
the opposite of that is?
Yes.
It's what
Flaccid.
your penis is.
The
The
way
rest
it
of
is
the
right
ass.
now in your pants.
Okay, it's soft. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
It's whatever.
Okay, there you go. Today you learn something new every day. Welcome to Insomnia Shuffle. How are you?
Fuck off.
First
No,
biological
I'm
paper
not
you're
interested
gonna
in
read
that.
is this.
Just
You were a biology major, right?
psychology now.
Yeah, were. Keyword.
Yeah, go bugger off somewhere else, man.
Bugger off.
Bugger?
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, what do you masturbate to?
And I know,
Sears
and I-
catalogs, or
By the way, I do know the term what bugger means. I get that fully. It actually has.
this is just the semi-lingerie.
But do you know what a
stuff event
wanker
for you?
is? Do you know what a wanker is?
Yes, I know what a wanker is.
I don't think you do.
A wanker is somebody who masturbates.
Fucking Prudent Discourse.
No.
Masturbating to Oprah magazine.
The ads,
And by the way, well, it's funny because I was just mentioning bugger. It has two meanings. The first meaning I think we're all aware of, the poop hole, kind of.
Wait, what?
Yeah, but
Bugger and asshole are not the same thing. What are you talking about?
Whatever.
What are you smoking?
Yes. Okay. I was. Using,
there you go.
The other meaning is, believe it or not, it's not exactly the most interesting, but it means children also. Like, look at the little buggers play. Like, I'm thinking to myself, well,
you don't know what you're talking about, Prudent.
No.
Oh yeah, Oprah
That's
Winfrey.
one meaning. There's more than two meanings for that.
Well, I know that, but that's meanings that we know about.
No, but I'll
that
tell you
we
what.
know about.
I'll
I
tell
know
you
about
what.
more meanings than that.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what,
no,
big boy.
Oprah, please don't put the Oprah Kellogg. That does not help.
I'll tell you what, big boy. From someone who fucking spawned, from someone who comes to the country that spawned the phrase bugger, I can tell you it has nothing to do with children whatsoever.
Do you go to the library and pick out books about Africa with lots of pictures?
National Geographic subscription, right?
No, what? Nice.
We got shirtless Lenny up in here.
I read my own stuff on my own time.
Ooh, what kind of stuff? What do you read, Prudent?
Hang on, I've got to do this. I can't stop myself. I've got to do this. Here we go.
Oh, fuck.
Up against. Let me read you something that was posted on our message boards from someone who claims to be a member of the known pedophile network. It said this: doesn't forgive, does not forget. His group has over 9,000 penises, and they're all children.
Yay, 4chan! 4chan unite! Yes, we do have over 9,000 penises, and they are all raping children.
That is so awful. I was just gonna say, you asked me what I was reading. I actually read right now. I'm kind of into like scientific books right now. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure Jade's heard of it. Have you ever heard of a book called Silent Spring by Rachel Carson?
Yeah, that's a classic from the late 1960s, mid 1960s.
Actually early 60s, 1962. She actually died in '64 of cancer, and it was lucky she was able to get that book through. But yeah, I'm almost done with it. Very good stuff so far. I'm very impressed with the research she really did into it. Like she really looked.
It's not you're boring the.
Talking with Jade right now. She's kind of okay.
She's kind of what?
Well,
she's kind of what?
I was saying like she.
What are you saying about Jade?
She's cool because she's into that kind of stuff as well. I said she was kind of cool.
Can
I finish talking? Can I finish talking? If that's okay.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Not even kind of.
I'm fucking dying of it.
Yeah.
Well, okay, Timothy's high, so I'll give him a break, but this is pretty funny. This is pretty funny shit.
The whole point about that book was it was mostly talking about several pesticides and how the Department of Agriculture.
Department of fuck you, God.
You're like the bus from Speed.
I'm losing my heart.
I could use Speed might make this hangout more interesting.
Where's Keanu Reeves when you need him?
I know Kung Fu.
I will say that book sparked a revolution in this country.
Oh, it did. I know.
It did. Yeah.
Prudent, you're making my penis flaccid.
That's good. You know what?
I don't know what that means.
I do know what it means now. So shut up.
I get more pussy than you.
You don't even. Kevin, I have a dog. It's better than a cat.
Oh, fuck you.
No, dude, I'll take a pussy before a bitch any day of the week.
Yeah, but I can't. Never mind. I'm not gonna say.
Bitch only means female dog. Okay, I got a male dog. You know.
Oh God, I love so much.
I didn't know that actually. I learned something tonight.
Yeah, a male dog is called a dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a dog and a bitch. So yeah.
Well, I did have one bitch. It was the female dog that I keep claiming is much cuter than 13's dog.
What is this, Masterpiece Theater with Encyclopedia Britannica?
Although a really loud, yappy, ornery bitch is called a Feiss.
Really?
Yeah.
So that's what Feisty is. Okay.
Yes, I think the two are related. CE.
Oh, can we get 13 as your dog around, or you should get that?
Why?
Because I haven't seen your dog in a while, and it is kind of cute. It's not as cute as my dog, that dog that I washed, but I don't know. I'm in the mood to see a dog right now. Okay.
He's in the mood. 13.
The night boy.
We have this long conversation about sex, and at the end of it, he's in the mood to see a dog.
He's wanting to see my bitch.
He wants your bitch.
Yeah. I caught.
Okay.
Prudent, if you want to see a bitch, call your mom. Come on.
Oh,
Boom.
okay.
Boom. Drops mic.
What's this?
Boom? What about Boom? I don't want to see Boom's bitch.
I
had no mining lasers tonight. Thank you very much.
No space elevators. God damn it.
Kevin, are you on your phone
God,
now?
no. I'm just... Yeah, no space elevators. Absolutely none. I just... the stuff that some people come up with in that group, it's like, I'm expecting nuclear weapons any day. Why can't we have nukes?
Because steampunk, dumb shit.
I know.
People talking about, is that like personal ownership of nuclear weapons?
No.
Well, no,
Yeah,
this is
I want a nuke.
No, this is a game, and we're going into a steampunk world, a steampunk era.
13's running a steampunk RPG, and La Boom Da Boom keeps asking, why can't we have all this technology? Because he's a little shit.
Yeah, no, sorry. Let's keep it within the,
Well,
There's so much
that's not what makes him a little shit. What makes him a little shit is that he'll argue it forever after the GM has said no.
You know
what? God, if this RPG ruins, I said it before, if this RPG ruins one friendship, it's going to be me and Boom. Because, holy shit, he's annoying with it. Also not Vic, but I'm not getting into that right now.
Oh, sweet. I'm not the annoying one anymore.
No, you're still him.
You're still this is a different context. If you were part of this RPG, you would probably be annoying the shit out of me.
Yeah,
but...
if you were part of this RPG, I'd hate you a lot more than I hate Novik.
Okay, Navik. He's the guy who looks like Jesus, right?
Yes, he's Redhead Jesus.
Seriously, I think you guys said, are you guys going to do that thing where you guys on the Awesome Cruise Show, like, interview him, like, and he pretends to be Jesus, and it would be pretty funny.
That joke's been going around for a while. I don't know that anyone's ever going to get around to it.
I thought you guys...
Have you seen that video that Paul Hartley did about Jason Burns?
No.
Well, it's absolutely hysterical because, you know, Paul has this really long hair. And at the end, like, Jason walks away, and you see Paul walk in and sit down and goes, "I'm Jesus!" Or something like that. I'll have to find it. It's freaking hysterical. He actually did have a situation where he was working somewhere, and he'd let his hair down, and he walked around the corner, and these people just sort of looked at him like, "Oh, Jesus!"
Jeebus!
You know, fucking Cliffjumper met up with fucking Jason again to apologize, and he damn near swung on him.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Almost swung on Cliff, or...
No, Cliff damn near swung on Jay. Like, his arm was up, ready to throw, and he thought better of it because a bunch of people were looking at him.
Well, not only that, that's like hitting a dwarf. Actually,
you don't go to the chocolate factory and start slapping Oompa-Loompas. Like, I get that. That's fine.
Yeah.
But...
That's funny.
You know. Oh, yeah, but I can understand why.
He said he went back on the Fiona's a stalker bit, which is why he geared up on him.
Well, Lenny, I'm just here to ask you something. If you were interested in doing a debate, and it would take place in 30 minutes.
Yeah, it took place 9 minutes ago.
So because of you all like to show up, I have to declare myself the winner.
Hey, Prudent, we should do a debate on who the bigger virgin is.
Oh, fuck, no.
You guys would both win.
Okay,
but if you do that, we want diagrams.
There is no...
I did this here.
There is no need for debate, just both you step on scales.
Lick.
Who has the higher sex drive?
Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina.
We should probably also...
Welcome to Insomnia Shuffle.
Who else has like a very low sex drive? That'd be fun to get into.
Oh wait, no, she does.
Okay, here's the link to Paul's video. It's all
I see. Yeah, I just saw it. Just like while you guys were talking, it's funny.
Yeah, it's all of 53 seconds long or something like that. It's freaking hysterical.
What? Lick a nigga up? Oh wait, I'm a racist.
Wait, what? What nigga we licking now? What?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite videos that Paul has done. I think it's great.
Really? I mean, Paul's the guy who, wait, I'm still trying to remember. He's the guy who always goes after Ray Comfort's bullshit, right?
He does a lot more than that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. He dissected the entire Kentovian. I've only gotten to, like, the first 4 parts. It's gonna be a while before I get through the rest, but...
Really? Come on, you're slacking. Come on, chop.
I've been busy with other shit. Give me a break.
Really? You do something other than watching YouTube videos about creationism?
Yes! I actually go to school, I'm a student, What is wrong with you, Kevin? I actually commute. I commute using the public transit most of the time, so I don't... For the most part, I'm actually not during the afternoon. Well, you know what? Screw you, okay?
I'm not into that, sorry.
You know I've had the same car for 10 fucking years?
That's wonderful. By the way, I think Kevin and Prudent would make an awesome couple. I think you guys should get together.
I would beat the shit out of him and throw him in the street in like a 2-day.
Are you saying that Punch and Judy weren't a cute couple?
Airlock Kevin for that. That's not cool.
Nope. Can't airlock Kevin. He's been subscribed too long.
I think he means the other Kevin.
No, I can airlock him, but why would I want to?
Kevin Frith, the guy who suggested that we were a couple. It's like, yeah, that pissed me off a little bit to the point where I said, yeah, airlock that guy.
But he looks like
decide that in here.
Wait a minute, I thought I was supposed to airlock people for saying airlock people. Yeah, fuck it.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay.
I'm
Fine.
too lazy.
Oh, really? Nice.
Are you not lazy enough to give me airlock controls?
Yeah, don't give it to me. I'm on my phone.
Well, airlocking is fun.
Let's see now, eject. There we go. Ooh, no, I screwed up. I hit the wrong button.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, don't give Prudent control room by mistake. That would just be bad.
You're all getting airlocked when I get it. Every single one of you.
Oh.
Fortunate. Not.
Took away our fun.
I'm honestly asking this: is that kid just confused about his sexuality?
Nah,
not as we are.
I was kind of getting the gay vibe off of him real strong that he wasn't aware of, maybe.
I don't think so.
I don't think
No, okay.
If he's anything, he's asexual, and he just doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah,
He's
there's
weird.
some people that just aren't interested in it, and I think he's one of them.
So he's actually asexual, okay.
Why are we sitting here speculating about his sexuality?
Isn't it weird though how the guys who are asexual tend to think that they're closeted gays less than you would a woman who says she's asexual? At least I don't know, that tendency happens with me.
Well, hang on. The thing is, I don't think Prudent is asexual.
If anything, but discussion about sex seems to make him
Yeah, see, and that's exactly my fucking point. I don't think he's asexual because asexual people are indifferent, and I do mean indifferent about sex. They can give a shit either way. But talk about sexuality with actively.
Like they don't get shy when you talk about it.
Yeah, he actively gets uncomfortable by it. Like it makes him weird.
Yeah, and contrast that with me. Like I'm also a virgin. I've had problems. I've been single for 4.5 years.
Why?
But I don't mind talking about sex. I find it highly amusing. I'll take notes when he's talking about what we were talking about earlier.
We need to get Kevin laid.
Yeah, if he's taking advice from Owen, there's a problem.
Oh, but he's dead on about the nose thing. Trust me.
Oh yeah.
Well,
not with his sock account. Oh no, that's his real account.
Right.
And he's gone. That didn't take long.
What happened?
No. They're still talking about sex. No.
What happens when Owen gets the controls and he's been sitting there wanting to...
Wow, that laugh shattered my soul.
Look,
Owen, I love you.
I promise if he comes back in, I won't boot him right away.
Does he have another account?
Oh yeah, he's got 5 of the motherfuckers. He'll be back in 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, I have a G+ circled just for Prudent sock accounts. I'm not even kidding.
Wow.
What was that?
I
Somebody's finger?
So is he an atheist or?
Oh,
Yes,
Prudent?
I
I
think.
think so. Yeah.
Yeah, we now have Ryan McGovern, a different Ryan.
Hey Ryan, how's it going? We were talking about Prudent. I don't know if you know who that is.
I don't know if he does.
Did you guys fucking doctor me? Fuck.
Owen, get your finger off the trigger.
Oops.
You didn't. Do you name that comes up? You fucking.
Well, I thought
you just talked about yourself, or should I say Ryan?
Okay, you guys aren't supposed to say it out loud. Maybe you'll see my first name on the thing. But they're not gonna see the last name. You could at least let me have that.
Hey, Prudent, guess what? Anyone who's watching the stream right now can clearly see that your account is named Ryan.
But they don't know my last name.
Ryan McGovern.
Fucking
hey,
hell.
Owen, you promised. You broke your promise.
He immediately started annoying me.
Yeah, but how did nobody knew that was his real name. Lenny just said he has 5 sock accounts, and he comes in with this name. How do we know? I mean, I show up as Becky Bowden. That's not my name.
It isn't?
No, it's not. My name's Jade.
Only an idiot would... Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kevin.
That's a fake name that I used for a purpose a long time ago, and it just is still on this account.
I just don't give a shit.
Hey.
Yeah, but the point is, if a name if a name comes up, I mean, there are several people who have fake names. If a name comes up, you don't know if it's somebody's real name or not. So he basically just doc drop himself by going, you just doc dropped me.
How dare you tell everyone my name is Ryan?
I could see Jade as being a real name and like an alias too. So either way.
Yeah, but it's my real name.
Do you guys have a real problem with people stalking you or something? Because I never really have that much of a problem. I get occasional crazies every once in a while, but
I used to.
Well, I have an unusual
13's
name.
a special case. I don't make videos, so.
As far as I know, there's only one other person in the freaking world with my name, so, you know, there may be two, I don't know, but there's only one that I know of.
Yeah, Brad used to be able to say.
Uh-oh.
And it's a guy.
Owen, be nice.
John. I will be nice. Look, we want to make it clear. We want to make it completely clear that we weren't deliberately doc dropping the previous G Plus account, which was under Ryan McGovern, who may or may not go to the University of Arizona.
Just like
Arizona State University. How about that?
Thank you for correcting
and
us.
there you go with doc dropping again. And the thing is, we don't know if this new name is really you or not, because the name that comes up is, like I said, my name comes up.
What's your real first name, Prudent?
It's Ryan.
No, it is Ryan McGovern. Is the great thing.
Hey, I could be totally lying about being Kevin Buchik. Everything could be a lie, including the resume.
I was going to say, your resume is a total lie? Wow, that's pretty good.
Yep, it could easily be a total lie.
How do you know he didn't just take his real resume, change his name, and then give it to everybody, because he didn't really want them to know your real name. He just wanted his resume out there. But
Owen totally could have called a fake phone number earlier.
Yeah.
Well, no, that might have been real, because you wanted the real person. I mean, if somebody had called you and asked for, Kevin, you could have said, "Oh, yes, actually, that's my middle name. My real name is Bartholomew." My real name is Bartholomew Cubbins.
We could call these employers and find out for sure, though. So
you could. I don't think my former boss would appreciate being called at 4th morning.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hold on. Hey, guys. No one sees the name that I'm using right now and thinks it's kind of weird.
John Smith.
I think you're kind of weird.
No one gives a shite.
All right. I thought that would be more funny, but whatever.
Well, it comes out as John, and John's a pretty common.
What kind of comedians do you like?
Wait. Oh, wait. It just says John. Hold on.
I just want to know what he thinks I'm funny. I want to find out what he thinks.
Wait. I changed my name on it, but I guess it didn't go through. I changed the name to G-Man Wannabe.
G-Man Wannabe? Who the fuck would be a G-Man Wannabe? What the fuck is wrong with you?
This guy, when he wants to just make fun of him a little bit more with his mannerisms, like, give me evidence.
You wouldn't understand evidence if it stooped you in the tush.
Schnitzel in the negative.
Wait, Becky, I want to ask you something.
I love those movies. They're awesome.
Fuck me.
Yeah, fuck you.
See, I can totally do G-Man.
No, you couldn't.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you just say that you wanted to do G-Man?
No, I said I could do G-Man.
We're back to
G-Man. It's not getting any better.
Ask me a question. Ask me a question, Prudent.
Can you show me one kind turn into another kind?
No.
No, not even close.
No.
Ran out of questions.
Wow, you're like a human vacuum cleaner for fun.
For fun. Not just a vacuum cleaner for fun.
A fun cleaner.
A fun singularity.
A schnaut
Fun goes in, but it never comes out.
Kevin, where the heck are you, man? In your toilet or something?
No, I'm not inside Bionic Dance's mouth.
No, it's just hard to talk when you're being choked by Lenny.
I absolutely love it when they go.
Banana.
But Batman, what?
Now, I want everyone to know I didn't boot Ryan. I did turn his volume down.
Okay.
Kind of the same thing, isn't it?
Not really. He's still here. You said don't boot him. I didn't boot him.
Okay, well, gentlemen, this was fun, but I need to go.
Bye, Jade.
Goodbye. You can talk about me now. Not that you wouldn't when I was here. I mean, fuck it.
Of course.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Bye, Jade.
Oh, where's the little thingy to click? There's the little thingy to click.
Click it.
That Jade, what a fucking talker. She never shuts the fuck up. What the fuck?
You done yet?
There you go.
Okay.
Alright.
Oh my god!
So I come on. Good.
Me sideways.
So
I think Timothy is so high that you could do anything and he would just bust up laughing.
Pretty much at this point.
So he's reached D levels of lulls.
So nobody thinks I could do a G-man. That sucks.
Oh
no!
I think we've already been over that topic several times now.
Oi.
Oi!
Oi.
You know what? You guys are just exposing your atheist hypocrisy, in which you. I know.
Will someone just stab me in the eye with a fork now?
Who was he trying to do this time?
Ow!
G-mizzle.
He was trying to
be the G-mizzle.
And again? Oh boy, he needs to get better at that. And he should practice it alone at home in front of a mirror. Holy
Hey, Pruden, what do you do in front of a mirror at home alone at night?
Man.
That's terrible.
Is he always like that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, God.
You should hear him try to do Richard Raspberry. It's even funnier.
He's the guy that everybody walks.
Oh, I would love to have G-Man at one of my house parties. Nah, not G-Man. Not G-Man. Prudent. I'm sorry, I'm drunk. I wouldn't mind. Actually, I wouldn't mind having G-Man. He would be just as lousy.
Are you as drunk as I am high?
Probably.
Okay.
No, I would love to have Prudent at one of my house parties because that would just be like everybody would laugh at him, and it would be funny.
I kind of feel bad for he's like his naive kid but you figure at 20, I don't know, 20's kind of a still age where you can be naive, I guess.
I think I've accurately described Prudent Discourse as the little brother who hangs out with his brother's friends because he thinks he's cool. And we're just like, dude, you got a lot of...
I remember being like that at one point.
He has like 120 subs, too. He runs a weekly show. A little premature, but... I can't feel that bad for Prudent because he kind of reminds me, or makes me think of what I would have been like if I had started, like, making videos and being involved in the community when I first, like, deconverted from Christianity back when I was...
I know. I can tell. I feel a little bad for him because I used to be that naive when I was that age, probably too. Like when I was 20, I was still a sheltered Christian fucktard. So.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah.
I was probably worse than he was actually. Ugh, God, do you ever like think of yourself like 10, 15 years ago and just shudder?
No.
Oh no, absolutely, I do. I have.
No, sir. I was awesome then, and I'm awesome now.
Yep.
Well, you're just a sexy fucking beast.
He is.
No, he's just a beast.
Like 10 years ago, like I got banned from internet forums for being like an obnoxious about my beliefs. Back when I was like 12, 13, 14, 15.
The creationist shit.
Well, more just conservative Christian nonsense than creation.
The thing is, you probably wouldn't have got kicked off, but you were on a Dragon Ball Z website.
No, I was not on a Dragon Ball Z website.
Listening to a drunk person and a high person. This is interesting.
Yeah, well, the funny thing about that is back then my like English and vocabulary and language skills were almost as strong as they are now. Like the way I talked, I did not come off at all as a 13-year-old. I had very strong language skills, which kind of
sophisticated 9-year-old.
Same with me. I was never an inarticulate idiot. I was just an idiot.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, you know, talking about games and shit, and yes, as long as it didn't involve my beliefs, I came off as really intelligent. But yeah, I was really naive and immature, and I was really a prick when I was still Christian, which is pretty funny. And then I discovered, you know, weed and all those other fun things. And then I became a lot more chill, like.
Yeah, weed'll change the way you look at things. I mean, just 'cause it's like, what the fuck? I don't give a shit anymore. I just
Also,
don't care about the shit I used to care about.
Prudent, if you're still watching the stream, we love you.
No, we don't.
He'll grow up. I mean, he'll grow up. He'll get some life experience.
No,
and
Prudent,
back on
you're
this
gonna
like we look
trust
back
me.
on.
When you're my age in what 3 years from now, you're gonna like your life is gonna change so much. Just trust me. You have
That
no
span
idea.
of 20 to 25 is just amazing when you just look back when you hit 25.
The difference
Yeah.
between me being 25, or sorry, me being 24 and me being 25. It's so much. See, it happens to you seemingly all at once. It's bizarre.
How old are you? 25 now?
I'm 29 now.
29. Okay. Wait. Oh wow. Wait till you hit 30.
Don't start. Fucking hell, it's coming.
I'm 35, and I'm
Oh,
already,
it's-
I'm like I hit 35, but I'm like I'm halfway to 40. Holy fuck!
Shut up.
Am I the oldest one here? Is there heathens?
No.
There's me.
Eh.
Yeah, 13's the wait, no. Other Kevin would be the oldest.
Just by a tiny bit. 13's not far behind.
No. 43's enough.
I find myself having the same questions though, like back when I was a kid. To like, you know, like now, like the biggest question on my mind is, can I see your boobs?
How many women can I get laid with in 24 hours?
How many chokes can I choke?
Yeah, you know what the worst part is like this time next year, Prudent's gonna be sending me text messages saying, oh my god, I tried that choking thing and I fucking killed her. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
Okay. The solution to that: don't let him have your phone number.
Yeah, pretty much.
He'd be like that fucking kid from Animaniacs that hugs all the animals. Just squeezes too hard.
Lenny, what's your phone number?
40. Wait a second.
We're still live.
What you're gonna do, Prudent, is you're gonna go down to the rough end of town. You're gonna get yourself a few grams of heroin, right? You're gonna cook that shit up, put it in the needle, okay? And you're gonna put the needle in her vein, okay? Make her look like a junkie, so no one's gonna care. So no one will miss her.
Fuck that. That's a waste of good heroin.
Whatever 13 said.
Do you have like do you carry around lime and shovels with you all the time?
Yeah, buddy.
Like a lime shovel.
And for those,
you guys go to bed what time with this shit? 6, 7?
For those 4 Bizarro people still watching, just as a usual reminder, Insomnia Shuffles, once they're done, go quote offline, which means they go to a fucking unlisted, and you can still see them if you share them via Google Plus, because I can't do a fucking thing about that.
You can delete them.
I can't do a fucking thing about that.
No, we could delete them, which has happened a few times. Raw.
Oh, and the time where I streamed porn.
Hey, that's cool.
Oh yes, there was that.
You streamed porn?
Yeah, I screen shared boobs.
Oh, just boobs?
Well, we did actually screen share some stuff tonight.
I did not screen share that picture of Bionic Dance.
No, he linked it.
Sidebar.
Yeah, well, that's true. Sidebar.
That's because I'm a nice person and I don't want to give anyone reason to flag 13's channel.
So, an interesting way to kill the hooker is to get a few cans of Raid.
Go on.
It's a few cans of Raid and a very thin kind of, piece of cloth, perhaps like a doily. And then you cram the doily in her mouth, and then you spray the Raid onto the doily, right? And
Lenny, do you sit around and think about this shit like on a regular basis? Are you bored at work or something?
You need about 3 bottles to get the job done.
Turn your bathroom fan on, Plug up the bathtub. Load it. Go to your local Lowe's or Home Depot. Buy some sulfuric acid drain cleaner. Fill the tub up. Put the body in. Wait a few days. Drain the tub.
People are scaring me.
This has been Choke of the Week with Owen Lenahan. Thank you for listening.
Resident of Central Florida. The thing is, another good way, and this is actually from Snatch, but it's actually very true, is that you take her to a pig farm, and a pig can consume like 9 pounds of uncooked meat in under a minute.
And if you need a list of pig farms, please message me on Facebook.
Wasn't it one of the Hannibal movies where that took place? Is that where you got that from? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, it was.
It's turning into serial killers.
Silence of the Lambs shit up here.
Oh, hang on, wait.
Gary Oldman gets thrown in with the pig.
Hey, fucking moderator speaks for a moment here. We have a couple comments in here, most of them from Ben and Barry, starting off with one having to do with something about Owen in plastic bags over faces, but we'll leave that one alone.
Why do you like a plastic bag over his head?
The next comment from Ben and Barry is Lenny wears women as coats.
Lenny wears women as a coat.
Apparently Bennett comes here to be shocked.
It rubs the lotion on its skin.
However, what's not shocking is that, once again, I have some pinhead going, Brazil, 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 Brazil. Yes, it's a country. Get over it.
And it did not win the World Cup. Yes, it did not win the World Cup. Go fuck yourself.
Would you?
Yeah, wasn't watching. Still don't give a fuck.
Nope.
So, Lenny, tell me more about how to dispose of hookers that go wrong, please.
Oh man, I don't even know.
Changing that subject.
The thing is, you gotta have as little DNA evidence on you as possible, right? So you need to like, you know.
I think
just make sure to carry around extra DNA evidence in your pocket. What?
I'm sorry. I think the right term is sex workers.
Hey,
sorry, I've been listening to Exile too much.
I don't know. I mean, post in the comment section what your favorite way of dispatching of a hooker's body.
So how many times have you been to Thailand?
Well, you know what they say about the women in Thailand. A lot of them are women.
If I'm at a hotel and I don't have enough money to pay her, what's the easiest way to dispose of the body? Well,
ask her if she accepts Bitcoin.
Bitcoin hookers, wow.
Which you could totally get. And I'm not telling you where.
Kevin?
Back pages.
What?
Have you tried to pay a hooker with Bitcoin?
No, I've never actually sought out a hooker. I'm not that desperate yet.
Another year? Another 6 months? Pulling your pud until you can't take it anymore.
If I was sexually frustrated as Ryan McGovern, I might be, but no. Anyway, I'm sorry, Prudent. I'm being a douchebag.
If you do it, don't pay any less than $200 to $300 an hour. Because if you get anybody that's willing to take less than that, you probably don't want whatever petri dish that's going to show up at your door.
It's okay, I can obtain antiretrovirals with Bitcoin too.
This is really what I don't understand, Kevin. You are at a college, right? You're going to a university.
Yes, I know. Well, I'm not at the moment. I'm kind of in a college dropout situation, but I live in a college town. Yes, there are plenty of women my age around.
Oh, God, yes, man. Just take them, nail them, do whatever you have to do, man.
Just find some nice little dyke that's hot for Brooke Shields.
Or that.
Wow.
Or Farrah Fawcett.
Yeah, better, yeah. Sorry, Brooke Shields is always mine. Never mind.
Brooke Shields is good.
Oh, yeah.
Blue Lagoon.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, way too much fucking hype. I was so disappointed.
Just trying to help you out, Kev. Because College Town is just beautiful.
No, I'm aware of that. It's just, I don't know. I guess I just don't give enough of a shit.
Really is a shame I don't live in Florida.
Why?
Owen's your wingman.
That's right.
Yeah, no, I know we've talked about this before.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have made
Dude,
this.
Tampa has enough fucking shit. Holy fuck! It's like Del Mabry Avenue. It's like strip club, porno store, strip club. Ugh. I used to live down there.
Yeah, we've talked about it. The New Covenant Group ever does that fucking get together conference, whatever down there, we're gonna Pensacola bar scene.
Gonna talk to Michael Jones and see if he can hook you up with some nice hookers. Some
Oh,
nice
dude,
Christian
no,
hookers.
no, fuck
We don't
the
need
hookers.
Dr. Jones.
No, fuck the hookers. Kevin, me, Mowdy, on the town, doing some damage, you best believe.
Oh, that would be fun.
It's one of us is going home with Cockrot.
I'm sorry, I'd have to miss it.
Going out and doing some work, son.
No, if that
It's like
happened,
when you
we'd
wake up in the
find- we would
morning and you
find-
take your pants off to take a piss and the smell just wafts up.
If that happened, we'd find a way to get 13 there.
Actually, you know what you should do is be friends with Levi and see if Brandy has some girlfriends, and you know they do. Hook yourself up with some really hot women that know Brandy.
Not even gonna comment.
Look, 3 guys, 3 girls, Chinese fire drill. All right.
Dude, I'll tell you what. How old are you now? You said. How would you say you were?
Me?
23.
Okay.
I'm 23.
You could easily get like an attractive cougar.
Yeah.
And very easily. They're definitely looking for guys your age.
She's dead.
Wait. Before we potentially run the risk of other cats, we're not talking about leopards. We're talking cougars. Okay?
Yeah.
A cougar, you don't want a leopard by mistake.
Point taken.
Or a leopard either.
I just bet that fucking Kevin's a cougar slayer and he doesn't even know it.
Oh, dude, I seen that picture.
Hey, I never
fucking
said
nail one easy.
I never said I was opposed to that.
He's got the poofy hair. I mean, Mr. 80s rock band, he could do that. That angle.
Just get a job as a pool boy and just wait for it to happen.
What was that line that Levi used the other week? Guys are going around going, please, here, take it. Do you want this?
I don't want the virginity anymore. Take it. Yeah. I'll be honest, when it comes to, the opposite sex in general, physical appearance doesn't, really factor in that much for me. It really doesn't.
So we have to find some...
That doesn't mean I don't... That doesn't mean I don't have, standards. I don't have, certain...
qualifications.
It doesn't.
You're like me. You're more sapiosexual. I'm that way too. I care more about the brain. Like I can't fuck a beautiful girl if she's dumb because it's like it's like fucking a potato.
No, I don't know what you're smoking, son, but I could fuck a dumb girl 10 times in one night.
See, I can't get it up for that shit. If she says something stupid, I'll go limp.
I'd agree. If I was talking to someone who is 10 out of 10 by my standards of physics, and there are certain hairstyles, face styles, clothing styles I do find attractive, but it's not the foremost thing in my mind. But if I'm talking to someone, even if I'm talking to someone who I find physically very attractive, if she says something really dumb, stars and planets are fallen angels, for example.
Yeah, that makes my dick shrivel.
Instantly I will lose interest or go into troll mode, which is I've done before.
I have to support my dear friend Kevin Frith on this one. I will bang the brakes off any dumb chick in the world, but I will not date one.
And maybe if I was put in that situation where $ dumb chick wanted to have sex with me, I probably wouldn't turn it down. If if I was put in that situation, and I don't think I would turn it down. I'll be honest.
We appreciate your honesty. Thank you.
And I guess maybe part of it is I still have a hard time decoupling the idea of sex from emotional attachment or
that'll happen. That'll come with time.
Relationship material.
It's not that you can't fuck them. It's like afterwards you feel like, what the fuck did I just put my dick into?
Sure. And I can understand that. As far as the relationships go, I have very high standards.
Owen, what has happened to young people these days? What has happened to them?
Let me explain it to this right now. Have you guys heard my theory about dating and National Geographic?
No, I haven't.
I'm scared.
Let me break this down for you.
I gotta hear this. When
a man is hunting a woman, hunting now, you got to think of it as the woman is a wildebeest. But amidst a crowd of wildebeest on the Serengeti plain at the watering hole, drinking, slaking their thirst on a hot summer's day, and you are the lion, stalking through the long grass, looking at your prey. All right, and then there comes that exciting moment where you're about to go talk to her, you're about to take the plunge, the lion's about to pounce forth from the tall grass, and then all the wildebeest look up and start running away. Now, you're a lion, remember. You don't want to go after that young, healthy, strong wildebeest that's going to be hard to chase down and will probably fight back. You want the weak one, the lame one, the slightly fat one, or the slightly stupid one, the one with the gammy leg. The one after you knock her down and start tearing her throat out, their leg starts moving as if she's still trying to run. That's the wildebeest you want to go after, son, not the healthy one.
What are you, like a sexual Dexter?
Yes, no.
Something.
Yes, no. Maybe so. Oh, fuck.
But afterwards, after you do that, you get this awful feeling like I could have chased down that big, strong wildebeest. I would have tried.
You got to start somewhere, so.
Look, I'm not suggesting that Kevin has sex with ugly women first.
Well, he said he doesn't mind.
Well, wait, are you... Okay, well, there's a difference between... never mind. Nothing.
Look, the bottom line is that sex is supposed to be enjoyed. Enjoy it. Try to enjoy it with the person that you're having sex with. Making sure it's something that you want and it'll always be awesome.
No, I agree with that.
It's very simple advice. If you feel like you're into it with the person you're into, don't think anything beyond the night. Just enjoy the experience and deal with tomorrow. Fuck it. Do put a condom on, though. That shit's serious.
Just make sure there's Gatorade in your car.
Yeah.
Ha 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 ha.
Herp, 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 herp.
And herpes is for life, my friend.
Lie about that.
See, Kevin, you have this thing called standards. You need to strip that from your.
Well, yeah, no, it's not. It's not that.
Ah, boy.
I said what I have high standards for is, dating, actual long-term relationships.
Just get laid, my friend. Get
Yeah,
laid.
it's the whole, decoupling that from having sex, like the whole doing the whole pickup thing, picking up a woman at a bar. That's never been my thing.
A little bit, man. Like you seem like just a tad, like I don't know, like maybe I'm tell me if I'm wrong, but just a little tense, like socially. and maybe
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I'm an introvert.
What you might want to do, just find a local hippie festival, like where there's like some hippie chicks. You gotta be careful with that shit too, because there's some dirty hippies.
Yeah.
But like, takes a bunch of drugs, some Molly, loosen up, let go for once.
That right there would totally be my scene.
Do it.
Honestly.
Do it.
Yeah, Dirty Hippie used to be my nickname when I lived in the ISU dorms.
Hey, see?
Go up to one of those concerts where everybody's dancing and the hippie chick comes up to you, get it close to her, walk outside, go into a tent, fuck.
Look, one thing I do disagree with here is
I am a little apprehensive when it comes to that.
There's this whole stigma that comes around with like telling people when they're supposed to have certain shit done. The man's 23 years old, he's a virgin, he'll have sex when he's good and ready. I think you need a little bit of encouragement. I think you need to hear that you can do it and that that you are attractive and that women do want to have sex with you, and sometimes you got to recognize that in yourself before women will even want to have sex with you.
We still
it's all about confidence.
Hey, I don't have a problem with it, so take the hangout offline
if you want.
Women like confidence, man. They can smell weakness in a man. They can.
I've heard that.
They can sniff it out. Like if you aren't sure of yourself, you don't believe in yourself, and the least little bit, women have like radar for that shit.
And I'll admit, I am definitely not the most.
Ones that are drawn to it you don't want.
What's that?
I'm not.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not the most self-confident, high self-esteem person there is. I am fairly introverted. I have a lot of friends that I've been very fortunate to meet. Most of my female friends are in relationships. Funny how that works out.
Take confidence in that. If that's your personality, if that's who you are, believe in that and like just accept that. I mean, it's just I don't know, whatever. I'm just high, so fuck me.
No, that makes sense. I appreciate that. And like I said before, it's the whole decoupling the idea of sex from emotion, from committed relationships and the high standards I have in that regard. Because I had one ex-girlfriend when I was in high school, and she was the valedictorian of her class. She was very, very smart. So I'm lucky to have had that. We didn't have sex because.
Well, then how lucky were you?
We just weren't into it.
Wait a minute, you weren't into it? What does that mean?
No, for one, it was a Lutheran high school, and we both pretty much had the attitude at the time that, sex before marriage was bad. We fooled around, yes, but we didn't do it. Anyway.
Damn.
I've never had a college girlfriend. I just haven't. Kind of regret that, but anyway, no, I appreciate this conversation. I've had it with quite a few people before, including Mowdy and Ozzy and Wayne. I think Lenny was in that hangout too. I like getting people's opinions on the whole thing. At least Prudence not in here to make it awkward.
It's all about the attitude, man. It really is.
No, I agree.
Approach a woman, start talking to her. It's confident.
And that's the other thing. I think 13's offered me this advice before. Is just like I need to learn how to talk to people.
Well, you're doing it right now, man.
And if you find a girl you're like,
don't
be afraid don't be afraid to play hard to get either, because the tendency sometimes is to like just when you find somebody you're really into to like be all lovey-dovey and kind of that first time that you really connect, don't like give like some space and then play it off like you're not like you're being a dick, but just like don't be like go right after it. You know what I'm saying?
That's something else that I've had problems with before is like being overly eager, and I've ruined friendships before by like being too forward about being interested in someone. And by like talking to people, what I mean is not in this kind of situation where like it's people I know. It's like going up to girls who I don't know in a bar, anybody, male or female, who I don't really know, and starting a conversation. I'm really bad about doing that.
Kevin, all I'm hearing is you need a wingman. You need a good, solid wingman. That's all I'm hearing.
Okay.
Or do the online dating thing. I mean, that's an option too. Seriously.
No, don't do that to the kid. Don't do that to him.
No, I've tried that.
That's like playing chat roulette.
No, it's not.
I've done that. I've done chat roulette for the lulz, but I have an OkCupid profile, and I've messaged a number of, females there, and never panned out. Let me tell you.
Yeah, it's a nightmare on there. It's a crapshoot. It's an absolute crapshoot.
Yeah.
It's like rolling dice.
Especially in central Iowa.
Now, what you really want to do when a woman for the first time says, Kevin, I'm in love with you, what you do is you look the bitch right in the eye and then you Han Solo her and go, I know.
Or you can pick one from Owen's handbook and just go, I think it was my Gatorade in the car.
Yeah. That's when she wants to marry you.
Fuck you. That's not exactly what happened. And I am not such an introverted Catholic that I would.
and don't be afraid to fucking fail bastard. Either, because dude, you'll probably mess up a few times before you find the right person.
No, you won't.
Yeah, there's the other problem. Yeah, I have messed up a few times. I've experienced rejection, and it sucks. And
you learn from it.
Yeah, I need to let that affect me less, because I've had issues with that before.
Oh man, you get knocked off the horse, you gotta stand up, dust yourself off, climb back on the horse, and then you fuck the horse.
Yeah.
You fucking horse.
Look at my horse. My horse is amazing.
Amazing.
I don't think there's any solution for anybody specifically. Like,
yeah,
for
there
money,
is.
whatever.
Different.
I think everybody's different. Yeah.
No,
You know,
man, you'll
people
find your own way. You'll find your own way.
Yeah. Took
You
me a
will.
while. I mean, to be honest, dude, I used to be like as insecure, as probably more insecure than you are about this stuff. Back when I was like your age. In fact, I hadn't get laid for another 2 years from your age, 25.
Yeah.
And even when I had sex, it was awful because the girl I dated was abused, and then she cried while we had sex. So
Wow,
that's
that sounds familiar.
Yeah, that's just awesome. Your first time having sex, she bawled her eyes out because she remembered being raped. Oh god.
Oh, that would be a bad situation to be in.
Yeah, it was
Now,
uncomfortable.
in that situation, it might not be best to try and choke her. That's
Well, no shit.
No shit, Sherlock.
And I know this sounds really terrible, but I got to admit, Prudent makes me feel a little bit better because I am not as bad off as he is.
Yeah, see,
At least I can talk openly about this shit.
the difference is, Kevin, is that you're a case of don't get laid. Prudent is a case of can't get laid. There's a difference.
Yeah, I can see that.
And sometimes you'll find out one woman that'll change you too. Like she'll teach you things, man, and like you'll learn from her, and then you'll move on. Maybe she won't be the one, and then you'll move on, and you'll end up with someone else. That happens.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I need to learn to accept. Because, like I said, I've been through the whole rejection thing. It's fucked me up like before, as far as like the last time that happened, which was 3 years ago now, almost. That turned me off to the whole idea of relationships for like almost like a year and a half. Like I just psychologically shut myself off, and that's no fun.
No.
Now I'm poly, and I have multiple relationships right now, and it's just I'm so far from what I used to be, dude. It's crazy. Like just because 10 years ago I was a fundy Christian, and now I'm like an atheist, polyamorous, fucking heathen, sinning douchebag on his way to
I
hell.
didn't know that about you. You're polyamorous?
Yeah, and my wife and I are poly. Yeah.
That's fantastic. I did with my last girlfriend. We did that whole thing.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool when you when you do that, when you figure that out.
I've got the whole atheist sinning thing down. In fact, people are actually kind of surprised when I tell them I'm, after getting to know me, when I tell them that I'm still a virgin. Like I've done almost every drug in the book. I'm discussion chair for my university's atheist group. I hold regular parties at my place, and they're like, "You're a virgin? No way! I don't believe that."
Are you captain of the math league and the chess team? And all
No, no, I'm not that nerdy. I was in chess club in high school, but
No, I'm not bi.
No, I mean not bi, poly.
The last
polymath, different.
The relationship I was in, honestly, I'm in a tricky spot because like, the last girl I was with for the last 4 years, we did the whole polyamorous thing and it worked out great. The girlfriend previous to her, not the last one, but like 2 before her, we were polyamorous and it worked out then. So I've kind of bounced between polyamory and monogamy, like back and forth. And there are pros and cons to both sides of that. But my next relationship, which I'm kind of teeing up at the moment, is most definitely going to be monogamy, and it's like, oh boy, can I go back to it?
Oh, you've got.
Well, if you are poly, it's hard to go back.
Yeah.
I couldn't.
Yeah, I'm not. Like as far as things stand right now, I'm definitely monogamous, but now that could always change.
Do you have the compersion thing where you actually feel happy when she shares like that she's been with somebody or that she's happy with someone else?
For me, it's not a happy thing. It's a complete and utter sincere indifference.
Don't care.
It
Gotcha.
just doesn't. It just. I mean, the way I've always kind of viewed it is that sex in a relationship is an expression of to your partner. It's an expression of the idea that you're special to me, and I'm only going to do this act with you. This one act I'm only going to do with you, so I can show you how special you are. And I've never needed that to be the act. There are many things that women have done for me in my life that have made me feel special, that made me feel important to them. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't need to be sex for me. You know what I mean? And that's where
You special, Lenny.
oh yeah,
Intimacy is far more than sex.
Oh yeah.
Sex is just a physical act.
Right.
That's all it is.
Yeah. So yeah, I've never needed sex to feel special from a woman. There's a number of things a woman has done for me in the past, women have done for me in the past, that have made me feel special and important to them, and it had nothing to do with sex. So I just kind of figured I don't need to be sex. I used to frequent swingers clubs. Did that whole scene for a while. Kind of got out of it because it was mostly creepy old people.
Yes. Oh my God. Or stupid people. Or like conflicted Christians.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You know how many Christian people are in the swinger community? It's like, it's fucking strange. It's like, are you like not? Are you okay? Okay. I don't get it, but all right.
I mean, it was exciting though. Like, I mean, it was bizarre and exciting. Like, I mean, it's kind of a rush fucking a guy's wife in front of him while he's jerking off. I'm going to be honest with you. But it's, yeah, I don't know. I mean, to go from like, you know, weird and bizarre sexual experiences like that to one woman for as long as I'm with that person is like a daunting thought at this point. But I do sincerely care about the woman in question, so I'm going to have to try like a big boy. And there's no way. I've tried. I've like tiptoed around the subject, and like she even sniffed me out tiptoeing, and she was like, "No, not happening."
Well, there are people where one person is poly and the other person isn't, and they make it work somehow. I don't know how that works for people if you're not both poly, but apparently some people do it.
Like my last girlfriend, who I was poly with, I introduced her to the concept. She'd never done it before, and she only did it with me. And now since we've broken up, she's got a new boyfriend, and they're polyamorous again. Like, you know what I mean? She slept with me like a bunch of times when she started dating this guy. And well, not slept with her, like done stuff, but like, you know what I mean? It's and it's like, you know, she's balls deep in it now, as it were.
I'm guessing you're not counting the black chick as a girlfriend.
No, she thought I was her boyfriend. I corrected her by going to get some Gatorade from my car.
You know how we're talking about that confidence thing too, like with polyamory, when your wife goes or your girlfriend goes and she does something with somebody else, and she comes back and she sees that you're confident enough not to be insecure about it, that could be a huge turn on for both of you in sex.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I mean, like, it's you know, it's one of the situations where, you know, feelings can get hurt. The number one.
It depends on what you choose to get offended or hurt by.
Right. No, I agree. I mean, the simple ground rules that I had set up was, our bed is our bed. You don't get to do anything there. And you know, just text me and let me know where you are in case you're in trouble. I can come get you. Like, you know, it's simple stuff like that. Like, you know.
Well, you don't do the thing where a lot of couples that you do when you meet poly people is the other spouse or the partner will want to meet you before you guys do anything or get involved, just to make sure everybody's compatible, so there's not going to be any issues.
We've done that before. I mean, well, the issue was that, like, you know, I kind of went out and did my own thing, but the girl I was dating, Carla, decided it would be a great idea to just fuck all my friends. So they all knew me ahead of time.
No, that's the one thing we have a rule on: no friends.
Yeah, that was something we had to work out later on. But the big thing, the big hang-up in the relationship, like in the polyamorous relationship that we experienced, was that, and this sounds terrible, but if Carla wanted to go out and hook up with somebody, all she has to do is go to the bar and shake her ass, and she's got all the attention she wants. I would have to go out and fucking pound sand.
Yeah,
look for a partner.
I go pound sand.
I hear you, dude. It's with guys, it's different. Women can pick up men like nothing.
Right.
And when you're a guy trying to do that, even when you're in a poly situation, you're looking for other poly people, it's hard. It's fucking hard.
It is, and it drove her crazy that I would lie to women about my relationship status.
To get with women.
Yeah. It made her crazy, and I'm like, listen, I understand that this annoys you, but there's no other way for me to do it. I've tried it before. I'm like, hey, listen, so I have a girlfriend or a polyamorous relationship. Is this okay? And the women are like, yeah, no, we're done here. And I'm like, you know what? I don't blame you. I should have lied to you. Is what I should have done.
Poly's becoming more popular now, though, so it's becoming more accepted.
Yeah, it's becoming more accepted, but it's still kind of.
Yeah, I can't tell. Like, I can't tell most of the people that are my friends and family that I'm poly. I can't. It just was a conversation that would just end in probably either miscommunication, judgment, or just me just throwing my hands up in the air.
I think my mom knew. I think I told my mother. But I've never talked to my dad about sex ever, so I'm not going to start the tradition of that with, hey Dad, I like to fuck a lot of women.
Fuck all the women's.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, just the perspective I've always had on it is it's just sex. It's not what I need in a relationship to feel special or important, so she can have sex with whoever she wants to go give a shit, and I'll do the same. Thank you very much.
It's kind of the basic concept, I don't own your body. I love you, but doesn't give me the right to own you. That's where I come from on it.
Sure. Of course, there are other rules that have to be in play. Like, listen, everyone's 100% safe. You know what I mean? Yeah, and that's a trust thing as well. Like, you know,
yeah,
you have to trust that your partner's gonna, you know, be responsible, and you don't get an STD.
Bring home gonorrhea or something else, chlamydia.
As we say back home, you pick up a little something you shouldn't have.
Yeah,
I think this plays into the whole thing with long-distance relationships being more and more popular these days as well, because there's a lot of trust involved in that. And I have a feeling like that I could see myself being put into that situation, like starting a relationship with someone totally over the internet and not being able to meet them for like at least a little bit of time in person. And that involves a lot of trust to make that work.
It does.
But I could see that easily happening for me.
It's okay to be picky too. I mean, that's another thing. It's hard to do in a situation like yours. Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, it's okay to be patient and wait for the right person, because the wrong person getting attached to the wrong person can really can fuck up a lot of more than just. It can take a temporary mistake and could turn into like a lifelong issue because you got her pregnant or whatever. She's a psycho bitch.
Oh boy, Kevin, you have yet to enter the wonderful and magical world of the pregnancy scare.
Yeah, I know about that.
No, you don't.
No, you don't, big boy. No, you don't.
Well, I've heard about that. My roommate, who's female, had one of those not too long ago.
You've heard about it, but you haven't been sitting there going,
yes,
oh,
I
God,
know.
Please, no, not that this person, no.
You have to wait weeks to find out whether or not you're in the clear. There was one occasion where I made the trip down to that CVS, picked up those fucking dime brand pregnancy tests, and I swear to God, the guy behind the counter, this black kid, he's like 16, 17 years old, cashing me out, and he sees what I've got, and I hand it to him, and he just takes one look at me, reads my facial expression, takes my debit card, and says, "Good luck, buddy."
Well, fortunately, we have stuff to take care of that now.
It's called a vacuum cleaner and a knife.
Well, no.
That's why it's good to get a stance on a woman's stance on abortion before you have that situation rise too, because you don't want all of a sudden to go, well, I don't believe in that, and I think I want to keep it.
Or worse, find out the woman's baby crazy.
And I say this now as a father of 3, but I'm talking like in reference to like when I was in your shoes, and I was dating other people that I probably am glad that I didn't get pregnant with, because that would have been horrid. Because to have that fucking crazy bitch in my life still. Oh.
It's yeah, man. It's, you know what I'm saying? You gotta think about that shit. Yeah, I'm ready for my vasectomy. I'm ready.
You don't want to have kids at all?
You don't want tech children's?
No, I don't want tech kids. It seems like it's like death to me. The thought of having children is death. Absolutely not.
Wow.
That's okay. I know people like that. That's fine. I don't like it's either some people just don't want to have kids, or they're not made for it, or it's just the way it is.
Well, whatever biological function that people have that makes them say, wow, my biological clock is ticking. I really want kids. Not only do I seem to be absent it's been replaced by a whole other mechanism which actively rebels against the idea.
Hey, I kind of feel the same.
13, are you still writing code?
Yes.
Holy shit, dude.
Why on earth would you want to produce something that does nothing but yell, poop, sleep for the first couple of years of its life?
Hey, my code's not that bad.
It's that bad.
What are you talking about? My code's not that bad, I'm telling you. It's actually coming out pretty good.
Arguable.
Computer's crashed twice now, yay me.
No, I'm actually entering in the skills section on the character sheet now. It's coming out great.
Oh, fantastic. All right, great. Cool.
Hey, good for you. That's how programming works. You just need to, keep plugging at it. Eventually it works.
Of course, if I could get this to, stop trying to raise up every fucking drop-down box. I don't know why it's going up a little ways here each time, but whatever.
Whatever.
No, I actually quite like hearing about guys' perspectives on women and stuff like that. There's a lot of education you can get. I like talking to gay people too about this kind of stuff, to be honest with you, as well. Because the homosexual perspective is one that, like, obviously as a heterosexual man, I'm completely absent, and it's such a unique way of looking at other people.
Yeah, well, not many people watch this that I know. So nobody that I know is going to probably watch this, but I'm partly bisexual, but not like I'm like. I have never acted on it because I'm on that Kinsey scale of where I would I was joking earlier, like, yeah, Brendan Cumberpatch. If I'd probably fuck somebody like that, but I it's like I might. Think
I'm not gay, but I'd do it.
No, I am. I probably am. I'm a little gay. That's the thing. I'm just not. I'm more straight than I am bi or gay that way.
That's reasonable. Yeah.
And there's that's why I said the Kinsey scale. There's a scale where they have of bi where you might lean more towards the female side, but you still are open to a little bit on the other side of it. But it's not like a black and white thing for everybody.
Yeah, I've thought about that, and I used to find the whole idea of gay sex disgusting. I don't now, and I've thought about it, and yeah, I pretty much decided that I'm straight.
I mean, dude, ever since I was allowed out of the house to interact with other kids, other adults, other people, I would always surround myself with women. Just girls my whole life. I always wanted to be around girls for some reason.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dad was like, there's no way that kid's anything like gay. He's always hanging out with girls.
Wow. It's like 5:23 here. What time is it where you guys are at? I guess you're on the East Coast, too.
Yeah, I'm 5:30. I'm going to have one more cigarette, and then it is going to be Lenny Betty time.
I'm about to go.
At this point, I'm staying up till my wife comes home, probably. But I think I am going to take off.
Yeah, me and 13 are in Central, so it's 4:23 here.
Ah, crap, I better cut this. Oh, wait, hang on, let me check the Q&A one final time. Good night, everyone.
Hi.